Morning and happy Wednesday, Mega. I'm expecting a little bit bigger class today because we often have a whole bunch of people jumping in to nerd out with us on contracts. It's going to be a busy day. You're going to hear some things that you might not have heard before in how I explain the contract. So I want lots of questions. I want to see lots of light bulbs going on because some of this stuff might take me to explain it a few different ways before the light bulbs go off. Because I promise you're going to walk away from today looking at contracts differently and understanding them differently. So it is very, very important that we are all communicating. So if you don't understand something, please let me know. And if there's a real roadblock, I will spend some time with you on break. Okay. I believe one of you went to a Georgetown City Council meeting last night. I saw on Phyllis's a video Phyllis did, or maybe it was an image. So Phyllis, talk to the class about that experience. How'd that go?
Yeah, it was really nice. And I'm glad I did it. And how embarrassing that, I could probably walk to the council off the building from my house. So no excuses. Um, they were talking a lot about how all the our roads and infrastructure, Williams Drive, Shell Road, a lot of things that are, going to be changing in the next 2 or 3 years. So yeah, it was interesting. And the libraries want to do a lot of stuff too, to the tune of quite a bit. So yeah, I'm glad I went. I'm glad I did it and I'll do it again.
Good. I am glad that you went as well. So thank you for going there and representing yourself and Realty Texas and our entire realtor community and learning more about what's going on in your community. What amazing information that you'll be able to share in open houses. And I hope that you and Ken do a video so that you guys can share that information with the world. Because don't covet it, get it out there. It will make you stand out in the sea of real estate agents when you start attending your council meetings, getting involved in your community, and sharing that information. It's a completely different class of real estate agent we're talking about now, a completely different caliber. So thank you for doing that. We're going to jump right into today's class, and then we're going to actually take a quiz before we jump into page one of the contract. This particular contracts class that I put together, we're going to spend the first hour going through the fundamentals of a contract. One of the things that I've come to realize is that one of the foundational things that helps agents understand contracts better is often missing. Everything from at what point an offer turns into a contract, at what moment that happens, but also what are all the elements of a valid contract. What is the difference between an ambiguous contract versus an enforceable contract? And of course, the big one, how do you make an enforceable contract? Now, I've called this class bulletproof contract since the very beginning. I'm going to go back again. I'm going to ask the question, why did I name this class bulletproof contracts?
Cannot be challenged at the court.
Mm-hmm. No one is going to poke a hole in our contract. I can promise you that there's one place you never ever want to find yourself. You never want to find yourself in a courtroom defending a contract that has ambiguous language, that has holes in it, that let one of the parties out based on a defect that was created based on a blank or language that wasn't clear enough, and the judge or the attorneys are eviscerating you in front of people because their job is to figure out how they can win at everyone else's expense, and they will shred agents apart. I've acted as an expert witness multiple times, and I can tell you in that room, the first thing they do is try to eviscerate the agents. And so, because everything ultimately is going to be the agent's fault. So, a bulletproof contract is one that you can hand it to someone and stand tall knowing that it's enforceable. Because if there's a defect in the contract, the contract might not be enforceable, which means that all of the hard work that you did as an agent to put that contract together so that the parties can enforce the contract and know what their rights and remedies are is all evaporating. And now a judge and a court has to put it together to determine what are the rights and the remedies of the parties. So we're talking about very important stuff here. We're talking about the very essence of the deal that gets put together between the buyer and seller could be coming apart because of a single blank. And that might sound ridiculous, but it is not ridiculous. It is our legal system. The contract is your very most important tool. You can slice this up in many different ways, but I'm going to serve it back to you every single time. It is your most important tool. And those agents who know the contract best win. There's no question that everything that the parties agree to is somewhere in the contract. And there's no hidden language in a book somewhere on someone's shelf, like one of these legal books that I have, that I read all the contract language and say, oh, over here in chapter 11 in the property code says this. So that's what the rights are. Everything can be found in the contract because that is what the parties agreed to. The parties agreed to the language of the contract. And so we're going to read the contract today from stem to stern, every single word, every single paragraph, and we're going to go through it and we're going to see exactly what it says. But there are correct ways and incorrect ways to establish a valid contract. So first, we're going to go through some terms so that we all can agree on what these terms are. We're going to talk about mutual consent, unilateral contract, what is and what is not consideration, what is and what is not an option, and what is unenforceable. So, item one, out of letters A, B, C, D, and E, how do you match mutual consent? Which letter is it?
B.
Mutual consent, a
A.
meeting of the minds.
Oh.
Okay. So mutual consent is two parties agreeing to something, but it's important because the meeting of the minds can't have a misunderstanding. What you're offering, I accept. Both parties have to have that. And I'm going to share a story with you about how a really good example of a meeting of the minds that was challenged because what the seller thought the buyer was offering was something completely different. Let's go back to 2007, Hutto, Texas. A sea of yard signs, short sales, and foreclosures. This was about 2008, somewhere between 8 and 9. There was an entire subdivision that a developer built out, and they didn't get to the point of actually building the homes on it. So all of the lots were being foreclosed from the developer. And so the lots were on the market from $3,000 to $7,000. Great buy today, but back then nobody wanted them. So a prospective buyer was driving down the street and saw a sign on the yard. And they went into a real estate office and sat down with the real estate office and said, I want to buy a property over on Sterling Street. And so the agent looked into the MLS and they found the property. They printed it out, had the information from the listing agent, and they submitted an offer. They got the offer accepted, it funded, and they had someone out leveling the lot. And they started building on the lot. And someone came up to the construction crew and said, what the heck are you guys doing on my property? Get off my property. And there was a huge fight that ensued and confusion all over the place. What happened was there was a lot that had been on the market for about 9 months. The sign had fallen over and the weeds had grown over it. And next to it was a lot that had a sign that said coming soon in the yard, but it wasn't in the MLS yet. So the buyer had intended to buy the lot, but the buyer didn't know what coming soon meant. The buyer only saw one sign on that entire street. The agent only saw one property for sale on that street. But it's because the property sign was on the property that said coming soon and it wasn't in the MLS. So the agent thought the buyer was interested in buying 123, but the buyer was looking at buying 125. And there was a marketable difference between the size of those two lots. So, did the buyer and seller ever have a meeting of the minds? They never had a meeting of the minds because buyer thought they were buying this property and seller thought that they were buying theirs. And so when there is no true meeting of the minds, there was never a contract in the first place. And so the entire sale was unwound at the expense of the agent's E&O insurance. And so this is an example of how important meeting of the minds is. Number two, unilateral contract. What is a unilateral contract?
A contract in which only one party is obligated to perform?
Okay. So do we have unilateral contracts? We have unilateral provisions in a contract, but our contracts are bilateral, meaning that both parties have something that they have to perform. But there are lots of provisions where only one party has to perform. What is the biggest example in our contract of a provision where there's a unilateral contract? Inside our 1 to 4 family.
When they provide the earnest money, maybe only one person provides the earnest money. I don't know.
Financing?
Well, so the thing is that if the other party, if they don't deliver the earnest money, then the other party now has a right to terminate the contract. And so that is bilateral. The option period is a unilateral contract because during the option period, the only party that is required to perform is who?
The buyer.
No. Is the buyer required to perform during an option?
Oh, I'm sorry, the seller. Sorry,
Exactly
seller.
right.
Yes.
So in an option period, the only party that's required to perform is the seller. And so you have a unilateral contract on the buyer because the buyer has a unilateral ability to back out of the contract. Okay. Now, there is a situation, one interesting situation, where our entire 1 to 4 family home contract is unilateral from stem to stern, from offer all the way to closing, based on who the parties are. What do you think that is?
Underage?
That is exactly right, a minor. Can a minor buy a home? The answer is yes, they can. Of course they can. But can the contract be enforced against them? Can they be forced to close? No, they can't. So if you have a minor that submits an offer, the seller, or the other party, I should say, that's not a minor, has to understand that it's going to be a one-sided contract all the way through. In order to, Andrew, can I borrow you a second? That same thing is happening again. All of a sudden, I don't know if Lisa's audio is louder or something, but I hear it echo through and I hear myself coming through the wall louder than I've ever heard before. It's messing me up. Okay. So if you have a minor that's under 18 years of age, the net effect of that is the other party has to be disclosed that they're dealing with a minor because the minor can back out at any given time and walk away scot-free, no damages. So it's unilateral at the appointment of the minor. Okay. What is consideration?
Something given in exchange for a promise.
Okay. So, what is not consideration in our 1 to 4 family? What is typically, when you think of consideration, what do you usually think of it as?
Money.
It could be a down payment. It could be something that says, here, I really want to buy your car, but I'm going to give you $300, and that's my consideration for the contract. I don't want you to sell this to anybody else. Here, this is me being serious. And now you have basically an earnest money contract. Do we have an earnest money contract? We do not have an earnest money contract. The earnest money of our contract is not the consideration for the contract. The earnest money is something different. The earnest money is liquidated damages in the case of default. And so it's liquidated damages. It has nothing to do with the consideration of the contract. It has something to do with something completely different. In the event that the parties don't behave, that one or the other party can keep the seller can keep the buyer's earnest money as liquidated damages, or treble damages or more. So one thing that people say is, oh, well, the earnest money is consideration. The goodwill can be consideration. The consideration for the contract could simply be that grandpa is buying a property for his granddaughter, and the goodwill of love and hugs and seeing her happy would be his consideration. And so the consideration could be something that we don't even know. So we're going to table that as we get deeper into consideration later, but it's not the earnest money, and that's the point of this. Option. What is option?
A.
An agreement between a buyer and a seller giving the buyer the right to purchase a property at a preset price for a given period of time. So I think when agents get a real estate license and they don't have a strong background in law and Texas law, purposely Texas law, they don't realize that option is something much greater than what used to be paragraph 23, now paragraph 5, earnest money termination option. Option is an entire segment of the law. People deal in options. And so you can go to a developer or a piece of land and say, look, I want an option. I want an option to buy this property. I'm going to give you $25,000, and I want an option to buy this property for the next 25 years, and you sell it to nobody else. Because maybe you've got attractive land and you really want to buy that property, but they're not done with it. They are going to use it for the next 15 years. You don't necessarily want to be paying property taxes on it for the next 15 years, but you ultimately want to own that property, and you go over there to them and you sign a contract giving you first right of refusal, and you pay for the option to buy it, which means that if they decide to sell it, you get to buy it first, and you own that right. It's an actual right. And so they've taken this concept of option and they've deeply embedded it into our contract. When a buyer has an option, they have a mini contract within a contract. The buyer has the right to buy this property for a preset price for a certain amount of days, and they have the irrevocable right to terminate the contract for any reason at all in bail. And during this time period, we're going to do all of our due diligence, learn as much about the property as we can to determine whether or not the buyer wants to, after getting a better picture of what they're buying, wants to move forward or not. So an option has to be paid for. And once an option expires or terminates, there's no way to renew it. They can buy a new option, but our contract doesn't afford that. So we're going to talk about the importance of timely delivering the checks, and also how to properly renew an option, because I think that is a bit confusing for agents as well. At what point and how do you renew an option, or as we call it, extend one? And then unenforceable, obviously, we only have one option left, a contract that cannot be enforced because there's a flaw. And an unenforceable contract is the exact opposite of what we're trying to create. We are trying to create an enforceable contract so that you can enforce it against the parties. That's the whole point. You have a seller that wants to sell a property and they sign a contract with a buyer. The moment that contract is signed, both of those parties are promising to buy and sell it. If there are no contingencies, they're buying it and the seller is selling it. The seller has no out and the buyer has no out. That contract says that that sale will be completed. Now, sometimes the buyer says, but wait, I need to have some contingencies. I want to be able to back out if you can't give me clear title. I want to back out if, and there's a lot of ifs. But if you have a cash transaction and there's very few contingencies, at the point where the buyer and seller sign the contract, that is when the contract exists. And God forbid the buyer not pay for their option period. Because if they default on the option period, you very well may be sued to perform. And so I want you guys to understand how important it is that the buyer's decision to buy the property because they like it or not is before they sign the contract, not during the option period. Because when they submit an offer on that property, if they don't follow through on the requirements on them to move forward in that contract, they could put themselves in huge risk and huge liability. Because let's say they sign a contract and they decide, you know what, I don't want to buy this anymore. This isn't fun. And they don't deliver checks and they just put their head in the sand and try to walk away and hide from it. Well, they already agreed to buy the property. And so now all they've done is sign themselves up for buying the property and paying for all the attorney's fees. So all that's happened is the property got more expensive for them because likely they will be sued to perform and sued by the property. And I've seen several people get sued by a property. So I don't want us to be thinking that, oh, signing the contract in the beginning is not that big a deal because the buyer has many, many outs. Signing the contract is the big deal because they can forfeit their rights based on timely delivery of checks or based on how the parties are behaving in a contract. All right. A contract has 4 states. It can be a valid contract, it can be a void contract, it could be voidable, or it could be unenforceable. And so valid or unenforceable could also be the 2 states, but you also have the salt and pepper, which is void and voidable. So I would say valid and unenforceable, or void and avoidable. And we're just going to get through these really quick because I've seen void contracts, I've seen voidable contracts, I've seen unenforceable contracts. So we're trying to build a enforceable bulletproof contract. We're going to give you some examples of what these are. So a valid contract, that just means it's enforceable. You take it to a court and the court has enough meat and potatoes in that contract to be able to enforce it. There's enough elements there for them to enforce it on the parties. A void contract means that it was never valid in the first place. It was never valid, usually because there was an issue with a meeting of the minds or something happened with that contract to void it, which means it's like it never happened before. And so we're going to reverse it to the very beginning. A void contract means you unwind option, you unwind earnest, and someone is paying for all the damages for all the parties because the contract never existed in the first place. There was no option. There was no loan contingency. There was no contract from the beginning. So all the steps that happened are going to be erased. And the only person that can help with that is an attorney. Avoidable contract is one that can be enforced, can only be enforced against one party. We talked about the minor. The minor can avoid the contract anytime they want. And then an unenforceable contract, that's usually where there's a technical flaw in the contract. It's unenforceable because they left a blank or there was a missing initial, and now you question whether or not you ever had a valid contract in the first place. And so now you're not able to enforce that contract on the parties without taking to a court, and then the court tried to deem between these parties, what was the spirit of what they were trying to do? What do we believe that they believed at the time they were signing this? And then the courts are going to try to figure that out and then make a determination. And often, when you have a technical defect in a contract, they're going to be looking back at the real estate brokerage's E&O insurance to remedy it. So a valid contract, very simply means it meets all the required elements of the law in order for it to be a valid contract. A void contract, again, invalid from the beginning. Maybe you have in 7A1, which is the as-is provision, that the says seller at seller expense will complete the following specific repairs and treatments, and they put in there, remove oak tree in the front yard. And we find out that oak tree is an heritage oak tree that's 100 years old. And the entire contract now says that the seller promised to remove that oak tree, but that oak tree is a heritage tree. They can't remove the oak tree. That is now a void contract because the entire contract was hinged on a seller promise that the seller can't make good on. So it's illegal to remove that tree and the seller can't. So now you have a void contract. All right. Voidable contract. We talked about this again. You could have a seller and provide. We're going to go through the contract and we're going to look at the seller disclosure as a really good example. The Texas state law says that at what point is a seller required to provide a seller's disclosure notice to the buyer? Anybody know what the Texas law says for that? When?
Isn't it
prior,
within 10 days?
prior to the buyer submitting an offer.
Okay. So the Texas state
Before
law
signing
said
the contract.
under 5-008, it says prior to going under contract. A seller of a residential real property comprising of not more than one dwelling unit located in this state shall deliver to the purchaser of the property a written notice as prescribed by this section or a written notice substantially similar to the notice prescribed by this section, which contains at a minimum all the items in this notice prescribed by this section. This notice must be executed and must at a minimum read substantially similar to the following prior to going under contract. It goes through here and it explains when it is due. Texas state law says that they're going to give it to the seller prior to going under contract. The seller will give it to the buyer prior to going under contract. So what happens if they don't?
You can't move
becomes
forward with signing
voidable?
the contract.
That's right, Belladonna. Say that again.
It becomes voidable.
So how many of you listing agents did not get our seller disclosure filled out and went under contract and then gave the buyer the seller disclosure on day 3? That is why now there are situations where the contract's voidable and Trek knows that there's gonna be issues. So they have a provision in the contract that says that in the event the seller does not provide the seller's disclosure prior to closing, they get 7 days out. They get a free 7 days out from the time they get it. And so now the buyer has the ability to void the contract from the moment they get the seller's disclosure up to 7 days. If they get it on day 5, then between day 5 and day 16 and 14, they get out of the contract. They may have only had a 6-day option period. They paid for 6 days, but now they can get out for almost 14 days from the time, the effective date of the contract, because the seller's disclosure wasn't given ahead of time. So this is a very good example of a provision of the contract of where, based on the how the agents dealt with the contract, it became a voidable contract. So if an agent
This
receives,
is one of the reasons we say time is of the essence.
hey Warren, so there's only,
Good morning.
good to see you, my friend. There's only one section in our entire contract that's time of the essence. Oh, and I'm going to show you that section. It is earnest money and termination option. So in our entire 23 paragraphs, it only exists in one segment. So technically, the delivery of the seller's disclosure is not a time of the essence built into our contract, but you are right that the contract is voidable if they didn't give it to him prior to going under contract. So our contract allows for 7 days from the moment they do get out of it, and if they never give it to him at all, then after closing, they can terminate the contract all the way through. So we're going to read that paragraph, and I'm going to dissect it for you. There is a checkbox on paragraph 7 that is very, very clear, that talks about a buyer has received the seller's disclosure, or buyer has not received the seller's disclosure. So if you are a listing agent and you're using Seller Shield and you have offer instructions and you've taken your seller's disclosure and uploaded it to the MLS, that's not delivery, by the way. Delivery of the seller's disclosure is by providing it to the buyer as what it says in paragraph 21, notices. Because all notices from one party to another are effective when hand delivered or transmitted as follows and have an email address. And so once, before going under contract, you get an offer. Offer shows the parties' email addresses. The listing agent has a contractual requirement to send a copy of the seller's disclosure to the emails that are in paragraph 21, and that would be proper delivery of the seller's disclosure. This is an important thing that rises to the level of a counter, because if the contract says that the buyer has not received the contract and within 5 days they will get it, my recommendation is to counter that section and say, no, buyer has received the seller's disclosure, initial it by the seller, put the seller's disclosure on that contract and send it back over to them, because no, I'm not going to give them 7 free days. We're going to talk more about that when we dive into the contract. But another example of just how the agents behave in a contract could create a voidable contract, because now you have a unilateral voidable contract on behalf of the buyer because they didn't receive timely delivery of the seller's disclosure. An unenforceable contract is one that can't be performed because of a technical flaw. An example of this would be the heritage tree that is in the as-is provision, or a leaseback that is attached to the contract for 180 days. What is the maximum length of time a leaseback is permitted?
90 days.
That is right. That is correct. And so if we attach a leaseback to a contract, now you have an unenforceable contract because it has a provision that is not allowed. You could also have something else in here, like ambiguous terms. Like the agents decided that, well, I want to have refundable earnest money under this situation because we kind of have something fun going on in this particular contract. So the buyer is in a multiple offer situation and the seller says, if you move forward with this contract, we want 50% of your earnest money to be refundable. So the agents put something in special provisions. Special provisions now conflicts with the contract. And newsflash, paragraph 11 does not countermand what's already in the contract if an agent put it there. And so now you've got ambiguous terms because the contract says two different things. So in order for that to have happened correctly, you would have to actually strike out the language in the contract and then have different language, so that you understand that you don't have ambiguous language, that this is, and this is attorney work. Now, can a party come to you and ask you to change the contract promulgated language? Yes, they can. Can you go to a client and say, I recommend that you change promulgated language?
No.
No, you can't. The parties can do whatever it is they want. And you have to be obedient. That's one of the canons of professional conduct. Loyalty and obedience, old car. The very first one, we have to be obedient. So if that's the case, a lot of agents tell the clients, no, I can't change the language, because they're thinking that that's the illegal practice of law. The illegal practice of law is an agent telling the client, I have a recommendation for you. If you simply change this language, it's going to have an outcome that's going to be either good or bad for you, and this is what I recommend or don't recommend. That's the practice of law. If the clients come to you and says, I want to cross this out for me, fine. We follow their instruction, we get it in writing from them, and we tell the buyer, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, the moment you cross this out, it's going to have 3 repercussions. Number one, I have to advise you to get an attorney because I can't tell you how this is going to affect the contract. And this could put you in a really bad place. And I can no longer advise you on this contract anymore because I have no idea. I don't have the legal rights to explain how the contract is going to react in this situation. And number two, the big one, is that the moment we give this to the other side, they're not going to be able to advise their client on it anyway. They're going to need to get an attorney so that the attorney can advise the client, which means you've kind of put a grenade in the middle of your contract because the agents can't help them with it anymore. And now they have to get an attorney, and attorneys don't react as fast as we do they? So now you have a contract that's just kind of floating out there because a party wanted to insert language. And an attorney can't help themselves. Whenever you're representing an attorney, they cannot help themselves to be crossing things out and changing language, especially as it pertains to paragraph 6. We're going to get into the objections paragraph later today. But they like to change things. And we always have to remind the attorney, remember, you're going to force them to get an attorney. And so if you send an offer with promulgated changes in the promulgated contract, you're likely never to get that offer accepted because another offer will come in and they're going to take the route of least resistance. So anyway, unenforceable contract. These are technical inaccuracies on a contract, a blank, or something that doesn't make sense, something we put in paragraph 11, or like I said, could just be a leaseback that's longer than the term. It could be that a agent tried to override the appraisal contingency for FHA and VA, which the law says notwithstanding any other provision, which we're going to talk about on Friday. What does extra credit points, what does notwithstanding mean?
That it would hold up unless this happens, or unless this is contingent on it holding up. In other words, this will hold up unless this
No,
other
unless.
thing is enforceable. No?
Not unless. You were very close, but it was the exact opposite.
Alone.
Notwithstanding means regardless of what it says
Regard
anywhere else, no matter what it says anywhere else. So if you have language in a contract that says notwithstanding, it means I don't care what it says anywhere else, this provision will prevail. And in federal law, it says that the buyer has the right to terminate a contract if it doesn't appraise for FHA or VA. It says notwithstanding. So federal law says that there cannot be an appraisal waiver for FHA or VA. Period. End of story. No questions about that. An attorney cannot write a provision that is going to be a provision giving the buyer, giving the seller a promise that the buyer won't walk away from an appraisal situation. And so that would be an example of an unenforceable contract if they were to add that. We'll talk about that more on Friday. Okay. So again, we're talking about the first one. What is a valid contract? And a valid contract comes in 5 pieces. And these 5 pieces we're going to talk about for the next 20 minutes. You have competent parties, offer and acceptance, legal purpose, in writing, and consideration. We're going to get confused about consideration, so we're only going to talk about the first 4 because we don't get to play in the consideration realm because consideration is not the earnest money, and people get confused on what the consideration is. So we're just going to talk about the first 4. Competent parties. Is it a good idea for us to take our client out for lunch and have tequila shots while we're showing properties and then go sign a contract? No. There should be no mixing alcohol in contracts ever. Um, who can deem someone incompetent? Us? No.
court of law.
So what happens if you have a client and you go meet with them at the table and you have a conversation with them and they, hey, oh, what do you think my home is worth? And you have a 10-minute conversation and you dig deep and you come up with a number and you tell them what the range is. And then 5 minutes later they say, oh, what do you think my home is worth? And for a minute you pause and you think, we just had that conversation. How is it that they're asking me that question again? And you start seeing signs of dementia. We then have to get with our sales manager and have a conversation with them because you could very well have a situation where you have an unenforceable contract because one of the parties is not competent. And so we need to be looking out for these warning signs. It's not a decision that we can make to say this person isn't competent, but you very could have a situation where you don't have competent parties. We're talking about how to create an enforceable contract, one that can be enforced against the parties if it walks into a courtroom. Incompetent parties, it's not going to be enforceable. Offer and acceptance. So there is a 3-step on offer acceptance we're going to talk about, which is offer, acceptance, and then acknowledgement. because acceptance has to be acknowledged. It can't be a secret that they accepted it. And we're going to talk about this one because this is the one we get wrong most often. Obviously, it has to be for a legal purpose, and obviously, it has to be in writing. All right, so competent parties. We talked enough about that one. We're going to get into offer and acceptance. Mutual consent is often referred to as a meeting of the minds. We talked about mutual consent a moment ago. It means that there was a consensus. For a contract to exist, there must have been a meeting of the minds, offer and acceptance. If an offer is made and someone countered the offer and the counter is returned signed, so let's say you had conversations with the agents. Hey, you got any offers on this property? No, awesome. My client's super interested. And next thing you know, you call them and say, okay, I just sent you an offer. And the agent says, okay, got it. I'm going to present that to my client. They go present it to the client. The client signs it, and then it's emailed back and no communication exists, and you just get an email. The email has nothing in the body, there's no words in there at all, and there is an attachment, and you open up that attachment and it's fully signed. Do you have a contract?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. Because it
Both parties
wasn't.
did not agree.
That is right, it wasn't acknowledged. My client agreed has to exist. It can't be assumed that the party was agreed because they signed the contract. A fully signed contract is a fully signed offer. You've got to let that come all the way through to your DNA. A fully signed contract is a fully signed offer. The trigger that takes a fully signed offer to turn it into a contract is someone saying, I agree. So in that contract, the agent had to have put in there, my client agrees, attached contract here. If that doesn't exist, you have technically a ambiguous contract. And I will tell you that there comes a point in which the parties going through that contract, it looks like a duck and it acts like a duck for a judge to say you guys had a contract because you all act as if you did. But but are we trying to build a bulletproof contract? So if we're trying to build a bulletproof contract, then we understand the moment that takes a fully signed offer and turns it into a contract is the acknowledgement, which means that we know better and we're going to acknowledge it in there so that we dot our I's and cross our T's. So when the attorney says, I want to see at what point where your effective date really was. An attorney says, show me all your text messages and all your emails. And now they're picking you apart because there was no meeting of the minds, there was no acknowledgement. And they're going to argue that, and they're going to say there was no acknowledgement. And they're like, okay, what point then was this turned into a contract? Well, I would agree that the point the contract is when the parties delivered our earnest money and option. That was 2 days later. So your effective date is this date, which means they had two days longer of an option period, which could be happened because you simply didn't acknowledge it. You see? So in order for us to dot our I's and cross our T's, we want to have the documentation and everything in writing so that we can give this to an attorney later and them unravel what we've done and there be no ambiguity at all. That is what we're trying to create here. We talked about legal purpose. Examples of legal purpose is leasebacks that are too long, over paragraph 11 language that could conflict with federal law, like the appraisal contingencies, or a zoning situation, having a contract that is a commercial use and it's not, a residential use that it's not, using the wrong type of contract. You will notice on the condo, on our residential contract, it says not for condominium contracts. And so using our 1 to 4 family on a condo land would not be a legal purpose because it's not the right type of contract for that purpose. Remember, when it comes to zoning, we cannot hint that or sell a property other than what it's currently zoned for. And if a party wants to offer or advertise that a property has a zoning possible that's not the current zoning, they have to go and talk with the municipality and get a zoning change before they can advertise it as a different zone. That's what they allow us real estate agents to do. So in terms of legal purpose, 99% of what we're doing is obviously a legal purpose. And it has to be in writing, contracts, statutes of frauds, all oral negotiations. Can an oral contract close? Sure, it can. Absolutely. Can a contract on a napkin make it all the way to the closing table and fund? Yes, it can, as long as the parties all behave and agree and continue moving forward. But the moment one of those parties says, I'm not happy with this, nobody can enforce it. So nobody can force it to close. What forces it to close is having very clear, written, signed, acknowledged, all of the pieces in place so that if someone stops behaving, you can enforce your rights against them because it's clearly defined.
Is
And
that
so,
also true, Jack, of let's say a handshake deal, like farmers who
mhm.
do handshake deals?
1,000,000%.
Okay.
As long as both of them stand behind their word and not have a misunderstanding and get to the closing table, 1,000%. It just can't be enforced. They can't take it to a court and say, I shook his hand, he promised me, and I want you to enforce it. That's not going to be a thing because all contracts have to be in writing to be enforceable, not to be a valid contract. You can have a valid, unenforceable contract, you just can't enforce it. And earnest money is not consideration. That's going to be an exam question. This was the thing that when I was teaching at Champions, the thing that they had the most difficulty with in terms of consideration. Consideration is just something given in exchange for a promise. There's no requirement for the consideration to be in the form of money. Value does not always mean money. And most valuable things in life aren't money. It could just simply be the quiet, peaceful enjoyment. 99% of the time, the courts will say, quiet, peaceful enjoyment is the consideration for the contract. I'm buying this home because I want it. And that is the consideration that is built on bringing the contract together.
So I guess to go back to what you just said, I guess our word could be consideration because of the value of our word on a
A
handshake
thousand,
deal?
a million percent, yes.
Okay.
1,000%.
Uh,
The consideration is I trust you. Could be that too. But what consideration is not is earnest money because earnest money is something different. Earnest money is liquidated damages. We don't have an earnest money contract. We do not have an earnest money contract in the state. And so our contracts are based on both parties coming together, having an agreement, and signing it, and has nothing to do with the earnest money. The earnest money doesn't make the contract. The consideration is just the parties coming together. Under paragraph 1, and under paragraph 1, it says, seller agrees to sell and buyer agrees to buy. That is the basis of the contract. So again, enforceable contract. How many of you use the word execute a contract? What really is an execute a contract?
When it's closed.
That is
Fully
true.
signed.
When it's not when it's fully signed.
It's when it's completely closed at title and funded.
That's right. Because we don't have the type of contract that is fully executed upon signature. There are some types of contracts that, like a sale of a business, you very well maybe have a contract that is fully executed on signed. We have what's called an executory contract, which means at the time everybody signs it, there's a lot of promises that get made from the moment it gets signed and turned into from an offer to a contract, and now you have an executory contract. So it does mean the word execute can mean sign a contract, but it's not an executed contract. The contract was executed. Could mean that the contract is signed. Title companies like to use that word, but it's very incorrect, inappropriate to say it because a fully executed contract is one that's fully closed. So I want you guys to be using the word executory. Now you will see on page 10 of the contract, it says this contract was executed on this date. and they're using that word as the word signed. Okay. But if you turn around and say we have an executed contract, I really would rather you say executory contract. It's just more correct. I want you guys to have a better foundation so that we're using the right lingo instead of when talking with an attorney, they're going to correct you. I've had many conversations with attorneys that they wish there was about 8 hours of contract training before real estate agents are allowed to touch pen to paper, to have more foundational so that they're not going out there setting the wrong precedents. Not all states work the same way. You have people coming here from California and they don't have option periods and they don't have the same type of contracts we do. And so how we refer to our contracts in its different state matters. So we talked about competent parties, we talked about offer and acceptance, we talked about legal purpose. Now we're going to talk about two more things before we jump into the quiz questions. Option period, bilateral versus unilateral. We talked about that for a little bit as we were going through the first slide today. Termination option, or the option period, is a unilateral contract. There are sections of the contract where only one party is required to perform, and we call these contingencies. And I'm gonna talk a little bit about contingencies and how important it is to understand that a contract that doesn't have contingencies is a very dangerous thing for a buyer to sign. A cash transaction, no HOA, you and with no option period, the buyer really has very few ways to exit that contract. So the buyer really needs to, in our opinion, have an option period so that they can have some type of way to learn more about the property and determine if they want to purchase the property or not. We have a form, 99 form, a Realty Texas form, the dangers about not moving forward with an option period. Texas Realtors does not, Truck and Texas Realtors have opinions on option periods. They don't believe that real estate agents should be recommending that a buyer not have an option period. We should be very much advocating for the use of an option period and the proper way to extend an option period, because in order to extend an option period, you have to pay for it. And I'm going to show you an article today where it says trying to extend an option period for $1 is not going to fly. So we're going to talk about this little unilateral point and all of the, what unilateral really just typically means, some type of contingency.
So is that option period when you want to do your due diligence?
Exactly right. That's when you're going to do all your inspections and you're going to gather enough information about the property to determine whether or not you want to move forward. And if the buyer deems that they don't want to move forward, they've got a couple of options. They can renegotiate the contract to a state that makes sense for them to move forward, or they can terminate the contract and receive their earnest money back, because the option funds, the purchasing that option gives them the right to get a full refund of the earnest money. But they will never, ever get a full refund of the option. Option is non-refundable unless they purchase the property. So if they exercise their right to terminate the contract for which the option fee was paid, then they get their earnest money back. The seller keeps the option. But if they never exercise the option period, then at closing, the seller returns the option fee as a credit to the buyer.
Now, if they go beyond the option period and then they don't end up going to closing, then they lose both their option fee and their earnest money.
If they have no other contingency and they breach the contract, they will not receive the earnest money back in a contract breach. That is correct. But if they don't breach the contract and they had a valid reason to terminate the contract, they may get the earnest money back, but they will never get the option back. If they don't close, they're not getting the option back. If they do close, they will. Good question. All right, so a bilateral. This is a contract in which both of them, your contract on its without any contingencies, your contract is bilateral. I love asking this question to see how many people get it right. How many outs to the contract does the seller have?
How many what? Outs?
Uh-huh.
It used to be 38, but I think Reba has up to 44, 45.
Seller, Mary Beth.
Oh, sorry,
Seller.
two.
No, not two.
Technically
None.
one.
It's zero.
So
Zero.
I would say that the seller has zero unless there's a breach. And if there's a breach, there's one, and there's only one breach that will get a seller out of the contract. If the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money in time, between the time that they owe the earnest money 3 days after the effective date of the contract, on day 4, if the buyer still has not delivered earnest money, the seller can call breach, and the seller has the right in the contract, because the contract says if the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money in time, the seller can terminate the contract. So the only right a seller has to terminate a contract ever is if the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money on time. The seller has zero right to terminate the contract. The seller cannot change their mind. There's not a single provision in the contract to allow a seller out. Now, that's not to say that the seller is going to be forced to say yes to any of the buyer's demands. The seller can say, no, 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 I'm not going to give you a reduction in the option period. No, I'm not going to do anything. The original contract, if the buyer agrees and closes with the original contract, the seller had zero way to exit the contract. But the buyer has lots of ways to exit a contract, more than 30. And so, again, I want you guys to understand that the contract, there is zero ways for a buyer to exit a contract and a zero ways for the seller to exit the contract unless there's a contingency. And a contingency was created for the seller to exit the contract if the buyer doesn't deliver the earnest money in time. I'm going to show you that language as we're going through the contract. There's many contingencies in the contract that give the buyer the right to back out, but every single one of them are written in the contract. And so we have to understand what those contingencies are so that we can properly represent our client. So when our client comes to us and says, I won't buy this property more, I want you to find me a way out. All right, my fiduciary duty is to see if there's a way out of this contract, or maybe is it? Because does Chuck say that we have to be fair to all parties? And if a buyer is wanting to exit the contract because they don't like it anymore, is that a valid reason?
No, they need to seek legal advice.
It's not a valid reason. And so if the agent is trying to find a way out because the buyer doesn't like it anymore, that could be bad faith on the agent and the buyer, because the buyer was given rights to the seller to exit the contract for certain reasons. And if those reasons pop up and are valid, then the buyer has an out. But if the buyer's reason is because they don't like it and they're trying to find a way, the agent could be failing on their fiduciary duties, because they still have to be fair to all parties. 531-2. Okay. What is a novation? This is important for you to know for one reason. How many of you had a situation where you have two parties in a contract, maybe two buyers, and a husband, wife, mom and son, dad and a son, whoever the parties are on the buy side, and they're obtaining financing, and one of them is not able to be on the loan for whatever reason, and the lender says, look, you guys can move forward, but I need this person off the contract. Ever have that situation happen? Most of us have. What happens if the seller says, you know what, I've got a backup offer that's marketably higher than yours. I've told you that I'm not going to sign anything. So no, I'm not going to amend the contract to change the parties. I have no interest in doing that. So y'all can just go away so I can sell this to someone else for more. That would be considered a contract novation, and a contract novation does not require signatures or initials. Moving a contract from an expired form onto a new form, if maybe you had the effective date before a contract became expired and it's going on, and they're going to move it to the non-expired form, which is not required but could happen on a novated form. But Are all of our contracts assignable in Texas? Real estate contracts are assignable. And so anyone can assign a contract. They have to provide notice to the other party, but it's not an agreement. So a contract can change parties without a signature. I have it happen all the time. The lender who works in multiple states, usually licensed in multiple states, has it in their mind that that has to be signed. And then I talk to the lender and say, I want to talk to your branch manager. And I have a conversation with them. And every single time I make it go away. It does not need to be signed. They want it to be signed, but it doesn't have to be signed. So just know a novation means that you're moving the language from one form to another, and it doesn't change the agreement of the parties. Um, how many of you have ever had a contract that was countered? How many of you do in real estate back in the days when we used fax machines? I know many of you were born after fax machines died, but that's a whole other conversation. For those of us who remember, every time it faxed, it got smaller and smaller and smaller because there was a header. And that header would be it. So you fax it to someone, and now there's a new header. And so now it has two headers. So the body gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's been faxed back and forth 10 times. And you have a contract that has a 1-inch square in the middle of it, and no one can read it, even with a magnifying glass. So you can novate it and say, okay, here is the language, and we're going to put it on top so that everyone can see what that language was. That is what a novated contract is. We'll use that word novation when you come to me, especially about a lender who wants to change parties or amend the parties off. How long are our statutes of limitations for real estate? 100 years, 5 years, 16 years? What is it? If you have the right to sue for a certain amount of time, and that's the doctrine of lashes. In Texas, the statute of limitations is 2 years for an oral agreement or 4 years for a written agreement. So again, you can't force them. You can sue someone for an agreement and go back and forth, and a court is going to try to figure out how to enforce this agreement. And usually you're not going to get very far with that. But for us and what we do, it's 4 years. And so I have a fun attorney friend of mine who likes to make jest of this. What do you call closed documents that are over 4 years old? Evidence. And so that's what they call it. And so we keep all of our evidence here forever uh, because we find value in doing that. But anything that's over 4 years old, they can't ask you for. Okay.
Jack, is that 4 years after closing or?
That depends. It could be from when the client found out about an issue. And so, but typically, if it's a failure to disclose, it could be when the matter was uncovered. But typically, it's 4 years from closing, unless it's a failure to disclose situation. Okay, now we're still kind of talking about this underlying definitions so that we can be sitting on the right definitions. So we're using the right words in the right situations, and then we're going to talk through the contract. Reasons for termination. Mutual agreement. If both parties decide, let's say the buyer has no contingencies at all left, they're out of contingencies. The seller, halfway through the contract, obviously there is no contingency for a seller to get out. So the parties have no contingencies. Can they agree to exit the contract? 1,000,000% yes. If both of the parties agree, then they can. There's a difference, though. We're gonna talk about a very fun thing called default awareness. If you provide notice of future default, that's actually a thing, and it puts a contract in that state. So if you're gonna tread very carefully, the two words we're never gonna mutter as a real estate agent is default. I don't ever, 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 ever want to hear you tell another agent a contract is in default if the parties haven't invoked default. It is an invocation. Default is something that's invoked. The parties can breach a contract, which means that they have failed to abstain their promises. But in every single contract breach, the parties can determine if they're going to cure the breach, or they're going to call default and put the contract into the state of default. If you say default, what you're saying is my client has invoked default and the contract is now terminated. You're not Jesus. We don't bring people back to life. We can't bring the contract back to life. The moment a contract is terminated, there is no way to repair that damage. If they want to go and put a new contract together, they can, but the option period has been spent on the old contract. That gets refunded to the seller, keeps it. They enter into a new contract and a new option period if they want that. It's a whole new contract, new effective date, all of it. Timeline start all over again. Once you terminate a contract, there is no way to undo that damage. And invoking default is a very, very, very serious thing. Using the word default is a very serious thing. Using the word breach would be what most agents are referring to. So when an agent calls me and says, your client's in default, and I say, are you meaning to terminate this contract? What are you talking about? In a situation of a breach, which is where I believe we are, there are remedies. But in a default, it's an immediate termination of the contract, and one party is either to accept the earnest money as liquidated damages or force suing for performance. Where are we here? Are we in breach? Be very careful that, and sometimes we need to educate the person on the other side, because if this goes to court and a contract breach, that's kind of a warning sign that thunder is coming and you've got bad weather on the horizon. And so that is a point in which you're not correcting them because you're trying to educate them so that they can be a better real estate professional. You're trying to keep the language clean so that if this goes to the courts and you've got attorneys looking at this, you can see that your I's were dotted and T's were crossed. Because again, I have served as an expert witness and I've seen what has happened, and it's a very eye-opening experience. And if you've ever go and just want to go into a courtroom and sit as a fly in the wall in the back and watch what happens in one of these situations, you will do what I did, and you will go and you will buy all the Vernon's annotated codes, and you're going to learn it from stem to stern, because you will say, never will I allow myself there. And so that's when you start realizing the importance of using the right terminology, like default. So reasons for termination: mutual agreement. Both of them said, okay, we agree to let each other out of it, and we're going to terminate the contract. And there's going to be agreements that are going to need to be made about compensation for their real estate agents. How many of you know that the listing agreement states that if a seller defaults, or if a seller is awarded earnest money, that part of that earnest money is earned by the real estate agent? Very clear language in your contracts that what we're agreeing with the seller and the buyers. So if they agree to terminate, the commission was earned. Now there's a conversation. Yeah, you guys can terminate this, but there will be fees to this. And let's figure out what those fees are and negotiate that through. And it's not to the agent to negotiate the fee, because the fee is what the actual agreement said, which was the representation agreement. And that would have to go to a sales manager if you're going to modify that representation agreement. Termination for a buyer out, like an option period or any kind of contingency, which is a unilateral contract, buyer had an out. Or if the one situation where a seller has the ability to jettison, get out of a contract, and that's if the buyer doesn't deliver the earnest money in time. Or a reason for a termination could be a breach of contract that is elevated to a default and the contract is terminated. And so these are our three ways to terminate a contract. So contracts don't terminate themselves. Neither do offers. If you have a multiple offer situation and you're a listing agent and there's 3 offers on the table, How many of you have been in a situation where you're the buyer agent and you submitted an offer for your client and the they came back and said, "Oh, we accepted another offer." What is your obligation in that moment to do for your client?
I could say two things. One, ask if they want to put in a backup, or the other one would be withdraw the offer.
Thank you, Cindy. They must withdraw the offer because there could be a situation where the offer, the first offer that the listing agent had, they didn't like. They're like, no, this one doesn't work out. The parties didn't deliver earnest money. They let each other out of it. The buyer just disappeared, whatever. They didn't get it signed. And then they come back and say, offer accepted to you. What happens if you didn't withdraw the offer and you left the offer out there and then they came back 2 days later and said offer accepted? Where are you now with your offer?
You're in a contract.
You're in an option period and the option period's been spent. Exactly right, Lewis. And they have to notify you. They have to acknowledge the fact that, offer and acceptance, we accept your offer. Now, obviously they can't counter you back and say, now we have a contract, but if they sign it and return it back, you're in the option period. Now, the buyer might already be under contract on something else. And so now you're like, oh my gosh. Now we're going to have to exercise our right, which means we're going to have to go to the title company and deposit our earnest money in option so that we have delivered the checks timely and then deliver termination and then have the refund of the earnest money signed from that title company, giving a refund of the earnest money back to the buyer because you didn't put a bow on it and you didn't clean up after yourselves. So remember that there is a promulgated form, withdrawal of offer, that's promulgated by TREC, not Texas Realtors, so it's required use. So if you submit an offer and you don't get your offer accepted, you have to withdraw the offer. Now, if they counter you, that's a different thing. A counter is not a withdrawal. A counter is a termination. We reject it. That's different. But if you just send the offer to the black hole that is a multiple offer situation and you never hear back from them, or they just say we went with another offer, they didn't technically terminate your offer. So you should clean up after yourselves again, dot your I's, cross your T's. Because if your buyer's mad at you and wants to sue, well, you've got a problem now because you don't use the promulgated form to withdraw that offer. So again, our job is not to, our job is to put a bow on everything and clean up after ourselves and make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's and have bulletproof contracts. Cindy, I saw your hand up. Thank you.
I was going to illustrate that because actually what the scenario you gave about having a backup offer happened to me. It was during Super Bowl. I got notice from the listing agent that we came in second. Right? I'm like, okay, well, it just started. I'm like, I'll tell my clients. I told my clients I wouldn't update them till the morning, right? Because they were watching. So I was like, well, I'll just save them. I'll just call them in the morning saying that they missed out. 2 hours later, the listing agent called me and said, "Hey, did you let your clients know that they were second?" I'm like, "No, I hadn't had time yet. I was watching the game." And he's like, "Well, the first offer, they bailed. They went with another house, and they're not moving forward. So we automatically just moved up." And I told my clients, after we went under contract, what happened. But they're like, "Well, sweet to us, right? But it can happen." And if I
Um,
had sent that, and if I had sent the withdrawal immediately, I mean, not saying don't do that, but sometimes things don't always work out all the way.
Exactly right. And so, the client might, if they had sent the withdrawal immediately, then now they would have been in play again, and we would have had to resubmit an offer. And so, if the buyer is back in the home shopping mode, we don't want to be surprised by getting an offer accepted. We want to know that we have an offer out. And so, at that point, when we no longer want to have an offer out, we need to clean up after ourselves and use the um, rescind offer form. Okay.
I still have a question.
Okay, Mary Beth.
So two things. So let's say that you, either side doesn't matter, but you went back and forth, and then some time sits around that nobody does anything, and then all of a sudden the listing agent executes it or whatever, says, "Oh, we accepted your offer." But was that really mutual consent if you never really, even though it was in writing? I'm just asking, playing devil's advocate here. And then what happens if then they immediately terminate and they never paid option, never pay earnest? Like, how do you, obviously we're not lawyers, can't enforce it, but how do you handle that?
So you did have mutual consent because you had offer and acceptance. Offer and acceptance, and then communicated the acceptance. So the buyer still had an offer out. So they didn't withdraw that offer. That offer still existed. So then the seller says, I accept your offer. And they communicated that acceptance back. That was a mutual consent. You offered me something. You'd never said that you weren't going to offer that to me anymore.
Correct.
We accepted. Now you are under contract. The contract is now valid. Now, your next question was, what happens if they refuse to deliver option and they deliver earnest? If they fail to deliver the checks 3 days after the effective date of the contract, they no longer have an option. And the seller now has the right to terminate the contract because they didn't. But if the seller says, no, I want to sue them to perform, now the buyer is in breach, and the buyer now, we're going to need to get we're going to do one of two things. We're going to send a demand letter, talk to the seller. What do you want to do? Do you want to force these guys? Do you want to force this to get your earnest money? And what do you want to do? They're going to say, I want them to buy the property. Okay, fine. We get
So
an
even if
attorney.
they sent their termination, like they immediately
term-
go, "Oh, no, I don't want to do it," but they didn't do, they're
No,
still in
you,
breach.
you don't have, you have to terminate under a provision of the contract.
That's
And so
correct. Okay.
there is no way to terminate because they don't have a provision. They don't have a contingency to terminate under. A termination has a form and we have to select under what provision the buyer is terminating. They
And
don't
they
have the
didn't.
option period. And
Correct.
now they're in breach. So the breach, the seller's already damaged in a damaged state. So now the seller now can sue for the earnest money as liquidated damages. And if they didn't deliver the earnest money, the seller can go after whatever untold damages the seller has. And the seller could say, we went pending. Now everyone knows the world's pending. You've harmed my listing. I'm going to sue you for $1 million. Before, you had a cap on your damages, which was the earnest money. But now I'm going to sue you for $1 million. And it's going to cost $300,000 to get this thing out of court. And you're going to lose. And then you're going to pay my $300,000 in attorney's fees. And then I'm going to get the earnest money.
Okay. I wanted to hear you say it. Thank you.
So it is a very, very dangerous place. The buyer should be begging the seller to take the earnest money because lawyers are expensive. And the only way that you get out of paying the lawyer fees is by giving the earnest money as liquidated damages. Okay. So we have offer and acceptance. Whoever is on the accepting side has what's called the power of acceptance. They have the rights to do these 4 things, which is exactly what Mary Beth was alluding to. They have the right to do nothing. They have the right to reject the offer. They have the right to accept the offer. They have the right to counter the offer. And counter offer keeps going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until someone says, I'm withdrawing my offer, or no, I'm going to reject your offer. The do nothing thing. Now, that is not a technical right because we don't have the right to do nothing anymore. What happens if your client gets you get an offer, you're representing maybe the seller, and you bring the seller an offer that a buyer sent you that's $100,000 under asking price, and you feel that you were priced really, really well and to begin with, and the seller very, very offended. How dare them offer me so low on my property? They take a personal offense as if they've been personally harmed in that offer. And they say, I don't want you to respond to them. Just don't even acknowledge the fact that you got an offer. Do you have that right?
Now you have to present all offers to your clients.
You did present the offer. You did. Right? Because you gave it to the seller and the seller said, I don't want you to respond to it. So the buyer's agent called me 3 times saying, are you accepting my offer? Did you get my offer? And the seller says, I don't want you to respond to them at all because the seller agent, said, "Here, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, here's an offer I got for here's an offer you got for $100,000 under asking price. What do you want to do with this?" And the seller says, the buyer's asking me how do you want me to respond to this?
Yeah, but we have to be fair and honest to all parties.
And the seller says, "I don't want you to say anything. We have to be obedient to our seller." And our seller says, "Don't say a thing to them ever again. Pretend like they're not even alive." Do we have that right? You're on the right track.
Yes. Yes.
Why? Why do you have that right? Doesn't Trek say as an agent you have 2 days to respond to all agents?
Your seller client does not have to respond.
That's
That's
right.
their right.
But who does have to respond?
You can respond and say,
But that's not what they said. They said to you, Elisa,
Ignoring them.
they
Yeah.
said, "Elisa, I want you to ignore them. I want you to pretend like they're not alive. Don't ever say anything." I've had clients do this. I want you to just to go dark and say nothing because this is offensive and I just ignore them. Can you ignore them?
Oh, but you ignored me and I'm a mixed race couple. Maybe they
It has
ignored
nothing
me
to do with
because of
fair housing.
this. No?
Nope. It has to do with the Trek law says that every single agent must respond to another party within 2 business days,
So
or your
shouldn't we
license
tell
is
our
not
seller
valid.
that we
So
have an
then,
Yeah.
obligation to track?
so
That we
then
are,
what we tell is exactly what Maribeth said, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. I am duty bound to respond, but what I can tell them is the seller has chosen not to respond to your offer.
yeah,
That is perfectly okay. But me blackballing, stonewalling, whatever you want to call it, I'm not going to respond at all. I'm just going to go dark. That's not a thing. We have to communicate back. And so I want you guys to know that you have a duty to communicate, even if the communication is simply to say that the other side is choosing not to respond to the offer. But we have a duty to respond within 2 days. And so this idea that you sent in an offer and then you call them back and 5 days later they haven't responded to your offer, that is putting a license on the line. So we have to respond. And I want you guys to know that. Okay. Acceptance is a really big deal. We accept. It does not come with the word but. I have had this happen so many times. "Hi, Jack. This is the listing agent at 123 Main Street. Thank you so much for your offer. I just presented it to my seller. They're super excited to have the opportunity to work with you guys. They're going to accept your offer, but we're going to counter you for just one small thing. But they're going to accept your offer." Does that conversation work out? Does that jive? Is that language we should be using?
No.
Do acceptance is unequivocal. That's the legal term for acceptance. It's
As
unequivocal.
is, where is.
It is exactly that. It is unequivocal.
That example
Exactly
sounds
as
like a
the
counter
contract
offer.
is. There is no but, because the moment you say but, it's a counter, and a counter is a two-step deal. It is a rejection of the offer, substituting with the brand new offer, which means that you don't have power of acceptance anymore. They have to accept all over again. And in that it can yield you to all kinds of issues. So sometimes you want to be careful because the seller in that moment had the ability to accept it. And now you're under contract already. But the moment that you counter them, they have to agree. And if they've changed their mind or they're looking at something else and they have to sign it again, you might have just taken what would be under contract and now you're kind of praying that they're going to come back again. So sometimes we have to look at the merits of something and determine, do you really want to terminate that offer and submit a new offer because the agent doesn't like the title company? And how many times has a listing agent called you and said, "This is a great offer, but we're just going to counter you on the title company"? How many times has that happened to you in your career? They rejected your offer. Do you think the seller really gives a flying flip of what title company is being used? I mean, 99.9% of the time, no. You might be dealing with one of your closers who's you're representing on a buyer and they want to use their own title company. Sure, that does exist sometimes. But 99% of the time is that the agent's at the helm of this because the agent wants to work in a title company that they like because it's easier for them. And so, would you think that maybe an agent countering an offer because of title company would be a fiduciary failure?
Most indubitably, yes.
So we have to have a conversation with the seller about what that means. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you have an offer. If you sign it right now, you're under contract. If you counter it, it's a termination it's a rejection of their offer submitted by a whole new offer with a new set of terms, and they may or may not accept it. So it comes with risk. I really like this title company and I really want to use it. And so do you want to reject this offer and submit a new offer to them so that we can use my title company? Does that sound like a conversation you want to have with your seller? It's not a conversation that I have. So if you're only countering on something as trivial as a title company because you want to use another title company, you better get your client involved in that, because if this gets unwound and something happened later and you're sitting in court because your client's mad because they went in a different direction and you could have had this under contract, you could have a whole lot of liability and risk there. Okay.
Jack, I'd like to jump in there and say that I have had that happen. And the only circumstance was a very difficult probate, and judge and lawyer was involved. And the executor, and they were like, no, we're not dealing with anybody else. The judge has already been dealing with this title person. We're not. And so sometimes there is an exception to that.
A million times. And in a situation like that, it should be a lot of dialogue going on between at the offer stage. When the agent calls you and says, hey, you guys have any offers on this property? No, we have title open. This is a probate situation. And so we really need to use this title company. And now you get an offer and it's got the different title company. You know it's a big deal. They're going to sign the counter all day long because they know that it's a big deal. And so that absolutely is true. And Mary Beth, it could also be that the title company has been helping you with maybe a lien that gets against the property for a UCC filing for, I don't know, water softener, or maybe a panel, solar panels. And they've contacted the lien holder and got all this worked out, and they've done all this extra work, and the seller has already developed a relationship with this closer, and the seller really wants to work with this title company because they've already got their payoff and all this stuff is already done. So then, buyer agent, the seller really wants to use this title company for these reasons because they already have it open. They've already, and it makes sense. You're telling a story. But if it's just because the agent, we need the moral of the story is we should not be recommending we should not just counter it, send it to the seller for signature, and then send it over to the buyers. We should be talking to our client about what their options are and not making decisions for them. Explain what their options are and then let them make the decisions that works best for them. Okay, thank you, Mary Beth. All right, we're about to go on break. We're going to go on break in about 5 minutes. We're going to get through 2 more of these slides. Question: cash buyer. No contingencies, which means there's no option period, and the home does not appraise. Now, home does not
Why does it
appraise.
matter?
Cash buyer.
If they're a cash buyer, why do they need an appraisal?
Let me finish answering my
It's
question,
not
but I like where
required.
you're going with that. Cash buyer with no contingencies, home does not appraise. What are the buyer options? Cash buyer with no contingencies decides they don't want to buy the home. What happens? Seller signs a contract and later decides he doesn't want to sell. What happens? So answer. Number 1, just like Warren was saying, buyer has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, the commissions are due because it's the lender's appraisal, not the buyer's. So the answer here is to underline the fact of what Warren said. What does it matter? If the buyer is doing cash sale and they order an appraisal, it's because they're curious, not because it's going to have any effect on the contract. And number 2, a cash buyer with no contingencies and they don't want to buy the home anymore. What happens? If there are truly no contingencies, the buyer has no out to the contract. That means they breach the contract, which means commissions are due and lawsuits are going to happen and all kind of bad things are going to happen unless the seller says, I'm willing to accept the Earnest money is liquidated damages, and I'm not going to sue you. I'm just going to take your earnest money and walk away. That's the agreement between the parties, nothing to do with us. But if the earnest money is earned, the listing agent gets 50% of that earnest money according to the listing agreement. And number 3, seller signs a contract and later decides they don't want to sell anymore. What happens? Seller has no right to exit the sale. If they breach the contract, it's commission. So what I'm trying to express here is parties can't just walk away. They have to have a reason to walk away. And a reason is called a contingency. And that contingency, if they decide that they're just going to refuse to move forward, well, that's what I call not behaving. They're no longer behaving, and they very well may breach the contract. And if they breach the contract, the non-defaulting or non-breaching party now has a certain rights that are exposed to them. In which paragraph, guys? Half of you have learned your 23 paragraphs and you memorize them forwards and backwards. Which paragraph is it? Impress me. Gift card for the first person to say it.
15.
Who said it?
15 default.
15.
All right. Paragraph 15 default is the paragraph. Thank you, Andrew. All right. So in the spirit of what I was talking about before, what's that, Michael? Michael and Andrew are going to go in the other room on break. They're going to arm wrestle, and the person who wins gets the gift card. I'm going to film it and send it to you. It's going to be fun. I've got $20 on Michael Avila. Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah.
Michael just had a wedding.
He carried the bride.
He got bills.
They can split. They can split.
So this is the very top of our 1 to 4 family home. And notice on the top it says not for use for condominium contracts. We're going to go and break that apart and explain why they put that there. But more importantly, can someone read to me the sentence on the end of paragraph 1? That sentence at the bottom, where people don't seem to ever read that particular sentence. Someone read it for the...
Seller agrees to sell and convey to buyer, and buyer agrees to buy from seller the property defined below. That one?
Uh-huh. Guys, that is the contract. Is there a word but in there anywhere?
No.
There is no buts in there. The seller agreed to sell, buyer agrees to buy, period, done. That's the contract. It is in paragraph 1, it's at the top of the contract, and that is the contract. A but means a contingency, and a contingency means that both parties agreed for that contingency. The seller and the buyer agreed that under this circumstance, the party can exit the contract for this reason. That's what the contingencies are about. So I think that a lot of agents come to a contract thinking, well, the buyer should have, if the property doesn't appraise, the buyer should have an out, or the buyer should be able to get out under all these situations. And the answer is, what does the contract say? What did the parties agree to? Because there is no should, it's what does the contract say? That's a very, very different situation, a very different outcome. So contingencies. Texas real estate contract contingencies are conditions that must be met for the contract to move forward. They have to meet the contingency and move forward, or exercise the contingency and exit. And what does the contract say for that contingency? Is it a release of earnest money? Is it a loss of option? What is it? The contract has many contingencies for the buyer and the seller. Over 30 for a buyer, 1 for a seller. But the contingency, I changed my mind, the only contingency for I changed my mind is what?
Termination option.
Option period. An option that has been paid for and valid is the only I change my mind contingency that's in our contract. The buyer and seller must have read the contract carefully. They need to understand what they're signing up for because they're promising to buy and promising to sell. Now, and they need to understand what contingencies they're agreeing to, because the contract says they must move forward unless they have a valid excuse. And the valid excuses are listed very clearly on our buyer's notice of termination. And here they are. And here's our 8 Number one is option period. Number two, they can't obtain financing and they paid for the appraisal contingency and they executed and terminated during that appraisal, but the number of days while that contingency existed. The property doesn't satisfy the property approval, meaning the lender can't provide financing. The buyer elects to terminate under paragraph A, the addendum for HOA, meaning that the HOA documents were insufficient. Buyer elects to terminate under 7B2, which is a seller's disclosure notice, meaning that they didn't get the seller's disclosure in time, and now they're going to exit the contract within those 7 days. Huge failure for an agent to allow this to be an out in the first place, because they should have given it to him before they went under contract, not giving him those 7 days to begin with. Buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 3 of the addendum concerning right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. I'm going to show you that. If that form is used, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, it's track 49-1. I'm going to show you that what that contract says, and it has to be used for them to be able to exercise that right, and it can only be used for conventional loans, not cash or anything else. And paragraph 60 of the contract. And we're going to talk a lot about title and all of the HOA docs and the title notices. We're going to dig deep into that probably right as we get back from our second break. Or other for another contingency that was there, but you really have 7 basic contingencies that are built into the contract that are serious enough for Trek to put on here as a reason for buyer's right to terminate. I would go as far as to say that these 7 are the ones that you should have given the buyer an understanding that they have a contingency for, as well as the seller. Okay, so when we get back from our first break, we're going to talk about the difference between breach of contract, default of contract, and how agents should guide their contract through the different states a contract is in as it pertains to breach and default. It is 10:33. Let's come back at 10:43. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. All right, everyone. Welcome back from your break. Lisa has some general housekeeping things to go over with all of you. Lisa.
Yes, there's a lot of visitors in today, and I need to know if you want CE credit because I have to give that information to Miguel so I can invoice you. Because if we don't get that paid before the end of class, then you will not get the CE credit, and I don't want you to miss out on that. If you're a mega student and you've already signed up for it, don't worry, we already have that information. And also, reminder, mega students, make sure your videos are on, because if they're not on, then I can't give you credit. So be aware, if you can't see yourself in the group or on screen, then your video's not on. I'm trying to ping you every once in a while, but that's very helpful. And yeah, and then we'll take a, later on, I'll get a head count again, just to verify who will be here in person tomorrow. I have a few of you that let me know that you will be. I have 2 that told me they will be on screen only. And also we'll talk about the happy hour later too. Thanks,
Woo!
Jeff.
All kinds of fun and exciting things coming up this week. Thank you, Lisa. All right, so as you know, this is a class that is approved. I'm an approved instructor by Trek, and these classes have to be recorded and put it into our database so that we can save it for later. If they want to pull this class, they can. And anyone who has their video off cannot receive credit. So just know we have rules that we have to obey, and Lisa is making sure that we do so. So we don't lose our right to teach these classes. Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone. So if you are intending to get credit, we need to see your video on. There are 4 types of general breaches that a client can breach in a contract: a minor breach, an actual breach, an anticipatory breach, or a material breach. I think this is interesting for real estate agents to know, because how many of you have a threat? Well, my client says they're not going to close. That is an anticipatory breach, and that actually has repercussions even stating that claim. And so we have to understand our words sometimes invoke things that we don't even realize it because we weren't aware that maybe there is something called an an anticipatory breach. But if a buyer notifies the seller 2 weeks before closing that they're not going to proceed, guess what? The seller can terminate, return the earnest money, and sue for damages. And so when I said there's kind of a second one, if a buyer says that the seller, uh, if a buyer tells the listing agent that the buyer's not going to close, the seller can terminate the contract. And that is a huge, huge, scary thing for an agent to have done, because if they're bluffing and their client doesn't even know it and they exercise the rights on the other side, you have just committed an atrocity in a contract that can never be undone. So, what do you mean you terminated the contract? Well, yeah. So, examples of a breach of contract for a buyer: failure to deposit earnest money. Paragraph 5, buyer doesn't deposit the required earnest money by the deadline. That would be an example of a breach. Failure to obtaining financing in paragraph 2B is an example. Refusal to close. Impact, seller can terminate or seek remedies. Again, this is under your typical breach. But we have breach of contract by buyer, breach of contract by seller, default of contract. So a breach could be a lot of different ways where a buyer has breached the contract. In a breach, there are always ways to cure a breach. So we have to understand that breach is the parties not behaving versus default is the buyer's not behaving and one of the parties call default. And now paragraph 15 is invoked and the contract immediately is terminated. And now default remedies are going to be seek whether it's going to be earnest money as liquidated damages, or it's going to be we're not accepting earnest money as liquidated damages. And if you're in a situation where a contract has been breached and someone's called default and they're refusing earnest money, it means you're about to get sued into oblivion. And so when a seller says, or a buyer says, I'm not giving them my earnest money, they shouldn't have it, and I'm refusing to sign the release of earnest money, it is probably the most dangerous thing that they can do. So it's why it's so important that a buyer seek the advice of attorney so that they understand what they're doing. A final uncured breach where the non-breaching party terminates the contract by invocation, ends the contract, and makes it legally dead. Once a contract is in default, it cannot be revived. Default is typically invoked after a breach is not cured within a specific time frame, and you can have a situation where it's been in breach for so long and the parties didn't cure it that a judge would call it a default. Well, you're 3 weeks after closing and you're still refusing. It's no one is called default. This contract has been defaulted based on the actions of the parties, and so a judge or attorneys can invoke default based on what they believe the will of the parties were based on their actions. But us agents, we have to understand we can't use the word default. Another type of default, payment default. Buyer doesn't wire the money for their down payment. Performance default, failure to perform critical obligations such as delivering title or vacating the property after closing can also be a default. And there could be a technical default. Refusing to provide the seller disclosure could be considered a default, but it's, or a lot of other remedies. Okay. Again, buyer side defaults as well. So when it comes to the difference between a breach and a default, the big takeaway here is agents can advise clients when the parties are behaving, but when parties are no longer behaving, our sentiment is you guys need to seek the advice of an attorney, and it's our opinion that the contract has been breached based on our understanding of the contract. If a party wants to invoke default, they can, or cure the breach. And we can help them through the process of curing a breach, but we can't help them with the process of notifying default and then seeking default remedies. We're going to need an attorney involved to help them with that. Okay, I have some fun for all of you. We are going to nerd out over some contract questions. And let's see, we're going to have a poll and a quiz. And we're going to invoke this one. 15 questions, launch. Okay. You guys can see number 1, yes? Okay. You should be able to see them all as we're going down. You can see the contract and you can see the options, and you should be able to pick one. So I'm going to bring it up on the screen so we can see them together, but you have a poll and I want you guys to vote. And as we're voting, we're going to see how you guys did. What is the deadline to deliver earnest money? Within 2 business days after the effective date of the contract before 5 p.m., within 2 business days after the effective date of the contract before midnight, within 3 business days after the effective date of the contract before 5 p.m., or within 3 business days after the effective date of the contract before midnight. When is the deadline to deliver earnest money? Please vote.
I don't have my glasses. I can't read some of this stuff. I have to go.
And we'll just
That's
click on
my
a box,
truck.
right?
It won't
Because
let
you're
me
gonna keep
submit.
scrolling.
Yeah, it won't let me
submit.
click.
Button isn't active.
Not submitting.
Yeah.
It looks like we have to answer all 15 questions
Yeah.
before
Oh,
we can submit.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yep. So
Yeah.
select the first one. Now let's talk about this. What do you think?
Within 3 business days before 5 p.m.? I don't know.
It's after
That's what I
Or midnight.
remember.
after the effective date.
No.
So you're going to be driving through town at warp factor 9.975 in your car to get to the title company to deliver the earnest money by 5 p.m.?
Has to be, it's midnight, but it's also when the title company closes.
But that's not what we said. When is the deadline to deliver earnest money?
It's midnight, that third
Okay.
business day before midnight.
I love that answer. All right. Number 2, buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract with an effective date of the 23rd of May. Sam and Tom agreed to a $5,000 earnest money deposit. When is the earnest money deadline?
Within 3 days after the effective date.
May the 26th by 5.
None of the above, because it's by midnight. It's the 26th.
Right, because we have to know what our contracts have 2 different timelines in terms of the hour. Only one place in our contract expresses what 5 p.m. is. Out of all of our 23 paragraphs, only one of them has a 5 p.m. deadline. But for some reason, agents apply all of our deadlines to 5 o'clock. Yet, out of all of the deadlines, only one of them are 5 p.m. And it has nothing to do with the delivery of checks. I'll throw that one out there. All right, so I like what Mary Beth has said in that answer. When an option period is extended, when is the fee due? Extended, when is the fee due?
Before the first option is over.
Oh, okay. So while the contract is under an unrestricted right to terminate, you can't
Because you have,
extend.
it says that the seller has received. So before you execute the extended option, the seller has to have received the extra option if they're paying extra option.
So you can only extend it if you're currently under an unrestricted right to terminate.
Correct, like Elisa said, correct.
Mhm. Because as the amendment says, it says the seller has already received it. So you sign the amendment, their fee is due. And if you don't deliver the fee in time, you don't get an extended option no matter what the parties agreed to, because you can't extend an option that has defaulted or that is over. So proper delivery of option is very important. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agree to terms and signed a contract requiring Tom to convey a notarized T-47 and a survey to Sam within 3 days after the effective date. Sam's agent provided the survey 4 days after signing the contract. What happens? Tom is in default. Tom is required to purchase a new survey for Sam no later than 3 days prior to closing. Tom is required to purchase a new survey for Sam any time prior to closing. Nothing. The timeline is appropriate or none of the above.
Well, we know it's not Thomas in default because we're not using the term default.
Yeah.
It would be a breach rather than a default in any case, but it's not.
Is it B? Tom is required to purchase a new survey for Sam no later than 3 days prior to closing.
I love that answer because that's exactly what the contract says. All right, good job. All right. Seller Tom noted in the seller disclosure that the property was equipped with a washer, a dryer, and a refrigerator, and the MLS listing noted that these items would convey to the buyer at no cost. During the final walkthrough, the items had been removed. Why do you think they were removed? What is the possible causes? The buyer agent should recommend the buyer object to the items being removed and not close until they're returned. The buyer agent should recommend the buyer close as agreed and take the buyer to mediation after closing. Because they were advised as free in the MLS, the non-realty addendum is not required and the items must convey. Or even though the personal property was advertised as free during the listing, a non-realty addendum would still be required for the items to convey.
Correct. That's the answer.
That one.
Remember offer and acceptance. Something was offered, but if they don't have a non-realty addendum or a bill of sale and take them up on their offer and agree, you don't have offer and acceptance. And so they have to take them up on the offer, and they do so using a bill of sale or the non-realty addendum. So I like that answer a lot. Number 6, seller Tom agreed in the contract to credit $25,000 to Tom's proceeds to Sam's closing costs. So the seller is willing to pay $25,000 worth of closing costs in 12A1B. It was later discovered that Sam's closing cost was only $20,000, not $25,000. What happens to the other $5,000? The remaining $5,000 would be given back to the seller?
Balance it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
You're not going any further.
We're not going to give it to the agent as a bonus?
I'd like to.
No.
Okay. I like that answer a lot. It is a not to exceed, so that's the seller's money, and they're willing to pay up to the seller's closing cost, not to exceed 25,000.
And
So if the
that's why
buyer's
it's important to talk to the lender, make sure that the lender has properly calculated what closing costs the buyer will need.
exactly right. So we're not taking a shot in the dark. I like it. Okay. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract on the 1st of July. On July 3rd, during Sam's option period, seller Tom provided a copy of the seller's disclosure to Sam. Is this a recommended practice? No, no, yes, yes.
No.
None of the above.
Mhm.
No, the seller made the required disclosure to Sam prior to closing and even did so during the buyer's termination option. So this is recommended. Or no, the seller only has to provide the seller's disclosure if asked in writing from the buyer. Do any of those look good?
No.
So then what's the answer?
E.
None
None of the above.
None of the above. Exactly right. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract accepting the property as is. During the inspection, there was major structural damage to the property that had not been previously disclosed. Select the best answer from the options below. None. The buyer accepted the property as is. The seller had no prior knowledge. Sam can sue Tom for non-disclosure, as it would be reasonable expectation for any seller to be aware of this level of defect. Regardless of the as-is provision, the buyer has the option to terminate the contract during their termination option and receive a refund of their earnest money.
Yeah, correct.
Seller Tom is required to allow buyer Sam to be released from the contract and receive a full refund of the earnest money because the defects exceeds 3% of the purchase price. Which is it? C?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, see,
Okay, I like that answer too. Buyer Sam is buying a family home to live in. He offered seller Tom a 30-day closing. Seller Tom countered asking to remain living in the property for 4 months after closing and is a deal breaker item for Tom. How best can this be accomplished? Now remember, there's a very important part of this test question. Buyer Sam is buying a family home to live in. He offers the seller 30-day closing, but the seller says that they need a lease back for 4 months. So let's look for the best answer. The buyer could agree to the seller leaseback by asking the seller to pay a deposit, include a holdover amount, and put the seller's request move out date on the seller leaseback.
No, because
The
this
buyer,
is the 90-day.
okay, the buyer temporary residential lease agreement is only good for 90 days or less. They would have to sign a full lease agreement.
That's the answer.
Yes.
That's the answer.
Yes.
But there's a bigger overarching situation going on here.
Mhm.
Most owner-occupied loans require the buyer to take possession of a property within 30 days.
Yes.
The buyer could buy the property
It's-
with an investment loan with a higher interest rate and sign a 4-month lease.
I thought it was 60 days, Jack. A lender requires you take possession within 60 days.
It is, there are some that are 30 and some that are 60. It's more often that it's 30 days.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
research that.
But it doesn't specify in the question whether it's cash buyer or buying a loan.
But it does say choose the best option in capital letters.
With the information here.
So we know that if you're buying a home to live in and they're offering, the buyer needs to take possession with 30 days. So the best answer here would be that one. And what I'm getting at here is we have to remember that we can't get a client under contract on a situation that's going to put them, put their mortgage in default. And so this would be a voidable contract. If you have a owner occupied loan being purchased, but it's turning into an investment property because they can't take possession of the property. And so just know that an investment loan has a much higher interest rate and a larger down payment, and there's a lot of other things going on. So if there's a tenant in place on a property that you're contracting on and your buyer's getting an owner occupied loan, we need to address that ahead of time because the tenant's going to have to get out and you're going to have to negotiate with the landlord to give that tenant a double deposit or a triple deposit or something to get him out, or the buyer doesn't get to buy that property with an owner occupied loan.
Because the lease trumps the sale.
That's right. The lease stays active regardless of the sale, and the tenant has the rights. Exactly right. The lease has to be respected. Okay, number 10. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agree to terms and sign a contract. The offer is $1 million with a $50,000 earnest money and a $5,000 option. Buyer Sam wires $50,000 to the title company. How much were they supposed to wire to the title company? $55,000, right?
55.
6 days later, the seller terminates the contract and moves forward with another offer. What happened?
Didn't pay the 5K option.
So how do we know that?
Yeah, but the option goes first and then he's short on the earnest money.
Earnest
Yeah, the
was,
buyer did not tender the full amount.
yeah, the full earnest wasn't tendered.
So what is the money first applied to? So then we have to look at the questions and see what the right answer would be for this. Upon signing a contract to sell their home, the seller is committed to that buyer. The title company received the full earnest money. The seller must sell that property to the first buyer. Is that true?
No.
No. The funds are first credited to the earnest money and any remaining to the termination option. The buyer has a valid contract, so the seller cannot call default. However, the buyer must proceed without the unrestricted right to terminate the contract. Is that true?
No.
No. The funds are first credited to the option and then the earnest. The
Yeah.
buyer has a valid option, but the seller can call default and terminate the contract if the buyer submits termination while the option is still valid and will get a $45,000 refund.
Yeah.
The answer.
It's correct.
The money is always first credited to the option and then credited to the earnest money. And because they didn't deliver the earnest money in time, the seller has the right to terminate the contract. Buyer gets the earnest money back, but guess what? The seller kept the $5,000 option. And so it's very important that we have the right amounts, and we're going to read in the contract of where it shows in the contract under our paragraph 5 earnest money termination option how the money is credited, because our contract is very specific and explains how the money is credited. Okay. Number 11, buyer Sam and seller Tom agree to the sale of Tom's property provided that seller Tom credits up to $550 towards the cost of a residential service contract. 1 week after closing, it was found it had not been ordered. What is the buyer's remedy?
To buy it for himself. He loved it.
Oh, so the funds would still be sitting at title. The buyer has the opportunity to claim those funds. Is that the right answer?
No,
No.
they had to have ordered it before closing.
Yeah.
Mhm. Because the title company is responsible for ordering their residential service contract, they must be held accountable and make good on their mistake. Yes or no?
No,
No.
not responsible.
The buyer should sue the seller in small claims court for damages for being in default of their agreement.
No.
Buyer Sam should contact seller Tom and ask them to order their residential service contract as promised to give them an opportunity to make good on their mistake.
No.
Nope.
No, so the answer is
None of the above.
None.
none of the above.
Sounds like the buyer's agent's buying a home warranty.
Mhm.
Yeah, Cindy.
Exactly right. Commission
I am
equity. Yep. Okay, number 12, buyer Sam and seller Tom sign a contract. The offer is $1 million with a $50,000 earnest money and a $5,000 option. Buyer Sam wires $55,000 to the title company 8 days later. The seller later terminates the contract and moves forward with another offer. What happened? At the time the title company received the full earnest money and option, the seller had not objected to the late installment. So the seller waived their right to terminate, but the buyer is without the unrestricted right to terminate.
That's correct.
Yes.
Everything about that answer is true. So we're going to select that answer.
Is
Remember,
it
they had
our understanding that the seller would need to notify both the buyer and title that, hey, I object, they didn't pay, and so I have the right to terminate?
No, they don't have to notify title. They have to notify the buyer and whatever it says in paragraph 21 notices. So all
Notice,
notices
okay.
are deemed to be delivered when handwritten or delivered as follows in the email address on paragraph 21. So again,
Right, but if title doesn't know that they've sent that and title accepts the money, then what?
they will had to have object. It doesn't matter. They've already terminated. So whether they accept it or not, they are in receipt of money with a contract that's terminated. Them holding title has nothing to do with the status of the contract. So it's just, good because the seller gets to keep the option and we want them to accept that money because that option is going to get paid to the seller and they're going to give the earnest money back.
Okay.
Because they had 3 days after the effective date to deliver checks. They didn't. In the meantime, when the checks had not been delivered, they offered termination. However, I think that might be my next question, so I'm not going to give it away. Buyer Sam's inspector is no. So in the event that if the buyer does not deliver the earnest money in time, up until the time they do deliver, so if the moment they are late in delivering it, the seller is granted a contingency to terminate the contract. The seller can choose to exercise that contingency or choose not to exercise that contingency and just leave it and wait to see what happens to see if the buyer does deliver the earnest money. If the buyer delivers the earnest money late and the seller never objected, the seller then has they waived their right to terminate the contract and they no longer have a contingency to terminate the contract. But if they exercise their right to terminate the contract in that space between after it was due and before they submitted it, then the contract is dead, it's terminated, and the seller keeps option and the buyer gets their earnest money back because the option was designed for one purpose, to protect their earnest money.
So is the objection the actual termination? Or is the, right? So if the seller's objecting, is it the notice of termination? Is that the objection or is it an email saying it's not been delivered?
No, they should, so the seller has a termination form. You get a buyer, right? You get a buyer termination and a seller. And the seller only has one item on it. And it is that the buyer didn't turn in their earnest money on time. So that promulgated form would have been required that the buyer fill it out.
Perfect. So that is the actual objection. Filling that out is the objection. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I have a question about that. So if the seller decided to accept that money late,
Yeah.
They didn't
Then-
object. Yep.
didn't object, so, or if they did, you write a new contract all over again. Because you,
Yeah, because they spent the earnest money, or they spent the option money rather. So let's look here. Notice of seller's termination of contract. Someone please read number 1.
The buyer failed to deliver the earnest money within the time required under paragraph 5 of the contract and before the time seller provided notice to the buyer.
So the only option on the seller's termination of contract is that one situation because that's the only one that they have. And so it's up to the listing agent. It's the listing agent's job. Dial in for dollars, call in the title company. Have they delivered it? Did they deliver it? So after that 3 days, they should contact as part of their checklist to the title company and ask their closer, are you in receipt of the earnest money and option? Yes or no? No. Mr. Seller, they were not timely in the delivery of the checks. You right now have a contingency to terminate the contract and keep the buyer's earnest money, option money, with a refund of the earnest money. What do you want to do? Because our job is to advise the clients as to their rights to the contract in different states. So we have to be proactively trying to determine whether or not the title company has been receipt. And that title company's not going to, they could be a day behind in sending out that receipt and sending out that notice. And so listing agents, that should raise your antenna that that's something that should be on your checklist, verifying that you know whether or not on the morning of the 4th day that whether or not the checks were delivered. And they're not going to call you and tell you, hey, they didn't deliver the check. That's on the listing agent to ask. Okay. Buyer Sam's inspector is unable to inspect the appliances because the gas was shut off. The parties negotiated a short option. Buyer wishes to extend option to inspect the appliances. The seller refuses to extend the option. Which of the following is true? The contract requires the seller to keep the utilities turned on while the contract is in force. The seller breached their agreement. If the buyer wishes to have the option, they must pay to extend or be without the unrestricted right to terminate the contract.
That one.
According to the contract, if the seller breaches their agreement, they are in default and the non-defaulting party gets the earnest money. If the seller refuses to sign an option extension, the buyer must move forward without the unrestricted right to terminate or exercise their unrestricted right to terminate. Are all 4 of those true?
All of them, all of the above.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
All of those are true. So the buyer has options. If they want the unrestricted right to terminate and the seller is refusing to give it to them, then they have the option to move forward outside of that termination option. They can agree to pay to extend option because if they want an extended option, they can pay for it. But it's also true that the seller breached their agreement, because the agreement under property conditions says that the seller will immediately turn on the utilities and leave the utilities turned on for the duration of the contract. So yes, the seller is in breach, but that has nothing to do with an extension of an option period. And so if you want to exercise the buyer's rights to hold the seller accountable for their breach, that's going to take an attorney, not a real estate agent. So what should the agents do in a situation like that? It's up to the parties. Do you want to get an attorney involved and enforce your rights of the contract? But if the option period ends, the buyer loses their unrestricted right to terminate the contract, and you have to pay to an extend. So all of these are right. What do? You get with your sales manager, you properly advise the seller, have the seller speak with an attorney, have the buyer speak with an attorney, and try to figure out how they're going to do it. And hopefully the parties cure this default between each other, cure the breach before it turns into a default. And the way they cure it is however they want.
I had
Okay.
that happen one time, Jack. Then the seller didn't realize the gas had gotten turned off during a repair. And the number of days for option was not an issue because there was enough time. But the seller, thankfully, without any influence from me, was like, okay, well, in order for the inspector to come back, the seller was willing to pay for the buyer's inspector to come back to inspect those appliances, like the hot water heater, whatever was gas, which was very nice. It was like, okay. And so they were willing to pay the difference. So it worked out itself.
They worked out the breach, and they figured out how they were going to cure that breach. And sometimes you don't have parties that are willing to work out that breach. I'll tell you a little trick that I am perfectly okay yielding this power, because it's something that we've done many times in the past. A little brilliant brainchild of ours. I don't know anyone else that does this, but it's in a situation where you need to extend the option and the buyer feels slighted by the situation at hand, and the buyer doesn't want to pay to extend the option, but they have to. We've done this on several occasions, and it has worked beautifully. We have amended the option, we've amended the earnest money and reduced the earnest money by $100 and credited $100 to the option and had the title company deal with the tendering of the checks. Party agreed, and no money actually exchanged hands, and it works beautifully. And the buyer gets that back if they close on the property. And so it just worked well. So that is an
Can you say
option.
that again? Explain the numbers again, please.
So let's say that you've agreed $100 to extend the option for 10 days. You amend the earnest money down $100 in an amendment. Now the title company is sitting there with $100, and the title company funds that option extension with that $100 that's sitting in title. It's a great way to handle a situation where one of the parties breached. Buyer might not want to do that, but at least the buyer's not bringing any more money to the table, and it's a way to fix it with the money that's already at title without bringing more money to title. So we've done that many, many times.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. During negotiations, it was determined that the listing broker was offering a 3% of their 6% to a cooperating broker. An agreement between brokers was signed for 3%, and the parties put 3% in the purchase agreement on paragraph 12A1B under the section, the following amount to be applied to brokerage fees that the buyers agreed to pay. This practice is what? The brokerage commission should never be added to the contract because the contract is between parties. The brokerage commission was configured correctly and is using the correct agreements. The brokerage commission was configured correctly only if the seller agreed to pay 9% in total commissions. The brokerage commission was configured correctly only if the seller agreed to pay 6% in total commissions, and the buyer broker can only be paid by their buyer. So let's read it again. During negotiations, it was determined that the listing broker was offering 3% of their 6% to a cooperating broker, cooperative compensation. An agreement between brokers was signed for 3%, and the parties put 3% in the purchase agreement on paragraph 12A1B under the section, the following amounts to be applied to brokerage fees that the buyers agreed to pay. What is the net effect of this?
Isn't this what
So
you
the
It's gonna be
buyer
a
agreed to
total of
pay it, not the
9%.
seller.
It would
Yeah,
be a total of 9%,
No,
so. it's
that's
not
what you
much.
did in that, when you had that meeting, 12A and 1B.
That's right.
Well, no, this is saying the 3% the buyer agreed to pay, not the
That's
seller.
so in terms of cooperative compensations between brokers, and our new paragraph 12A1B says that the seller is going to pay the buyer's closing costs of commission. So we have that new paragraph from a month ago that was added to our purchase contract. So we have cooperative compensation, which is an agreement between brokers. And in this situation, the agreement between brokers was signed, which means the seller is paying 6% to the listing agent, and 3% of that is going to the buyer agent through the seller's listing agreement. Separately, in 12A1B closing costs, the seller has agreed contractually in paragraph 12 to give the buyer agent 3%. So the seller has agreed to give the buyer 3% in closing costs, which is to be earmarked for commissions, and the seller agreed to give their listing agent 6%. So how much is the seller paying in this scenario?
Geez, this is like who's on first.
Is it
The seller
9%?
is paying 9%. All right,
Yeah.
so let's get the commissions conversation out of it. Paragraph 12A1B is settlement and other expenses, closing costs that the seller is giving the buyer. So if the seller is paying 6% to the listing broker and paying 3% of the buyer's closing costs, how much is the buyer paying? How much is the seller paying in fees?
9%.
9%. Now, our new paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses, has a way for a seller to pay buyer closing costs as their normal traditional closing costs, or a new field where the seller can pay the buyer's closing costs that the buyer agreed to pay in their buyer broker agreement, which is a separate agreement. So in a situation like this, there is a 9% agreement. So we have to make sure that if that we understand between cooperative compensation agreement between brokers, and whether or not there's going to be the seller reimbursing the buyer directly for the buyer agent commission. So what is the correct answer here? It would be D, A, B, C, D.
Yeah, I paid attention.
No, C, the brokerage commission was configured correctly only if the seller had agreed to pay 9% in total commissions. All right. We've had business meetings about this on 5 different occasions where I've taken you guys through it and dug deep into this. And there's videos all over our website about this, all over our training center. I'm going to take you through it after lunch when we go through the contract line by line. And we are almost done because this is the last question. A buyer offered $500,000 cash to the seller, and the offer was accepted. 5 days after the option period terminated, a major storm occurred in the area, flooding the property. While the property sustained water penetration, it was not destroyed. What rights does the contract grant the buyer in this situation? Had the storm occurred during the buyer's option period, the buyer could have terminated the contract and obtained a full refund of the option and earnest money. B.
Yes.
Okay. The buyer can get a full refund of their option and earnest money? Does the buyer if the buyer exercises their right to terminate, did they get their option money back?
No.
No.
No, they only get the honest money.
They only get the earnest money back. So because it says that the buyer would get a full refund of the option and earnest money, this would be false because seller keeps the option and the buyer keeps earnest. So A would be false. B, the seller is in default because they did not have proper insurance on the property at the time of the storm. Is there a requirement in Texas for a seller to have insurance on a property?
No.
No.
Okay. So that would be false. Because the damage estimate was $15,000, less than the $25,000 threshold required for buyer termination, which is 5% of the sales price, the as-is provision applies and the buyer has no option to terminate.
No.
Paragraph 7, property condition, grants the buyer the right to terminate the contract if lender required repairs are necessary, as the lender may not approve moving forward with damages.
Yes.
It's a cash.
No.
It's a cash
Cash.
deal.
Oh, it's a cash.
The buyer
It's
can
the-
accept the property as in its damaged condition with an assignment of insurance proceeds.
Yes. That one.
Use that one.
True, if there's insurance.
That would be the best answer. So yes, that would be the best answer here. Okay. So how many of you got 100%? every single one of those situations are things that have happened here at the company that we've had as real life examples of things that you're going to face as a real estate agent. So we need to know what the contract says, and more importantly, how to deal with all of these little scenarios that pop up that cause us grief, whether it be a storm, whether it be parties not behaving, not exercising, or not following the contract provisions by delivering checks timely. All right, so I'm going to take our 1 to 4 family. I'm going to download it. I'm going to share my screen. Which I actually already have my download. 1601. 1 to 4 family. All right. So we are going to go through this together, line by line, through the entire contract.
Jack, I have a little question. Well, kind of little. Um, sorry if I'm interrupting too much, but it sounds like cash buyers really are kind of in the wind a lot. Like there's not very much protection in a lot of ways for them. Do you have a class recorded anywhere on certain ways how to look out more for cash buyers? Or
No, not at all, because I want part of what I'm trying to convey to everybody is that the buyer agreed to buy and the seller agreed to sell. The point in which the time period for a buyer to choose whether or not they want to buy a property or not is before they sign a contract, not after they sign a contract. So we should not be trying to figure out all the different ways we can get a buyer out of a contract. We should be telling them this is a very serious deal. When you sign this contract, you have to buy the property unless there is a contingency. So let's see what contingencies you need. An option period, you want 10 days? Because maybe you want 10 days to really get a good idea whether or not you want to buy this property. You need more time. Instead of, oh, sign the contract and then maybe, we're going to only do a 3-day option period. No, we should be making sure that the buyer understands the gravity of what they're agreeing to and understand their provisions, but also understand what the buyer's ability is. If the buyer is getting a loan and they have no down payment, the seller gets to know that beforehand. And the seller is taking their chances on that buyer if they want to sign a contract, and they're giving the buyer a whole bunch of contingencies. In the event that you don't get financing, in the event the property condition is not what you want, so the seller is granting the buyer and agreeing to all of these outs. So the time to protect the buyer is how you draft the offer, what they accept, and them signing the contract. Does that make sense?
yes.
Muy importante. The most important thing is the buyer understanding what it is they're agreeing to before they sign the contract. And that is why it says at the very end, consult an attorney before signing, because you have to buy this property unless you've been granted a contingency and you know what your contingencies are. Great questions. I love it. All right. Here is, as I say, behold, the 1 to 4 family contract in Texas. Okay, this is Trek 20-18 or Texas Realtors form number 1601. The effective date of this contract is 11/4/2024, although we saw this materialize in January of 2025 because there was some changes to paragraph 12. Does everybody notice the box that's around this page? It's all in a box, isn't it? That box means something. And there's nothing on this contract that doesn't have a significant meaning. And so we're going to talk about all of the different meanings. First of all, we're going to start at the top. This is not for use for condominium transactions. A condominium transaction is going to deal with an HOA in a different way. And a condominium transaction is not going to be dealing with a survey. We have a survey built into this contract in paragraph 7C1, 2, and 3. And so we cannot use this for a condo. And a lot of you are thinking, when you think condo, you're thinking 360 building downtown Austin. But are there condos that you look at and you can't tell by looking at the outside of it that it's a condo?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
What are the another name for those types of condos?
Townhome.
Garden home.
Garden
or
home.
Townhome.
I like the Gordon home ones, yes. And so now there are a few things that often will give it away. Typically, there'll be a unit number on the outside instead of a 5-digit number, so that kind of hints. You'll see smaller streets inside the area, which kind of hints that maybe it's a condo. You might see wrought iron fences with 0 lot lines, which hints that it's a condo. But where do you look to see if it's a condo versus real property?
MLS and tax
roll.
records.
Tax roll.
The
Tax,
the legal description is the only place you look. The legal description will tell you whether it's a percent interest of the land, because a condo, everyone owns a percentage interest of the land. They have quiet, peaceful enjoyment to their unit, but they own a percent. So if there's 100 units, they own 1/100th if they own one property. Okay. Or if it is if it's the tax records, it'll show how many acres, 0.018 acres. And so we can very clearly see in the legal description. Okay, so if it is a actual resale property that is not a condo, what we call fee simple, it's going to be used on this form. Do not use a garden home for this form, because again, HOA and survey is dealt differently. It's going to cause us griefs if we use this contract, and it's void as written. If you put a condo on here, can it close? Yes, it can. Can you enforce the contract if one of the agents are misbehaving? No, you cannot. And it's literally avoidable contract from the time that it's written if you put a condo on here. Okay. Now, I asked a question about the bold square. What does the bold square represent?
I was gonna say, everything in this agreement needs to be within the guidelines of this square, this bold outline.
So what do you notice that's outside of the box?
Initials.
The initials are outside the box. Okay. So they're saying that everything inside of this box is the entire agreement for this page. When you initial outside the box, you're agreeing to everything that's on the inside of the box. If they're not agreeing to everything on the inside of the box, then they need to, inside the box, cross off that and change a value as a counter, and then sign on the inside, and then they're signing on the outside to agree that everything that happened inside. So think of it as the playground or the sandbox. Everything that's inside that sandbox needs to be countered inside the sandbox. Have you ever seen an agent on the right-hand side write down all of the, because they like that little border on the right side, and they put all of their counters on the right side? Like maybe they're countering paragraph 3A sales price, and they change the sales price and put it outside the box on the margin, and then everyone initial over there. That's not correct. You're supposed to actually change and modify any specific paragraph inside the box, initial inside the box, and the only initials on the outside of the box is to agree that everything on the inside of the box has been agreed to. Okay, so it's okay to put an initial over the top of the promulgated language. Agents seem to be terrified of that. Oh, but if I take my initial and I cover over here and I cover the word initials because we're countering the sales price, somehow we have illegal practice of law because we can't cross out language. Your initials go inside. That's not a cross out. Everybody knows what that language said because it's a promulgated form, and that original is very accessible to everyone ahead of time. Now, is it a good idea after you've negotiated the whole contract to have a clean contract that doesn't have a bunch of that going on? Yes, it is. I think that's the right way to do it. But remember, what we do is we counter a form by crossing things out until we come to an agreement. Once the agreement is fully signed, and the offer has been turned into a contract because we acknowledge acceptance, can we then go back and start countering the original agreement again because maybe we're in the option and we're going to reduce the price again?
No.
No. That's exactly right. How do we do that? On what form would we maybe modify the contract agreement?
Amendment.
An amendment. And so you counter an offer on the offer form, you modify an agreement on an amendment. And so we cannot change an agreement after the fact. That document should not be modified in any way. We should use the promulgated amendment that TREC has. If there's a form for it, we must use it. That's one of the TREC rules. There is an amendment, we must use it. More than just because the amendment exists, because you're not supposed to modify a contract. You're supposed to amend a contract, and that happens on an amendment. You end up with a lot of confusion if you try to change a contract after the fact. If you do an amendment, what is best practice that you do with that amendment once it's been fully signed and you have an effective date on it? Who do you want to send it to?
Title company.
The lender.
Send all the amendments to the lenders and the title companies. Make sure that it's sent out to everyone, as it says in paragraph 21. We're going to be talking a lot about paragraph 21 because it says all notices, and an amendment is a notice, technically, from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when mailed to, hand delivered, or transmitted by fax or electronically transmitted as follows. And we have the phone number, the email, and the email addresses all go here. So we must, and I'm going to show you in 3 other paragraphs where it mentions that all documents from one party to the other must be here. An amendment is one. So that means that when we send it to the title company, we should CC the parties and we should CC the lender, because the lender needs to be preparing documents on the amended amount, not the original contract. Because if you get to the closing table and the amendment was never sent to the lender and they have to redraw docs, we've got a 3-day waiting period. And if the buyer's rate lock expires, you could have just tanked the sale. So this could be a really big deal. So make sure that if you have an amendment, that you properly address that amendment by sending it to title and sending it to the lender so everyone has a copy of that amendment. And we should also make sure that you fill out the effective date of the amendment, because the amendment itself has an effective date. Why does the amendment have an effective date? Can you have another amendment
Yes.
Yes.
and another amendment
Yes.
and another amendment?
And when
Yes.
do they take effect if there's no dates?
That's right. Which one is the providing amendment? Because we're amending the contract to whatever these new terms are. And so be cautious that it's not, oh, here are these 3 amendments and here are all 3 changes. The most recent amendment is the contract. So if you agreed to closing costs, you don't agree to $5,000 in closing costs on one and then agree to $2,000 more on another and agree to $2,000 more on another one. The final one says $2,000 and that's all that's being paid. So if you had intended it to be 5 plus 2 plus 2, then the final amendment should have said what? 9. So the last amendment is the correct amendment, which is why it has an effective date, because the amendment with the greatest date is the amendment that we're working with, which is why it has that effective date. And if you have amendments without effective dates, you could have an ambiguous situation that now they have to go back and figure that out, what truly was agreed to.
So
Then
all
you don't,
changes need to be on one amendment.
The final amendment is amending the contract. That's correct.
Okay.
or you put in the term like notwithstanding, whatever previous, portion of the contract or previous amendments.
So notwithstanding language is promulgated language, that would be attorney kind of language.
Yeah.
And so Warren comes from the world of commercial, where they have attorneys that are helping them with non-promulgated contracts. Our amendment is whatever amendment that we have amends the contract. If let me look at it this way. Let's say you didn't amend the contract. Let's say you didn't use amendment. Let's say you amended the contract and you had $300,000 on the contract, and then you amended it to be to $200,000, and then you amended it to be $100,000. Is that 300,000 plus 200,000 plus 100,000? Are they buying a $600,000 property, or did they agree to 300 and then 200 and then 100, and the final agreement is 100,000? So you're amending the entire contract. You're not stacking up agreements one after the other. The final agreement Whatever the most recent amendment is the amendment. That is the providing amendment that we use. Okay, paragraph 1, parties. We're going to take a break at 12, so we've got 20 more minutes. Paragraph 1, parties. The parties to the contract are. My recommendation is that when you are having a conversation with your buyer, you say this to them. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, do you have a preference in the order in which your names appear on the contract? You're going to have multiple parties all the time. It is a respectful practice to ask the clients if they have a preference, because you might have the scenario of a seller and the listing agent. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, do you have a preference in the order of the names appear in the contract? Why do you think maybe a seller maybe you've got a husband-wife scenario? Why do you think one of the sellers could be looking at this thinking, I don't really like my name being in the second place. They never say it. They got a little chip on their shoulder about it. Why might that be the case?
They're selling it? You're talking about the sellers?
Mm-hmm.
Because they have more, maybe one of the spouse has more interest in the home? Like their father gave them a bunch of money? Yeah.
And he moved in.
Maybe she was the original buyer of this property and got married within.
Yep. And
30
then she
years,
looked at
they
this, she's
moved
like, this is my house. He moved into my house and now he's first on my contract. Right? So just know that although they're not going to probably say something, it's really respectful to ask. And then let them negotiate and let them tell you how and the order in which the name should be. I'm just saying as a practice, it's good to ask, not make an assumption. And we should be asking for their legal names as it appears on their driver's licenses, or look at the pre-qualification letter, because your lender will have done a good job at making sure that their legal name's on the pre-qualification letter if it's the buyer. So ask them, do they have a preference? And again, we already read this sentence before, but seller agrees to sell and convey to buyer, and buyer agrees to buy from seller the property defined below. There are no buts. That is the agreement. Now the agreement is going to be the entire agreement. And it's why it's 11 pages long, because all of the promises that the seller make and all the promises that the buyer make is contained within this contract. So when an agent
Just make
comes
sure that
in,
your seller is your seller.
yeah,
that you're again going back to the legal, title of the property. If the property is owned by an LLC or a corporation rather than an individual, you want to put that in there.
and then we need to we need to have title open so the title can pull the LLC documents to make sure that the signatory on page 10 have the right to sign on behalf of that corporation. So all of that stuff is true. We need to determine who the parties are going to be and put them on the contract. Now, do we need, let's say the seller, the buyer is buying this property and they're thinking that, while I'm under contract, I might sell this contract to somebody else. Do we need to put
It's
or
assignable.
signs after it?
Yes.
It's called vesting. And in this state of Texas, the answer is no. All contracts in Texas are automatically assignable, so we would not add the vesting. California, not all contracts are assignable, so you have to have vesting because the right to assign a contract is based on the vesting of the buyer and seller granting the rights for that buyer to sell that contract based on or it's assigns. But in Texas, it's automatically assignable whether or not the seller granted that right, because the buyer owns the right to sell that contract. No difference than what happens if the buyer dies in the middle of a contract. You're 14 days in and the buyer dies. Both buyers die. What happens? Does the contract terminate? What do you think happens? We've had this happen multiple times.
No, we go to the assignee.
Let's say that there is no, it just says buyer 1 and buyer 2, and they die. What happens to the contract? It becomes an asset of the estate of the buyers. And so now the estate of that
Goes to
buyer,
probate.
it goes to the estate. And whether it's probated or whether an attorney is going to intestate sell this property or figure it out, the heirs are going to have to make a determination real time, long before it goes through probate, of what they're going to do with this. Because by the time it gets to probate, you have a contract that has been defaulted and the seller's been strung on through the mud for 9 months. So that's not a thing. But the heirs immediately have to determine what they're going to do with this contract. So an attorney is going to get involved. But so this is past our pay grade. An attorney is going to have to get involved, and then somebody on that buyer side is going to have to make a decision for them of what they're going to do with this. And it may end up in default and the seller just give back the earnest money because, the seller understands, wow, this is a really horrible thing that family is going through. But the part that I'm trying to convey to you guys, it's not a decision of the seller to say, oh, they died, I'm going to sell it to somebody else. We have to get an attorney involved and clean up after ourselves because the contract does not terminate. Okay, paragraph 2, property. This is the asset in which is being conveyed. We have paragraphs A through E. A is the legal description that we're going to add here. The land, which is the lot, the blot, the section, the city, the county, and then the physical address. And then what happens if you put lot 11 and the property actually was lot 10, but they put the correct address, 123 Main Street. 123 Main Street was correct, but it closed as lot 10, but it's actually lot 11. Did you buy the right property because the correct address was listed?
No, sir.
No.
No. You now own
You gotta
lot
go by lot
10.
block.
Lot 10 was owned by somebody else. The seller didn't have the right to sell it. So now you got a huge mess that has to get cleaned up because you actually have to unwind that sale. It's not just we're going to go and record a new document. They have to unwind that sale like it never existed in the first place. We have seen that happen. So do not make a mistake with your legal description. You need to verify it. Because
Wouldn't the title company catch it within the title search?
maybe not. Maybe not. And so we have had situations where transactions have closed and they had their correct address and the legal description was not quite right and it caused us a huge problem later. Now, are they going to
It's
catch
not
the
a
wrong
big
lot
deal if you go
number?
the other way around.
And it's no big
As long
deal
as the
if
lot
you
and
go the
block
other
is
way.
right, if the address is wrong, it's not a big deal.
And if you close with the address being incorrect and the lot block and section, you're okay. We can fix that later. Because the address, like Warren is saying, is not a real thing. It's just simply a vanity description of the legal description, and it's through the 911 system that created that in the first place. So the vanity description of the address is immaterial. It's not material to the contract. What is the legal description, exactly right. So we can't fix that later, and we have had situations where the actual subdivision was not typed incorrectly and it caused us a huge problem. Do I think a title company is going to get the right lot and block? Yes, probably. And they're going to ask us to amend the contract and we can amend the legal description before it closes. All right, paragraph B, improvements. What I love about paragraph 2 of the 1 to 4 family is that this exists in our listing agreement exactly as paragraph 2. Your listing agreement has this exactly the same. They do that on purpose so that we can read this to our sellers because this is what the seller is conveying. And they need to know that there are certain permanently installed and built-in items that go, but there are certain accessories that are not permanently built in and included. And so whether it stays or whether it goes is all here under paragraph B and C. We need to be having a conversation with our seller at the time we're doing listings to let them ask the question, do you have a barn door that you intend to take? Because it was grandma's barn door on their old barn door and now it's attached to the property. We're going to have to exclude that from the sale because if we don't exclude it, the buyer's going to take ownership of it at closing. Is there a chandelier that came from great-great-grandmother's house that you do not intend to sell? Because if we don't exclude it, the buyer's going to own that chandelier. Is there something on the property that has been turned into a built-in item? It was a 40-foot mirror that's screwed to the wall in the entryway that you intend to take with you because you bought that mirror. It wasn't there when you bought the house. You think it's the buyer thinks or the seller thinks, when I bought this home, that 50-foot mirror wasn't here. That's my personal property. I bought it and I added that mirror. I'm taking it with me to my next house and I'm going to put it in my entryway. The seller has to know that if we don't exclude it, then buyer is going to take ownership. So we need to read this to them. The house, the garage, and all other fixtures and improvements attached to the property, including without limitation, the following permanently installed and built-in items, if any. All equipment and appliances, valances, and again, permanently installed appliances. Valances, screens, shutters, awnings, wall-to-wall carpeting, mirrors, ceiling fans, attic fans, mailboxes, television antenna, mounts and brackets for television and speakers. Mounts and brackets, not the TV, doesn't say that. Heating and air conditioning units that are built in, security and fire detection equipment, wiring, plumbing, lighting fixtures, chandeliers, water softener systems, kitchen equipment, garage door openers, cleaning equipment, shrubbery, landscaping, outdoor cooking equipment, and all other property attached to the above described real property. But my champion rose bushes. These champion rose bushes are third generation, and I've taken them with me from my old property. And I go to conventions with my rose bushes. They can't have my rose bushes. I never intended for those to sell. It says shrubbery, and all of your plants are going to stay. And so we have to talk to them about all of this because landscaping and shrubbery and plants, all of that does stay. All right, now let's talk about accessories. The following describe related accessories, if any. Window units for AC, fireplace screens. Fireplace screens. If it's sitting there as a fireplace screen and it's not attached to the property and it has their family emblem because it's third generation fireplace screen, they're going to lose it. So we have to exclude it if they don't intend to keep it. This is a huge one. And I think we've already had this happen twice just this year. Blinds and curtains. What do you mean I'm losing my curtains? Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. If you want to take your curtains with you, you need to exclude them. We're going to show you guys where to exclude them here in a moment. So again, as we're going through accessories, the curtains and rods and the blinds and the window shades and the draperies and the rods, the door keys, mailbox keys, above ground pool, swimming pool equipment and maintenance accessories, artificial fireplace logs, security systems that are not fixtures, and controls for the garage doors, the entry gates, and other improvements and accessories. Controls include seller's transferable rights to the software and applications used to access and control improvements or accessories. So if there's smart home and there's a lot of tech that's built into the actual house, all of that stuff is going to convey. So if you have a TV, the TV is personal property, the bracket stays, the TV goes. So the seller is going to lose the bracket unless they exclude the bracket, or they take down the bracket and they take down the TV, and the buyer sees it and it was already taken down, out of sight, out of mind. So either remove these items before you take photos and start showing the property, or B, you have these items excluded here in paragraph D under exclusions. So if the buyer wants to take ownership of seller's personal property, we do so on what form?
Non-realty item.
Uh-huh. And if the seller wants to keep an item that would ordinarily convey to the buyer at closing, we use this contract on paragraph D here, exclusions, for it. We would exclude, I am taking my blinds, I am taking the chandelier, and the buyer and the seller both have to agree. So in a situation where the seller receives an offer from a buyer and the seller wants to keep their chandelier, they would counter it by adding chandelier here and sending it back, and that's a counter. Now, exclusions are a really good thing to add to offer instructions to the MLS and to your Realty Texas website so that people can see what it is being offered. The offer instructions should have the correct legal description, any exclusions, legal names of the seller so that they can put those correct on there, and any other hints that you want, like requirements for a title company because they've got title open and that kind of thing. But the offer instructions are really helpful because if you're away for the weekend and an offer's coming in, sometimes buyers won't submit an offer until they talk to you first. I think that's a mistake. I think the offer should just come in. But in any event, I think that you're having a set of good offer instructions in the MLS can be very helpful in letting the buyers know how to prepare the contract. And then reservations. What happens if the seller owns the mineral rights and no addendums are used? And using this contract, the seller owns mineral rights. They use this document right here and it closes. What happens to the mineral rights? Does the seller retain them or do they go to the buyer?
They're mine now.
Seller keep it.
They convey with the convey.
Mm-hmm.
So two of you said the seller keeps it and three of you said the buyer gets it. So should we all have an agreement on this one?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah, mineral rights would be a separate contract.
So the mineral rights are not a separate contract in Texas. The mineral rights are part of our 1-to-4 family. It's all the rights, all the transferable rights to the property. And so remember the bundle of rights. All rights that are owned by the property convey in this contract. If the seller wishes to retain some or all of the minerals, then we will use the reservation, which is another form, which will hold back rights for the seller. So again, if the seller is selling the property and they want to keep the mineral rights, another form has to be used and the buyer has to agree that they're not getting the mineral rights used with this contract. But if the mineral rights form is not used, whatever the seller owned transfers to the buyer using this form. So a reservation is the seller is reserving the right for oil or gas or other minerals. And so the reservation form, which I'm going to bring up here, shows what the seller is reserving. Okay. Here is the form. Addendum for reservation of oil, gas, and other minerals. For use only if seller reserves all or a portion of the mineral estate. So we're only using this if the seller is going to reserve a portion of it. And down here it says the seller is reserving all of it or the seller is going to reserve 25% of it. And whether or not the seller knows whether they do or do not have minerals, because if the seller says, look, I'm going to keep all the minerals and the seller doesn't own any minerals, none convey. Or if the contract conveys and the seller doesn't own any minerals, the buyer doesn't get any minerals. If the buyer has a question to whether or not they're going to get minerals with the purchase contract, who do they go to? An oil and gas professional that has, which is called a landman or an oil and gas professional. That's a separate licensed entity. Thank goodness Trek this last legislation, the 88th Texas legislature added some requirements for landmen to have renewing education. So they have to continue getting education just like we do, because that's a huge industry in flux right now. So again, this contract conveys all of the seller's ownership rights as to surface rights, subsurface rights, and fixtures on the land. So if the seller wishes to reserve, another form has to be used. If you get this wrong, it could be huge repercussions later. Okay, so that is it for paragraph 1 and 2. Does anybody have any questions as it pertains to paragraph 1 or 2? No? We're all good? Okay, paragraph 3. Why does it say sum of all financing in paragraph B? Why doesn't it say loan amount?
Because they could be buying it in multiple ways.
Because it is one field that is a sum of all the different loans from all the different places. Is that what you're saying, Mary Beth?
Yeah, they could have a first lien and a second lien in order to qualify. Maybe they didn't have enough for a down payment, so the lender's helping them do a first and a second. Or
Maybe
maybe the seller is financing something.
maybe the seller is saying we're going to finance $100,000 and the buyer is getting $100,000 loan, and 80 of it is coming from a first and 20% of it's coming from a second, and so they're getting funds from three different places, a seller finance and a third party finance. And so yes, it is a sum of all, and so it's the sum of all financing that goes into paragraph B. Paragraph A says a cash portion or the sales price payable by buyer at closing. The term cash portion of the sale does not include proceeds from borrowing any kind of selling other real property except as disclosed in this contract. Cash does not mean that you need to have the money in the bank. And so if you don't have the liquid form, that's not cash. Now you're going to have an addendum. And what is an addendum if they need to sell another property? Addendum of sale of other property. They're going to have a contingent on the sale of that property because they don't have the liquid cash. You can't call money that you have sitting in a property that you have not yet sold that will soon sell as cash. That would be a default into the contract. So you would have to have an addendum on here, which is an addendum of sale of other property, in order to tell the seller, look, Mr. Seller, we don't have the cash. The cash is coming from a sale, and you make a contingent upon that sale. And then the seller says, oh, okay, I get it. I'm either going to agree to this or I'm not going to agree to this. Cindy Bo.
And I've seen this happen, and this gets tricky with buyers agents because it's in a multiple offer situation, and your buyer's like, well, I don't want them to know that I have a house to sell. So we're just gonna, and I have the cash when it sells, so we're just gonna call it cash. And a buyer agent not knowing this or reading this fully can make a real mess. It's happened, I know, more than once in our office, where you get to the closing and you don't have the cash and you didn't ask the right questions. So it is a big deal.
It is a big deal because it could be considered fraud. If the buyer's hiding material fact that they don't have the cash, and then they get to the closing table and they can't buy because the buyer of their sale bailed on them, and now they can't perform, and now the seller is harmed because the seller can't perform on their purchase. So we have to use the right forms, the right contracts, the right contingencies to protect the parties, because the seller had a right to know about this material fact that the buyer can't perform without the sale of their property. And that should have been disclosed to the seller so the seller could take that piece of information into consideration when they agreed to the contract in the first place. But if that was withheld from them, that's a material fact that would be considered fraud, and the seller would then have remedies under Texas law for them agreeing to a contract under false pretenses. Elisa.
So I had a situation a couple of years ago where my seller received a cash offer, and I kept asking for proof of funds from the buyer's agent, and she wasn't responding. And then I found out that he still had to sell a house in California, but if I'm not mistaken, they consider that cash
No.
in California. But I don't know. So we finally found out.
So in Texas, no, there's contingencies, and California has contingencies too. At least there was at the time that I was licensed in California, because I hold dual licenses. But look, there is a contingency, and if you are contingent on the sale of another property, and yes, Lisa, it's break time. If it's contingent on another property, then we have to disclose that fact. Now, one little material thing I'm going to show you guys before we go to break is our new third-party financing addendum, paragraph G. Paragraph.
Would a 1031 be considered cash if the money's being held by an intermediary?
Yes, it would be considered cash if it's being held by an intermediary, but we now have a new 1031 form where the seller agrees to the timeline of the 1031. And so the 88th Texas Legislature also created a brand new form for us which is an agreement for Section 1031. And so because that form exists now and it's a TREC form, then this form, it says the seller and buyer intend to use the property to accomplish an exchange of like-kind property. The party will reasonably cooperate to accomplish the exchange period. So if the seller purposely pushes the close date out to tank the sale because they don't want to sell it anymore and blows up the buyer's 1031, the seller has liability for that. So that's where this form came from. And again, this is a brand new form from this year, 2024, out of the 88th Texas Legislature, which was a great form for us. And just like this paragraph G down here, other financing. If the buyer is getting a hard money loan, they used to also put that in paragraph 3A under cash portion and hide the fact that it was a hard money loan and they didn't get the hard money. They ended up not getting it. And so paragraph 3C, it's not cash. It is other financing. So the hard money loan is what is your down payment in paragraph 3A, 3B, what is the amount of the hard money loan? And that's going to go into third party financing so the seller can take into consideration of whether or not that buyer, whether or not they're going to accept that offer from that buyer. Because again, remember, hard money loan is hard money because it hasn't been funded yet. If they went and got the hard money loan and the money is sitting in the bank account of that buyer, then they can use it cash. But if they don't have it liquid cash where they can write a check, then it's not cash. It has to be written up in some other way. So with that, we are going to take our first break, 12:04, come back at 12:14, and we're going to continue on with paragraph 4 leases. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Are we having fun? We will be going to lunch at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2. And we will be ending day at 5 o'clock. I typically get a lot of questions once we enter paragraph 5. Paragraph 5, earnest money termination option. Then once I start getting into paragraph 6, we will spend most of our day on paragraph 6, going through the title policy and survey and explaining the title policy. Encumbrances, exceptions to title, resale certificate, the docs, all of that. I want everyone to walk away from today being able to explain perfectly paragraph 6 title policy as they're going through the contract with their client. So that's my wish for you, and that's going to take the most time. So we need every bit of today that we have. We left off on our break talking about the third-party financing, that we have section G on our third-party financing that was added this past year for cash that is not third party, that it may be a hard money loan or borrowed from someone else where they don't actually have possession. If you are a listing agent and you receive a cash offer, Elisa made a comment earlier that I always touch on at this point in my contracts training about the pre-qualification letter. You should be asking for proof of funds for whatever it says in paragraph 3A and make sure that they have that amount. Proof of funds can come in 2 different ways. It can come from a funds availability letter from a personal banker that says, funds meet or exceeds the amount in the contract. Or it could be a screenshot or a bank statement of a bank account. Either one is acceptable. What you have to look at is to make sure that the proof of funds is in the name of the person who's in paragraph 1 party's buyer's name. And if it's not in their name, you have to keep asking for proof of funds until the seller understands who has those funds and what is the process to convey those funds to the actual buyer, whether it's a lender, whether it is a hard money loan, and not to disclose those funds and the intent of the contract by calling it cash when it's not. So paragraph 3A is the cash portion, liquid cash in the buyer's bank account. So we can now clearly define that. Paragraph B is the sum of all financing. And we've got 3 checkbox here: third-party financing, loan assumption addendum, and seller financing addendum. Loan assumptions are very powerful. Loan assumptions are not going to be realistic on a conventional loan. but they are for a VA or FHA loan. And so if you're selling a property, you're sitting at the listing appointment for a seller and you find out that they have a VA loan and you're running the comps and you're determining that they are at break even or worse, they're bringing money to the table. And you ask the question, by the way, you have a loan on this property. I was looking at that in the tax records. You have a VA loan, is that correct? Yes. What is your rate? 3.5%. Really? That is very interesting because now we're going to talk to them about the FHA loan and VA loan assumption. And that's very powerful because I want you guys to understand the value of a situation where you have a lower rate, what that means in terms of dollars and cents. We're going to take a quick little field trip because I know that we often think that there's value there, but we just don't know to the extent of what that value is. So let's look at a mortgage calculator. We're just going to put 0 down payment and say that the property is 450. Let's say they have a loan at $450,000 and they have a 2.5% interest rate. $450,000, 30-year loan at 2.5%. What is our breakdown here? Principal and interest is how much? What is this number?
1,788.
Okay.
4 cents.
So we are looking at a principal and interest of 1,778. Let's change this to, what is the rate today?
Just under 7.
So we're being generous at 6.875. What does this turn out to be when we change the rate? 2,900. Now, let me look at the amortization schedule because this is where it really pounds the message home. 6.875 for 450 for the next 30 years is how much in interest?
614,225.
What was the principal?
Was 3,000 something?
$450,000 is the principal. They're going to pay 600,000. They're going to pay $1 million for this $450,000 property over the course of 30 years. But what was this 2.5% again?
Wow.
Crazy. What I need from you guys is this should be about 450,000 bucks. So there's a problem with this little thing. Here's 2.5 and put this to 0. So what is the difference? Massive dollars. 8, 7%, 6%, 5%, 4%. Do you see what's happening here? These are not small dollars, are they? So do you think that maybe somebody sitting with a 2% VA loan would be crazy to let that go and let someone and not try to loan assumption that? So we should be having a conversation with our sellers because a smart buyer might say, you know what? I am willing to give you guys $50,000 more for this home because you're going to assume this loan where they were break even or worse, they were bringing money to the table. And because they have this crazy rate, maybe a buyer's willing to give them $15,000, $20,000 or more as the cash portion on top of what they're going to have to do to pay out the difference between the loan balance and the purchase price. Maybe you're going to sell the property for $500,000, but the underlying mortgage is $400,000. The buyer has to come up with $100,000. Maybe they're willing to come up with $100,000, give them $10,000 on top of it, and assume their loan, because it's going to save them $400,000 in interest over the next 30 years, or $2,000 a month. What is that worth to a buyer? So I just want to always remind you guys about that when we're talking about the loan assumption, because that is a very valuable service that a real estate agent can play at the hand of their parties, especially when you're a listing agent about to list a property, understanding what the value of all things of that property. Chris, I see your hand.
Yes. Is it true that if they assume the loan, the buyers assume the loan, the seller is still technically on the hook for the loan if the buyers default at some point?
Most loan assumptions is a full assumption where the seller completely walks away. In a term of a VA loan, a non-VA borrower can assume a VA loan. But if a non-VA borrower assumes a VA loan, then the VA borrowers, their entitlement is locked until it's paid off and they have no more entitlement. But if a VA borrower assumes a VA loan, then it's transferred to the new VA borrower's entitlement and the old VA borrower's entitlements restored. And so the process of doing a loan assumption is that the buyer has to contact the seller's mortgage company. And the funny thing about this is the seller doesn't get to say yes or no about this. The seller can't say, I don't want you to assume my loan, because it's not the seller's decision. Now, the seller can refuse to sign the contract. I'll grant you that. But the buyer calls the seller's loan servicer and says, I would like to do a loan assumption. They send them a loan assumption package. The buyer fills it out. They are assigned to a loan originator, a loan officer in that particular loan servicer, and they start the process of underwriting, and then they will provide the buyer with a set of details about what they are agreeing to. An attorney should read, an attorney or a loan officer should read those documents to the buyer, so that the question that you just asked is answered by a third party after reading what the lender is agreeing to, because we don't know what they're going to agree to until we get the package back. Now, we have a third party loan assumption addendum, and on there, the loan assumption addendum has language that says that if the seller doesn't get a full release, then the seller doesn't have to move forward with the sale. And so the parties are going to agree to all of those things. I'm going to bring up in our form system the loan assumption. Loan assumption, and change my screen over to r.me. You see the loan assumption addendum. And the loan assumption is agreed between buyer and seller. So instead of using a third party financing addendum, you're using the addendum for loan assumption and going into it blind. So the seller gets to determine whether or not they're going to get to see documents from the buyer's credit approval, the assumption process, the loan assumption terms, the consent by the note holder, the liens, tax insurance, and escrows, and all of this stuff goes on here. And so this ultimately will be approved by the seller's lender if they do the loan assumption. If a buyer is not approved by their current lender to get a loan, this process is no different than that. They're going to go through a full underwriting, and they're going to go through a full underwriting at that mortgage institution. One of the good things that you have about an LO or a loan officer is they can take your client's loan package and they can look at multiple different types of loan products to determine what they can get approved for based on their debt to income ratio. So this probably is not going to be for a marginal buyer that can barely get approved, because if you take him to Chase, Chase only has one product. And so they have to be approved, fully approved by Chase for this particular loan assumption. And so if you do have a borrower, a loan that's sitting at 2.5%, 3%, even 4%, again, we should talk with the seller about the huge selling potential of what that is and advertise it as part of our listing. And I'll bet you get offers. You'll sell the property for more and be in multiple offers for people salivating over that note value. William Diaz and then Lewis. William, we can't see you and we can't hear you. There we go. Now we can hear you. Hi. No, we can't hear you. Okay, so William is working out his audio and visual. In the meantime, we're going to go to Lewis and then Daniel and Cindy, and then we will circle back to William.
So I guess my question was, is there any way or any database that you can search where people would be willing to do loan assumption addendums or, transfer of the loan to someone that's looking to purchase?
Most buyer agents, the answer is no, that I'm not aware of a database. I do know that RPR, not RPR, what's it called? Remind, which is a tool that you get as part of your Actress subscription if you are a member of the Awesome Board of Realtors, will show you what type of loan they have and how much equity they have in it. It doesn't show the rates, but you can guesstimate based on the time that they obtained the loan. You don't know if it's an investor loan or owner occupied, so you really don't know what the rate is, but you can guess and you can send letters to people. But the thing is, most listing agents aren't well versed on this, and so they're not having conversations with their seller about it. And so no, there's not. It's going to take some looking if you're trying to go at this from the opposite way, which is I have a buyer, help me find those opportunities. Right now I'm talking about it from the reverse side of it, which is we're representing a seller and we're having a conversation with our seller about an opportunity for them to be able to sell their home at much better than break even, or because remember, how old are those loans going to be? Those loans are going to be 4, 5, 6 years old when the rates were a lot lower, and the values have doubled since then, right? So you might have a $400,000 note at 2%, but they're selling the property for 650, which means they're going to have to come up with the cash for the difference. And that cash, if they get a loan on it, if they do a loan assumption and they get another loan for the difference, it's going to be a second, and that second's going to have a very high interest rate, so that might not work out. So this is going to need to be someone who has the cash to buy out the difference between the loan assumption and what the seller's wanting to sell the property for, aka probably investor or owner occupant that was coming in cash that says, heck yeah, I'll assume a loan at 2.5%. I would much rather do that than spend my money in the bank, because I can do better with my money in the bank than what I'm paying 2.5% interest. So again, it's a special use for it. So I'm specifically letting you guys know as a listing agent a different way that you can additionally market the property. Okay, Daniel, Cindy, no, William, did you fix your AV?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Hello, William.
Hey, Jack. Quick question for you. When you're submitting an offer with this loan assumption, can you submit an offer with more than one of these options? Can you do a loan assumption and third-party financing addendum?
Yes, you can. You can stack them, as long as you are in earnest doing third party and loan assumption. Absolutely, it is a sum of all financing. So we're going to assume $300,000 note. We're going to do $100,000 third party, and then maybe even $50,000 as a seller second. We're going to talk about a seller second though, because that's not really an option. But yes, you can stack them.
Assuming they don't get qualified for a loan assumption within that time period, does the buyer lose their earnest money if they only have a loan assumption addendum, since it doesn't have a 21-day financing period?
So if the buyer is unable to obtain financing in the loan assumption, there are protections in there for the buyer's earnest money. So yes, there are.
Okay. Thanks.
The loan assumption is very similar to the third party in that it is a contingency protecting the buyer. Remember, all of these loan assumption documents, whether it's third party, it's all a contingency. If a buyer is getting a loan and they don't want the contingency, they don't have to use the third party form. The only reason that we use the third party form or the loan contingency is to give the buyer a contingency to protect their earnest money in the first place. Yep. Thank you for the question, William, and welcome to our class. I always love having you in class. Daniel and Danielle Cake, and then Cindy.
Yeah, so how, I'm assuming there's a more of a process through the assumption. So on average, how long should people expect for a closing, for it to take to close an assumption?
I've closed an assumption in 28 days before, but every single time the lender is going to tell you that it takes 60 days. And they're going to give you that, but it doesn't take 60 days. But we will tell the client that worst case scenario here that it's going to take 60 days. But the good news is that once you find out who the loan servicer is, the buyer themselves calls the loan servicer and says that we're looking to do a seller finance, or I'm sorry, an assumption. And then what is the process? And then they will open up, they're going to be sent to lending. They're going to open up a file. They're going to go through underwriting. They're going to get approved for it. And then they're going to get a packet of what the assumption of the loan looks like. And then they get everything from the lender. So if they can get approved from a traditional mortgage and they're well qualified, there shouldn't be any issue getting them approved because the loan documents itself says as long as they're approved from Chase to get a loan, they get approved to assume the loan. Did you have another question?
No, that was it. Thank you.
No problem. Cindy Bell and then Candy.
Yeah, some things that I see listing agents and buyer's agents, and if you could please expand on this, the difference between a loan assumption and a wrap.
I'm going there next as soon as I can get back to it. 100%.
All right.
Yep, that's my next addendum. Candy.
I guess that was kind of my question. Well, if a loan is assumed by another veteran or even somebody who's not, and they default on the loan, I'm just wondering what will happen if the seller is still.
So someone else asked that question already, and they asked, does the seller who is having their loan assumed have a release of liability? And so that's what it's called, is a release of liability. And my answer was the buyer has an out and the seller has an out if the seller doesn't get a full release of liability in the addendum. And so the answer to that question is we know that in a VA loan, promulgated language says that VA to VA, the seller walks away from any liability. But VA to non-VA, you can do that assumption. But the original seller has their entitlement locked up, but then they don't have any liability because that's the VA rules. But on a FHA, you really have to look at what this loan servicer is willing to do. And most of the time they do walk away with a full waiver. But this is the thing. We can't make that promise because we're not the one that can make any promises on what the bank is willing to do with that borrower. So we have to tell them under most circumstances that the fact is they can, but once we get the packet back from the lender for the loan, for the terms of what they're willing to do the loan assumption for, and by the way, the buyer already has all of that, the seller already has all that document in their note because the ability to do the seller finance was in the seller's loan packet when they got the loan to begin with. And so we can ask them, can you give us a copy of your loan packet from the title company when you obtained your loan? By the way, it's often recorded as well as an instrument. And so then you can go back and you can read it and you can see exactly what it says and what the lenders have to do. And it'll have a loan assumption and it'll talk about the terms. But again, we can give them all these documents. But at the end of the day, they have to read the packet that comes back from the loan servicer at the time of the assumption is happening. Make sense? Okay. Now, as Cindy Bell alluded, was there anybody else had a question before I move on to wraps and seller financing? Okay. As Cindy Bell was alluding to, there is a difference between a seller financing. Well, let's just start this a different way. A seller can only do a seller financing when they actually own the property outright and they don't have a lien on the property already owing money to someone else. There is what's called a due on sale clause. Every note in Texas has a due on sale clause, which means when the property changes name, the loan is fully due in full and it's accelerated and due with any prepaids and all of that. Boom, it's done. You got to pay off the loan before you can sell it. There are situations, and a person, especially in Austin, he's very well known. His name is Dick Tingley. He owns Chicago Title. He is a wrap specialist. He's been doing this for about 20 years. And he manipulates the due on sale clause because there's this little tiny little segment of the law that says that if the parties send constructive notice to the lender that they're going to do a wrap, the lender has the right to object. And if the lender doesn't object within 14 days, the lender waives their right to reject. Most lenders can't react that quickly. So maybe the seller owns has $200,000 on their property. They want to do a seller finance to someone else and they want to sell the property and walk away and that buyer take over that loan as a wrap. It's called a wraparound mortgage. Under those circumstances, they're not released from the liability, but moreover, if the seller's lender responds within that 14 days, the property immediately goes into foreclosure and there's not anything that's going to stop that foreclosure from happening. It is going to foreclose. So if we put together a seller finance and the property wasn't free and clear, what they call encumbered, if the property was encumbered already having a note on it, then you have damaged that first lien holder as well as committed fraud. We're not allowed to do that. And that happens a lot. So this firm does not allow wraparound mortgages, even if you have an attorney, because he's the last attorney in Texas to do it. I would just want you guys to know that the risks and the liabilities that exist for that. And then finally, 3C, sales price, the sum of A and B, which is the entire down payment and the entire loan amount coming together to make that sales price. So we have the seller financing, which is the seller owns the property free and clear, and they're going to turn into a lender, and they're going to finance the buyer's loan over the course of years. And they have the ability to foreclose on the property and take that property back if the buyer fails. Now, I want to spend just a moment on foreclosure. There have been now 5 different times in my career that I have been able to get a transaction, a foreclosure rescinded. Most recently was this week. We have a seller who was dragging their feet on a property that had a sell date, and the sale date was this month, Tuesday of the first week of this month, and we had it under contract. We had an agreement from the lenders to pull it from the docket. They didn't pull it from the docket. It foreclosed, and it was sitting with a reverse mortgage, but there was a massive amount of proceeds there. And I was able to, working with the attorneys, get them to agree and rescind the foreclosure. The foreclosure has been rescinded and we're set to close this week after the foreclosure is rescinded. So just know that we have a lot of competency when it comes to loan assumptions, seller financings, the dangers of wraps, and what happens if a property forecloses, and our ability to get the foreclosure unwound and rescinded as recently as this next week. So when you get yourself into these situations, please go to your sales manager. Andrew and I meet about every single thing that pops up. And we discuss it and we make the best decision that's going to be for our clients and our agents, and at least advising them on what their rights are. So get with us so that we can help. Paragraph 4, leases. This is a new paragraph for us. This paragraph was modified and added to our promulgated contract in 2022. If the property is subject to any kind of lease, the lease is required to be disclosed to the prospective buyer before they go under contract. And there are some addendums that make sure that the buyer of the property receives a copy of the lease and a full understanding of what it is that they're buying pursuant to the leases that are on the property. Let's talk about this. What are some different types of leases that might be on a property that is a 1-to-4 family and you're using this for?
Well, obviously, if it's multifamily, you might have one unit and be renting out the other ones.
Ure. Or it could be just one unit and rent and have a tenant in place there too, right? So, right. So it could be a tenant in place and the lease is with a tenant. So that is one. Elisa, I see your hand.
It's an investment property.
You
Well,
could have a lease for solar panels.
okay, so there could be a lease on the property for solar panels. And with that will come some type of UCC filing or some type of lien against the property from that note holder or the lien holder. Yes, solar panels is one. What else?
Water softener.
Okay, water softener, same type of situation, just a different asset. Exactly right. Mary Beth,
That's what I was gonna say. There's several.
okay. What are some others? Let's think about land for a moment. What are some leases that we can have on the property pursuant to land? William Diaz.
Oh,
Can't
like,
hear.
sorry, I was gonna say like the minerals or something, but I don't think that's right.
I love that.
Grazing,
A million
cattle
percent.
grazing.
100% valid reason. Probably one of the biggest reasons people become millionaires. I love it. Danielle.
I was gonna say cattle grazing.
All right, I love it. A land lease. So maybe they're leasing the land. They got an agricultural exemption for coastal Bermuda hay or something like that. And you got a rancher that's leasing the land, and they've got cattle that are being the lawn mowers of that property while they get to enjoy a very beautiful agricultural exemption and have maybe a 5-year lease, a 10-year lease, who knows what kind of lease, but a lease. That's a legally binding lease on that property. And if a buyer buys that property, they assume that lease. They don't assume enjoyment of the use of the property because that has been leased out. With a lease are rights to a third party. So the buyer's rights are diminished with that lease for as long as that lease exists. So the buyer has to be disclosed of what they're signing up for. So that's what this paragraph is for, a lot of this. So paragraph A, residential leases, if the property is subject to one or more residential leases and the addendum regarding residential leases is attached to the contract. So we have our addendum for residential lease. If you are assisting a seller on a property and there is a tenant in place, should we use this form? Yes, we have to use this form. What happens if the tenant is going to be moved out before closing? Should we still use this form?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
Lease could still be in effect for several months. They just moved out early.
Okay.
And the form, the addendum specifies whether or not the tenant will or will not move out before closing. And if they're not, then you have copies of the lease agreement that you will be assuming.
So it very well could be that what happens if the tenant refuses to move out? They were supposed to, but they didn't. And now the property closes and the tenant is still there. Now ownership has transferred, and now you have a situation where not only do you have to get them out, but you have to give them their deposit back because you're the new owner. So here is what our addendum regarding residential leases looks like. All residential leases must be terminated by closing. Seller shall deliver possession of the property in accordance with paragraph 10 of the contract with no tenant or other person in possession or having the rights to occupy the property. If there is a tenant in place, this paragraph A becomes very important to make sure that the parties agree that that tenant will be out before closing. So yes. And then also if the tenant's going to stay and they're going to assume that residential lease, how much is the deposit? Has the tenant made any demands for repairs in the property? Are there repairs that are outstanding on the property? Because they have to promise that sellers acknowledge for each residential lease that no tenant is in default, no tenant has prepaid rent, no tenant is entitled to any offset of rent because they're maintaining the property in some way. There's no outstanding tenant claims against the seller involving the property. There are no pending disputes with the tenant or prior tenant, and there are no other agreements, options, or rights outside the lease between the landlord and tenant. This is a very important document if a tenant is in place. So you as a buyer or a seller should be looking for this if there is a tenant in place. So again, if you are representing a party on a 1 to 4 family home and there is a tenant in place, we are going to check off paragraph 4A and we're going to include that addendum to protect the parties. Make sense? Okay.
Yeah, you had said I think the term you used was it was the diminished rights of the buyer if there's leases in place.
Mhm.
Although, I mean, depends, I would suppose, on your point of view. What if, as a buyer, I'm looking for the leases because the property is income producing and that's my goal?
Fine.
You know, and then
You can still have massive income and still have your rights diminished because you don't have the right to occupy the land. So
okay.
the legal definition of diminished rights means that there's less things that you can do with the property while the lease exists, despite the fact that you might be making $1 million a month. You still have diminished rights, even though you're making $1 million. The $1 million does not mean that you don't have diminished rights. So diminished rights doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing.
All right. And then the scenario you had posed that the tenant was supposed to be gone, but they weren't, and now the deposit or refunding the deposit is becomes the responsibility of the new owner.
Yes.
If the tenant did not vacate in a timely manner, wouldn't they waive their deposit, or could that be a
No,
yeah? All right.
not at
Okay.
all. In fact, if there is a beautiful form that we have called the Landlord and Tenant Guide, which is chapter 97 of the, and in fact, it's in our .me. I'm going to show you guys where that is. I'm going to take you to your .me dashboard. And this is something that was created by the Real Estate Center at the Texas A&M University. And it's something that we like to give every single one of our landlords and tenants. It's called the Landlord and Tenant Guide. And it talks in here, chapter 92, the Texas Property Code, about when the security deposit is defined, how should a landlord return it, and when the property is secured, and what happens if the tenant doesn't move out timely. Because there could be scenarios where the tenant doesn't move out timely, where the lease simply says that they move month to month, which is what most of our leases say. If a tenant doesn't move out, it goes month to month, because who are we to say that anyone knew to send the tenant a 30-day quit notice? So we can't make a blanket assumption. And so it very well could be that the tenant moved to month, they stay in place. No one has given them a 30-day quit yet. The buyer was getting this property with an owner occupied loan. The tenant didn't move out. Now they're giving a 30-day notice and they've got an owner occupied loan that's problematic because they funded and they can't move in when they wanted to, but now they're going through an eviction process and they have to pay back the deposit. So all of that would have been mitigated by simply using the right form. Good questions. I like the dialogue. Thank you. Okay. So the second type of second type of lease is what Mary Beth and Elisa St. John said, which is a fixture lease. A fixture lease could be anything from a propane tank that's on the property that might not be owned, it's leased, which is common. It could be solar panels, it could be water softener, it could be a security system, it could be a whole house wrapped lighting on the exterior that they're going to lease to own that. It could be any improvement that the seller is paying for over time and that the third party filed a lien against the property to pay for that over time, which means that the lease has a UCC filing or there's a lien against the property for the balance, can you use proceeds to pay that off? So can the seller say, well, I owed $50,000 on my solar panels. So let's use a real number. I owe 18,000 bucks left on my solar panels, and I'm going to make $50,000 proceeds. So I can simply sell the property and then get my proceeds and then write a check to the lien holder. Is that a possibility?
Yes.
No,
No.
No.
Why no?
No,
And the answer is hell
that would,
no, but why is it no?
yeah,
it has to
because
be
they're a
paid
lien
off.
holder.
It has to be paid off before you can close.
Why?
There is no money
Because
available.
then,
All right, so let's talk about the instruments of law here. You can't clear title. Title is not going to issue a title certificate without all of the liens on the property. So in order for title to change hands, remember when we talk about the mortgage lien that's due on sale clause? All of these liens has a due on sale clause. So when the property changes hands, the lien has to be satisfied in full. But in order for the property to change hands, the lien has to be removed and recorded. And so you have to negotiate with the lien holder, pay it off as to the terms of whatever the agreement is, then release it, send notice of release, title, have their examiner review those documents to determine that satisfactory release has occurred, and then the property can change hands. So it can't change hands by proceeds because it couldn't close until it was paid off. So there are situations where you as an agent, when you're walking up to the property and you're going to list this property and you're looking up there and you're seeing solar panels, you're thinking to yourself, I need to research this, because if they're leasing those solar panels, this could be a problem. This seller might not be able to sell this house. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I noticed you guys had solar panels. Are those paid off? I'm asking because, I need to determine whether there's a lien against the property. They're not paid off? All right. My recommendation is let's get on the phone with the lien holder and find out what your options are in selling this property with this. Because their only recourse to get paid, only recourse is that lien. So sometimes they're not willing. But sometimes they are willing to sign a contract with a title company, getting all parties involved to convey it to the new buyer if a successful settlement occurs. That's something new and just in the last year that I've seen. Prior to a year ago, the answer was no. But more recently, more and more lien holders are getting involved with getting the new buyer qualified, having special languages that the parties have to agree to, and that title company will also agree that they will release the lien if the buyer signs, but then the buyer is signing that they're taking personal liability for that lien. If they don't buy the property, the lien has been released and the seller doesn't have to pay it anymore. So the lien holder has to be the one to agree to all of this, and they have risk and they're likely to say no. I've only seen it happen one time. That scenario I just explained happens regardless of what the lien is for, whether it is a propane tank or a water softener or solar panels, regardless, because it has nothing to do with what it is that's leased. It has to do that there is an outstanding balance and they have that as a lien against the property, whether it be a mortgage, solar panels, or a propane tank. The process to get those removed is the same. Pay it off, get a certificate that the lien has been removed, have it recorded, title company determine, the title examiner to determine that sufficient recording has occurred and the lien has been released, and then they'll offer a general warranty deed and they'll allow you to close. So that's why fixture leases is a really big deal. If there's a fixture lease and you're in a contract with a buyer, there's a lot of stuff that you want to know. One of which is to be able to have the right as the buyer to be able and call and speak to the lien holder regarding that loan. Where is I lost it because I moved. Let's see if I can go back. All right, let's fixture leases. So in the, hold on. Okay, so in this addendum, it is giving you, it's giving, the seller is giving the buyer some rights. The lease fixtures are those fixtures in or on the property that seller leases and does not own, specifically the solar panels, the propane tank, the water softener, a security system, or who knows what else. Collectively, the lease fixtures. And by the way, there could be more than one. Number one, at closing, buyer shall assume and the seller shall assign to the buyer the following fixture leases, if that's going to be agreed to. Number two, prior to closing, seller will or will not remove the lease fixtures. And B, delivery of fixture leases. This is the important part right here. Because if the buyer wants to do their due diligence while they're under contract to figure out if they can or cannot assume these, because maybe the buyer doesn't have the cash, buyer has received a copy of all fixture leases buyer has agreed to assume, or buyer has not yet received a copy of the fixture leases buyer has agreed to assume, seller shall provide a copy of the fixture leases within 5 days after the effective date, or the contract can terminate and the buyer will get their earnest money back. Or seller provides buyer with notice of the following oral fixture leases. Because, yeah, I got a fixture lease. What could be an oral fixture lease? A fixture lease could simply be that you have a corral and a pole barn and chutes, and you're leasing that. It could also be you have a stage on the property and they have Western rallies, or you own a property that has a rodeo grounds on it, and they're leasing out those rodeo grounds, and you're under a some type of oral lease. So it doesn't have to do with the minerals. It doesn't have to do with coastal Bermuda hay. It has to do with improvements on their property that they're using that lease, and that there's an oral lease for it. So that would be an example of that. In any case, you want to know the details of all of those types of leases on the property so that the buyer can understand what it is that they're buying, what their rights are, if they're going to be diminished or not, what they're going to be compensated for the diminished of releases, and more importantly, if after all that they've learned after doing their due diligence, do they want to move forward or not? So that's your fixture leases. And we see a lot of fixture leases, by the way. And then natural resource lease. Natural resource lease does not have an addendum, but it does have a natural resource disclosure that talks about them. But here it is, the natural resource lease is going to be a contractual agreement that they have. Either the seller has delivered to the buyer a copy of their resource lease, or they have not yet delivered it and the buyer will get one. A natural resource lease could be water underground that they're leasing and tapping into, or it could be oil under the ground that they're tapping into, or natural resource lease could be a wind farm on the property, all kinds of things. And in a wind farm, you're probably going to have a fixture lease and a natural resource lease. It could be both. So here are all of the different types of leases that could be on a property that a buyer and seller need to negotiate, for the buyer understands what is they're purchasing, and the buyer has a contingency under these leases to get out if the property is encumbered by some type of lease. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We're going to go on break exactly at the perfect time. We're going to lunch. We'll come back at 2. When we get back from your lunch, we're going to dig deep into paragraph 5 and 6. We're probably going to spend 2.5 hours on paragraph 5 and 6. The rest of the contract will breeze through in about 30 minutes, but we're going to go through paragraph 5 and 6, every single word until you understand it perfectly, as I do. I'll see y'all back at 2 o'clock.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. Welcome back from your lunch, everyone. It is 2 o'clock. We are going to jump right back into our contract deep dive with the broker. Lisa, is there anything you need to go over before we jump in? No?
No, because we're not doing scores anymore. They'll just have to wait now till we graduate.
Well, I do have a score presentation
You do? Okay.
on my slide, but not right this moment. So,
All right.
I did have one at the end of class today on my slides. So if you
Yeah.
want to do it, you can.
When we get there, then I have things I need to get a roll call on for tomorrow and Friday.
Okay, everyone, we are officially back from our break. So if your video is off and you intend to get credit, please turn it back on so we can see your beautiful smiling face. All right, back to
Did I hear you say tomorrow and Friday? Is this a 3-day class?
Warren, we are in the middle of a mega master salesperson training course. And so each one of the classes are standalone. So this is a 1-day course that you are in right now, but it's actually a 30-day course for most of the people who are in here.
All right. I was going to have a heart attack. Thanks.
All right, everyone. All right, paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. This, let me go back and reinforce one of the things I talked about before on page 1, which is if you have a question about the contract, we read the contract because everything that the buyer and sellers agree to is in this contract. So the question is, have we read it? And if so, do we understand it? Yes or no? This is the timelines paragraph for the delivery of earnest money and termination option, as well as explaining what the seller's right is to termination if the buyer doesn't tender the checks on time. So paragraph 5A is delivery of earnest money and option fee. It says within 3 days after the effective date, the buyer must deliver to, and there's a blank, and it says escrow agent. So who is the escrow agent? Is it the title closer or the escrow firm?
The
It's
firm.
still firm.
I like the answer. It's the firm name. Why do we not want to put both a firm name and a closer? And why do we not want to put just a closer name?
Things can
They might leave.
The closer leaves.
Leaves,
Yeah.
then they could say they don't have to close and.
Yes.
Exactly right, because the big concern is if that closer moves to a different title company, then you have an ambiguous contract on who is supposed to be holding earnest money, and who is supposed to be holding earnest money is a very big deal. And obviously, in paragraph 6, we know exactly who is going to be issuing the title policy, but in paragraph 5, it's who is holding the earnest money. So we want a firm name there, not a closer's name. Although a lot of agents want to see the earnest money go to a specific closer at a specific title office, the contract that the buyer and seller has is with the title company, not the person. And if the person is no longer there, that title company will close it with a different closer, or if they're on vacation. If you really want to earmark it to who it's going to go to, you can fill out paragraph or page 11 correctly, and I'll explain that when I get there. Phyllis.
Yes, I have a question. I may be jumping ahead. When title policy is going to be split by the buyer and the seller, I've seen in paragraph 6 that both boxes are checked. And then in special provisions, you also additionally add buyer and seller to split title policy. Is that correct? Or is that just something that one of the title companies came up with?
Absolutely incorrect, ambiguous, and a nightmare because when you check off seller and buyer, then what happens is you have this ambiguous contract of this says that the seller will pay it all and the buyer will pay it all or the buyer will split. And so essentially what you have here is a non-agreement. And if language is added to paragraph 11, a special provisions that creates its own problematic sentence with paragraph 6. So my what the seller, if the buyer and seller want to negotiate a different amount, they should address it in a different way, whether it be through settlement and other expenses, whether it's in the sales price or some other way to get there to get them to the same net. They should not be messing with paragraph 6. This actually came up several times in professional standards. And I can tell you that this is a big no-no to check off both boxes. Good question. And no, we're not quite there yet. We're on 5. We'll get to 6. But if you guys have questions, don't be afraid to ask them. I appreciate all the questions that you guys have. It's how we all get better. On paragraph A, delivery of earnest money and option fee within 3 days after the effective date, buyer must deliver to the firm name. Let's just use key title as an example, escrow agent at, and then the address of that particular fee service office. And then there's a dollar amount as earnest money and a dollar amount as the option. So whatever was agreed to as the earnest money and option dollar amounts will be put there. And it is a dollar amount, so it's not a percent, it's not a split, any of that. It's just a very clean dollar amount. The earnest money and option fee shall be made payable to the escrow agent and may be paid separately or combined in a single payment. So if they're doing Zocom or some online payment solution, if it is a $4,000 earnest money and a $400 option, they can Zocom $4,400. The problem arises when they send a single payment and the single payment doesn't match the amount. And we're going to discuss that as we get into these next paragraphs. The earnest money, paragraph 1, buyer shall deliver additional earnest money of, and there's a dollar amount, so they're looking for a dollar amount here, to escrow agent within X amount of days after the effective date of this contract. So what is a good use for this paragraph and why is it here?
Back offer.
Our backup offers have changed. They've changed significantly. They changed in this last legislative session. The backup offer now has its own separate earnest money, own separate fees. So we're going to talk about that. But I would say prior to the 88th legislature, I would agree with that. But now that it's changed, I'm going to limit the use of this to something like, what happens if you're dealing with a buyer and all of their money is in, who is it? Citibank, who no longer has any branch offices here in Austin. And they have an issue where they don't have checks, and the title company, the bank, only will allow a wire up to X amount, and they're having a difficult time getting the money to the title company, which can happen. Or they're dealing with the international monetary system, where they're doing an international wire, which could take 10 to 12 days for it to appear. Or they're pulling money out of a 401k plan and they don't have the amount of money that they want, but they want to go ahead and put a contract together. So they could offer an amount that will clear the bank, and then an X amount of days after that, they can add the rest. So maybe they are doing a $5 million property and there's going to be maybe $100,000 earnest money or $500,000 earnest money. In that scenario, then maybe they have $50,000 now and they're going to put another $150,000 in 10 days from now. We have to have a way for the title company to get these large deposits without bouncing a check or dealing with wires that have daily caps on them. So just know that that's the typical use of this. Number 2, if the last day, and this is helping us stay true to understand what this 3 days after the effective date is. Because is it business days? Is it calendar days? What is it? That's what this defines here, what the 3 days mean, and how do we handle holidays. If the last day to deliver the earnest money, the option fee, or the additional earnest money falls on a Saturday, a Sunday, or a legal holiday, the time to deliver the earnest money, option fee, or the additional earnest money, as applicable, is extended until the end of the next day. That's not a Saturday, a Sunday, or a legal holiday. So let's look at July 1st. If you have a receipted date of the 1st of July. What is the actual deadline? What date? Does anybody know?
July 4th.
Okay. Is it? Is that true?
The 5th, if
Well,
it fall on a
technically,
weekend.
yeah.
July 5th.
Okay. So July 4th is what?
It's a legal holiday.
Uh-huh. And usually it's a Friday. So the 2025, it's a Friday.
So Monday.
It's gonna be the Monday.
So then it extends to Saturday, and then extends to Sunday, and then extends to Monday. So then, and Monday is the 7th. So exactly as you're all looking at, we have to look at the timeline and make sure that we are not just adding 3 days, but look at the calendar. Is this Independence Day? Is it going to fall on a weekend, so that we can properly advise our clients, because they have 3 days after the effective date. And if the last day to deliver is on a holiday or a weekend, it's going to extend to the next day that's not. So they would have until the end of day Monday. End of day meaning 11:59 p.m. To deliver the earnest money and the option. Number 3, the amount the escrow agent receives. And this is a very important paragraph. And in fact, I'm going to ask somebody else to read this paragraph 3 for me.
I will.
Thank you, Ken.
The amount escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then to the earnest money, and then to the additional earnest money.
Probably the most important paragraph here, because this is the definition of whether or not the buyer is going into breach, or the buyer doesn't have an option period, or the seller now has a remedy they didn't have before. So it's very clearly stated here that the amount of money that is wired to the title company, they have a requirement under the law to apply it first to what?
Option.
That's right. If you don't pay for the option in time, do you have an option? You do not have an option if it's not paid on time. We're going to talk about that in paragraph B, because we're going to learn about that answer and where it says that in paragraph B. So, Giroux, I see your hand up.
Oh, sorry, Jack. I have a question regarding the paragraph 2, though. So it's saying the last day to deliver falls on a holiday. But what about if we sign the contract on Friday and then the last day of the 3 days is Monday? So is Monday the last day? Like no, is the Monday the end of the
Yes.
3 days, or
Yes.
it? Oh, it is.
Yes.
Oh, so we don't skip the Saturday and the Sunday.
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If the last day to deliver, not if there's a weekend or a holiday in the middle of expediting out the deadline. And so if you have the rest of the day Friday and all day Monday. Yep. So the client has to know that that's what they're signing themselves up for. Because again, the reason this is this way is because the parties, the buyer and the seller, are making this agreement between themselves. And so they're setting this up. The title company's not. And there was a time when the termination option was in our paragraph 23 at the very end of the contract, and there was a lot of confusion, and it was kind of setting the title companies up for working on Saturday and Sunday and just going to do some crazy stuff. And so they just changed that a little bit and put the onus back on the parties. And so it's up to the parties to set up the timeline. So the buyer knows, okay, I got till end of day Monday, and I'm going to agree to that. Mary Beth.
Well, Cammy was before me.
Kamei.
So, as a buyer's agent, would it be in your client's best interest to see if you could kind of make the contract on a date where it extends the option period in a way?
It doesn't extend the option period, but you're saying it extends the deadline to deliver the option fee so you have a valid option in the first place? Because right now, we're not talking about the termination option, but we're talking about the deadline to receive payment for the valid option to occur in the first place, right?
Okay, yeah. So to deliver the payment, would you try to kind of extend it in a way?
I think that an agent has to be very clear with their client that you have until the end of day on Monday to get the money in. So, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, you should call the title company today and get this electronically submitted because they have all day, Saturday and Sunday, to do electronic wires. It's not like the internet turns off and then it comes back on Monday morning. It's just that the title company people are not there, and the relationships that we have with our closers, although we don't like to bug them all the time, they'll usually respond to us. So, am I going to manipulate the contract to give the buyer one more day to get the option to earnest money check to the title company? My answer would be no. But I would be very clear to them on when it is that they need to deliver it. And I might tell them, hey guys, look, you should sign this contract today because if you don't sign it today, you're going to be on Friday, and now you're going to have to get the checks over the weekend to the title company. And that could make your um, contract more complicated for you. I don't think that's an argument that I would want to have because all that's going to do is make the client feel like I'm pushing them. And so, but I will tell them you have 3 days after the effective date to get the checks in. So tomorrow, that means you're going to have until end of day Monday. So just be prepared for that. That is something I would say. Mary Beth.
I think you just kind of answered what I was going to say, is that I tend to explain to my clients about the 3-day and how that works. And then when it falls on a weekend or holiday, but I generally encourage them to get it to the title company as soon as possible, because why do we want to end up disputing over who's correct or who's right about that end of that deadline?
1000% yes. So immediately, and I'm talking to my clients as soon as we start talking about offers, the importance of timely delivery of those checks, and that we need to leave room for error to make sure that we get it to them as soon as possible, so that there's not a hiccup in any of the electronic systems. Because if we wait to the last moment, then we are expecting everything to go exactly as planned, and that's not necessarily a good strategy to have. Exactly. All right, so. We talked about number one. We talked about number two. If the last day delivers on a weekend or a holiday, it's going to extend to the next day that's not. Number three, the amount escrow agent receives is first going to be applied to option, then the earnest money. And that ensures that you have a valid option because you have to pay for the option within the 3 days. If you don't pay for the option within the 3 days, it doesn't mean you don't have a contract. It means you have a contract without an option. And if you have a contract valid, irrespective if the checks ever arrive, the contract and the checks, they don't have anything to do with the validity of the contract. The contract becomes valid the moment the parties sign it. And they're promising that within 3 days they're going to deliver the checks. And with that promise, the seller takes their home off the market, and now the seller is no longer able to sell that property to anybody else. If the buyer fails to deliver the checks, the buyer is going to be in breach. But if the buyer wires money that is sufficient for the amount of the option, but insufficient to cover the option and the earnest money, then the buyer has a valid option, not enough to cover the earnest money. So now they didn't deliver earnest money timely. And that's going to talk about here where you see paragraph C, failure to timely deliver earnest money and failure to timely deliver option. We're going to get to those in just a moment. So that is the way that the title company is going to apply the money. First option, then to earnest. Paragraph 4. This is also something that we didn't have this way before. That's a beautiful thing that we have now, because the parties are automatically authorizing that the title company has authorization to release the funds that they're holding. Buyer authorizes the escrow agent to release and deliver the option fee to the seller at any time without further notice to or consent from the buyer, and releases the escrow agent from liability for delivery of the option fee to the seller. The option fee will be credited to the sales price at closing. And so we used to have to deliver the option fee to one place and deliver the earnest to another place. And it was a nightmare. And now they have allowed us to send the earnest and the option both to title. That's the law of the land now. And within 3 days of the effective date. So they both have the same time frame now, which is also helpful because they've aligned the timelines to make it simpler for the parties and us. And the important part is that once title receives it, they have been pre-authorized to give the money that the buyer brought and give it directly to the seller. And then it says that if the buyer completes the purchase then the buyer will receive on the closing disclosure a refund from the seller as a credit for the option. But the monies are immediately going to be deposited, and the title company, without permission from anyone, can do whatever they want with that option in terms of holding it in their account or giving it to the seller without permission from the parties, because they got permission from the parties in the contract, and the parties can't later change their mind. They already have it in the contract. So they can't say, don't give the seller my option, I want out of this contract. It's already agreed to in the contract, and they have no liability and risk otherwise. Elisa.
I'm just verifying that the amount of earnest money is not written in stone at 1% or higher. Is that correct?
The amount of earnest money is fully negotiated between the parties. There seems to be a customary amount that has been created, which is 1%, but it is fully negotiable in the parties, not the agents. Yep. And
yeah, we have to kind of be careful with that, just like with commission structure, that, you know, customary versus is there any sort of, yeah, so it's whatever you can negotiate.
it's between the parties to negotiate, not the agents. And if the agents push a number that they want, it could be a fair housing situation. And there has been fair housing situations where agents have dictated what the earnest money is going to be and told people that it has to be that amount and given themselves a lot of risk and liability. And so the answer has to be that it's negotiable between the parties, whatever they agree to. It's not a standard amount, and it's not fixed by the agents. Exactly right. So what Warren and Elisa both said. Now let's talk about termination option, because we talked about the earnest money and the checks for earnest money and option, and we talked about the deadlines to deliver it and what the title company can do with it. Now let's talk about a termination option, because so far we haven't talked about the buyer's right to terminate the contract. All we've talked about was the payment of the option fee and the timelines to get the payment to the title company. We haven't actually talked about the number of days or either the length or the actual option period itself. That is under paragraph B, termination option. For a nominal consideration, nominal does not mean $1. Nominal means an amount of a couple of $100, which is what the courts have ruled recently. I've got a fun article about that. The receipt of which seller acknowledges and buyer's agreement to pay the option fee within the time required. So we're talking about for a nominal consideration for a nominal amount, the receipt of which seller acknowledges. Seller says, I acknowledge receipt of this money. I acknowledge to receive it. The buyer says, I promise to give it to you within the time required. Seller grants the buyer the unrestricted right. Unrestricted means irrevocable, but more importantly, for any reason. It's unrestricted. The unrestricted right to terminate the contract by giving notice of termination to the seller within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract option period. Notices under this paragraph must be given by 5 p.m. local time where the property is located by the date specified. If buyer gives notice of termination within the time prescribed, the option fee will not be refunded, and the escrow agent shall release any option fee remaining with the escrow agent to the seller, and any earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. If the buyer terminates under the option fee, it is pre-agreed on what happens with the earnest money and pre-agreed on what happens with the option fee. We used to have a release of earnest money that we would get into a fight over sometimes during the option fee when the seller was mad that the buyer backed out. And so they've changed that as well, and it's now pre-agreed in the contract that the title company has the right to release the earnest money and the option as long as the buyer initiated their termination and followed termination during the option period, which is something that if they're going to issue termination, they should use the right termination form, and they should CC the title company so the title company can understand and see what that looks like in terms of, did they do it on time or not? Because if the parties are in a fight over whether or not they did the correct type of termination, now you have a problem. Now you have a problem because you have parties in conflict and the title company is stuck in the middle. This is notice of buyer's termination of contract. The way to properly terminate a contract is to type in the address, put in the buyer's names, select item 1, the unrestricted right of buyer to terminate the contract under paragraph 5 of the contract, and the buyer sign it. This is a notice. This is not an agreement. This is a unilateral notice. Peace out. We're done. No bi-directional contract. Don't need the seller's okay. Don't need their signature. It is a unilateral notice. But this notice should be used on a promulgated form, because if we have a form, we need to use it. So termination should be used on this form, not just an email that says my clients decided to terminate. Although that is a termination, the agents are supposed to use the correct form. So whether or not the agent used the correct form, that's not going to mean that the termination was not issued. If they send a notice that says it's terminated, it's terminated. But parties could file a grievance against the agent at the Realtor Association or TREC for not using the correct promulgated forms as they're supposed to add clarity of what paragraph and why they're terminating. So best case, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, creating a bulletproof contract is if your client is going to terminate during the option period, use this form, check off the correct boxes, and deliver it to what it says in paragraph 21. That's an important thing, because remember, this is one of the notices that says in paragraph 21 that all notices from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when mailed to, hand delivered at, or transmitted by fax or electronic transmission as follows. So the buyer email address here, this buyer email address, if you send it to somewhere that's not the buyer's email address, you have not delivered termination timely. That has been deemed accurate, and the courts have held this up. So there is I teach Legal 1 and Legal 2. In my Legal 2 class now, they have a story of a buyer agent emailed a termination to a listing agent. In paragraph 21 was the seller's email address. 4 o'clock on a Friday, the buyer agent emailed the listing agent a termination. 7 o'clock, the termination, the seller agent received it, and they were out of the office. Saturday morning rolled around, and then the seller agent emailed that to their seller. The seller said, "You didn't notify me within the time prescribed, so they don't have the right to terminate because you had to have told me this by 5 o'clock yesterday. Nobody told me." It went to court, and the courts withheld that. They didn't follow what it said in paragraph 21. And so, was this a failure on the listing agent? No, because they have 2 days to deliver notices. Now, if they did that in bad faith, it could have been, but this wasn't a bad case situation. The listing agent wasn't purposely withholding it. It's just whatever they were doing, they had valid excuses why they weren't checking their email every 15 seconds. So the seller won. So now we're teaching, as I've always taught, that you should be delivering the termination to the seller, and you should have the seller's email address here. Do we hide that from the listing agent? No. But do we add the seller to the 2 and the listing agent to the 2 and the title company to the 2 and add your client buyer to the CC and click send? Yes. That is the correct way to deliver a notice. A lot of agents have this idea in their head that they're not supposed to email things to the buyer if they represent the seller, and vice versa. And nothing could be further from the truth. Does it say anywhere here that notices are valid when one agent sends it to the other? Elisa, read to me exactly what the notices says.
All notices from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when mailed to that part. Mailed to, hand delivered, or transmitted by fax or electronic transmission as follows. To, and then it has the contact information for whichever side with a copy to the buyer's agent.
Thank you. And so this, if you, we should, this was an excellent addition in our 2025 version of this contract. We put the agent's name here. Just know the termination should be emailed to all of those people, and then you know that you have all your bases covered so that you don't have someone come back to you later and now you have to defend whether or not you do have a termination or not. And so the seller needs to be the one to receive that notice, not the seller's agent. Cindy Bell and then Mary Beth.
And you can address this question when you get to paragraph 21, or you can address it now, it's up to you. For a buyer's agent, what would be the best practice for when the listing agent says, I'm not giving you the email address for my seller, I'll write it in after we're in an executory or executed contract? How would you want our agents to respond to that statement?
So according to Texas Realtors, that paragraph 21 information is substantive and will require a counter. And so if you receive an offer and that information is not correct, it should be countered. Because without the parties having the correct information on how to address termination and notices back and forth, option extensions, all these important things that are going to come up, not only do they have the right to know each other's information, but it's required as part of our contract. So I would have them call their sales manager, have their sales manager call the other broker's sales manager and say, you have a counter out, your agent's refusing to give us the email address of a party, and we're trying to submit an offer on this. Best practice for us as real estate agents is that in your offer instructions, you have the information in paragraph 21 ready to go. So when a buyer pulls down the offer instructions out of your MLS listing, they have the survey, the T47, the seller's disclosure, the legal description, and the information for the seller to fill out properly, paragraph 21. Thank you, Cindy. Okay. So again, we now know that the only deadline that we have in our contract that's not 11:59 is the 5 p.m. option deadline. Now, did you know that you rewind the clock 5 years ago and it wasn't 5 o'clock? The time to deliver option, the time to deliver termination for the buyer to exercise their right to terminate the contract was 11:59 p.m. And us agents were dealing with buyers and sellers after 3 glasses of wine, after them, by the way, having 3 glasses of wine at 11 o'clock at night, making our lives a living hell. And we're sitting there at 11:45 at night with our phone in the hand, trying to get them to either, extend or not extend. And that wasn't a very healthy way for us to live. And that was very upsetting. When they changed this, it was a really good thing for us. So they have until end of business day, 5 o'clock, to either exercise their right to terminate and bail or move forward. Those are the 2 options they get. Okay, I love it. So, and if the buyer does exercise their right to terminate, we have at the end of that paragraph that the title company is going to release the option fee to the seller and give back the earnest money to the buyer, and we're done. Now let's look at paragraph C, failure to timely deliver the earnest money, because paragraph C and D says something completely opposite. Paragraph C says, if the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money within the time required, seller may terminate this contract or exercise the seller's remedies under paragraph 15 or both by providing notice to buyer before buyer delivers the earnest money. So this is saying, and this is, remember when I said that the seller has 1 out to a contract? This is it. The words of this paragraph has granted a contingency to the seller that if the buyer does not deliver timely earnest money, that they now have a right that they didn't have before, which is a right to cure their breach, cure the buyer's breach by calling termination. And we have a seller's termination of contract where they can check off their one right to terminate the contract. They keep the option funds. The earnest money will go back to the buyer and it's done. Although the earnest money technically isn't there, it's just done. The contract is done and we're moving away from this. Or the seller has other options. They can exercise paragraph 15 default, they can call default, and that's a whole different thing. They can sue for performance. And that's a whole now a matter of the courts. Real estate agents are no longer assisting with that. All they're doing is being being witnesses and disclosing what they knew, what they remembered, and what they heard to the best of their ability. Okay, now let's talk about differently the option fee and what it says for that, because it's something says a little different. If no dollar amount is stated as the option fee, so regardless if they put 10 days for $0, that's not a thing. You have to pay for an option. Again, if no dollar amount is stated as the option fee, or if buyer fails to deliver the option fee within the time required, buyer shall not have the unrestricted right to terminate this contract under this paragraph 5. So, no option fee. So it says, if you don't deliver the option, you don't get one. You don't deliver the earnest money, you still have a contract. But the seller has the ability to terminate the contract or exercise their rights under paragraph 15. So then that's why we look at this other paragraph as to how the title company is going to apply the checks, which makes this huge big a difference. First, they're going to apply it to the option, giving the buyer an option. Whatever waterfalls off that, they're going to apply to the earnest money. And if they don't have enough earnest money, you have a valid contract. The buyer has an option. The earnest money now, the seller has the ability to terminate the contract if they exercise that right. And the buyer can cure their breach by bringing a late delivery of earnest money. And if they do that before the seller calls breach or termination, then it's cured and now it's moving forward and the seller no longer has the right to terminate the contract. Because it says, if no seller may terminate this contract or exercise seller's remedies under paragraph 15 or both by providing notice to buyer before buyer delivers the earnest money. So the buyer can cure it on day 10. They can deliver the earnest money, and they've cured the breach. Seller no longer has the contingency to terminate. Okay, I know we talked a lot about that, but I'm sure there's questions. So that ends paragraph 5. What questions do we have about paragraph 5?
So basically what you're saying and that part that you just finished saying is, if they don't do it by that certain time, they can cure it by getting it there. But at that point, it's a race. If you don't beat the seller
I wouldn't say it's a race because maybe the seller doesn't want to terminate because they want to sell their home. So maybe it's not a race, but it is certainly that if the buyer has defaulted, either they're going to cure it or not, and either the seller is going to call default or give the buyer more time, but at some point the seller's probably going to cure default. We've had situations here at Realty Texas where the buyer never delivered earnest money and the transaction closed. Because the seller wanted to close and they just said, you know what, I'm just going to pretend like this isn't going on. I don't care. I want this thing to close. And they made it all the way to the closing table without ever delivering the earnest money. Again, parties agreed to doing that. The seller had all kinds of rights all the way through that contract. The seller could have bailed and sold to somebody else who was going to maybe offer them more for it. Aiden.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I have a question regarding 5A4. So if we look at that and if we look at the amendment, if you want to extend the option period, in the amendment, it says that you have to deliver it to the seller.
That's correct.
Right. And so in 5A4, it authorizes title company to release that to the seller. So if you need to extend your option, how are you going to deliver it to the seller? I'm guessing you can't with, paragraph 21, their payment information is not going to be there. So
Yeah, so that's a very good question. How we deliver an option extension is not to do with the contract anymore, it's to do with the amendment. So all of the language as it pertains to extending an option exists and contained directly in that amendment. My recommendation is that we tell the buyer, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, we need to have enough option period to have enough time to be able to do due diligence. That could be 7 days, that could be 10 days, that could be 14 days. If I have a property that has a pool and a septic tank and some improvements that's going to require multiple inspections, if I'm concerned about the health of the foundation and I'm going to have a foundation company out there, I might be asking for 15 days, maybe even more, because I don't want to have to extend my option. I don't want to have to pay for an option extension. I think that I think agents who are on the buy side, who are dealing with option extensions all the time, are practicing in a dangerous way because they're not giving their clients enough time to do the due diligence that they need. And they should have given their client. Now, again, this is something that's negotiable. So the listing agent is going to be telling their seller, we want to compress this time so that this time frame is as small as possible. And the buyer agent is saying, we need to have enough room for you to really get a good idea of what's going on with this property. When we were back in 2020 and we were having these crazy multiple offer situations, we were seeing $10,000 options. We were seeing crazy options for 0 days. I saw a $10,000 option fee that was for 0 days. And the net effect of that was that the option fee was due, but they didn't have an unrestricted right to terminate the contract. So all it was is non-refundable earnest money is basically what that amounted to, because of the craziness of having 65 offers on a property and they wanted their offer to stick out and actually get their offer accepted. We're not in those days anymore, thank goodness. So now we have a situation where we have more of negotiations being back and forth. 7 to 10 days is a good amount of time. If you're trying to negotiate a contract and you've got 3 or 5 days in option, I don't think that's going to be enough. But to answer your question, which is how do we get the money to the seller? For 5 decades, that's how we got the option. It was always given to the seller, and the seller had to sign off on it. And if the seller was out of town, or it was always this nightmare of how to extend. So the good news is that somebody has to sign the receipt. So what we like to do is give the money to someone like the listing agent, and then once the money is sitting in the listing agent's hand, that you send the amendment to the buyer for signature, and so they agree and sign the amendment. Under those circumstances, you would have a really hard time, very difficult time, arguing that the money wasn't received, because the agent now has a fiduciary duty in dealing with client funds to deliver those funds. And so in any event, those are either you're going to go to the property and hand it to the seller and have them sign it in pen, or you're going to give it to the agent and send the amendment off to get signatures. But we should not be trying to do this at 1 o'clock and the option period ends at 5 o'clock, giving ourselves 4 hours to deal with this stuff. We know the day before whether or not we're going to have a problem with tomorrow being the end of option. We already know it because our clients are on the fence. So we should, if you know the day before your option expires that there is some issues and some unresolved issues, you should be dealing with that option extension on that day, not the last day. 100% of the time. Because what ends up happening is the buyer doesn't have enough time and they end up having to either terminate, which the seller doesn't want, or the parties are trying to rush to get the extension in, and it's just a lot of stress for no good reason, pushing it to the end. Alisa.
How do you feel about giving the enough time that you feel is, or that you're advising your buyer client to take enough time to make sure they do all their due diligence, but then if been satisfied as far as their inspection go, then ending the option period.
I knew that's where you're going with that. Paragraph 8. I am a huge proponent of that. I wasn't there yet, but I will grab that and I will address that now. So here is what the amendment looks like. You will notice here that in paragraph 7, it says buyer has paid seller an additional option fee of X amount, meaning that they already paid it. If you want to extend the option has to still be valid. You can't extend an option that is terminated. So the first option terminated, you can't extend it because it's dead. And there's no way to revoke a new option period. We don't have that ability. So the only thing that could be done at that point is, the buyer's out of options, so it's done. If the buyer wants to extend and they are in an option period, they would enter their option fee. And by the way, Trek has and Texas Realtors both agree that the fee to extend should be the original option divided by the number of days, and that number multiplied by the number of additional days. So if you had originally offered 50 bucks a day, you should not be offering $5 a day to extend. It should be the same number. And I'm going to show you an article where Trek says, no, Texas Realtor said, do not extend your option for $1. It's likely not to be held up in court, and you never had an option in the first place to extend. In any event, it's between the parties to figure out. But if the party uses a number that would, if it was $50 a day and then they choose $5 a day, and the court could look at that as a symbolic number that doesn't really mean anything, even if the money changed hands, they might not have an option. Don't play with fire here because you're playing with fire. So this is not a place where you're trying to save your clients money. You're trying to save their earnest money. You're not trying to save them $5. You're trying to save $5,000. And so that's what this is all about. And this is a very big deal, but not just save their earnest money, but also save them from default or being in breach of their agreement because they don't have the ability to move forward or they don't want to move forward and they breach. In any event, this says that they paid it up ahead of time. So then it says that they now have a new date before 5 p.m. We put the date and then whether or not it will or will not be credited. So that's how you extend. But that's not what Elisa said. Elisa's asking about paragraph 8. Buyer waives the unrestricted right to terminate the contract for which the option fee was paid. I'm just going to spend 1 minute on this. If the buyer and the seller negotiated an amendment on day 3 because the buyer did an inspection, found out that there was 3 issues. They wanted to have the HVAC service by a repair professional. They agreed to have the water heater replaced, and the seller also agreed to have maybe the stove replaced because the burners weren't working. And that's the 3 things that the seller agreed. Instead of a dollar amount, they actually agreed to specific repairs. And they negotiate this amendment on day 4 of their 10-day option. Day 5, the buyer does their next inspection, which is their pool inspection, and submits an entire another inspection report that says, oh, by the way, we want $5,000 in buyer credits because the pool needs to be repaired. And then you go on to the next amendment, and the seller comes back and says, wait a minute, I'm not agreeing to any of this anymore. When is this hemorrhaging going to stop? And so a very good way for a buyer to negotiate a better amendment, more things, is to say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, look, we're going to ask you to do these repairs, and we're going to ask you for maybe $3,000 in closing costs. And if you do these things, we're going to terminate the option period and we'll be out of option if you agree to these things. And the seller oftentimes will say, oh, okay, so if I sign this, we're done and you're moving forward, right? And the buyer says yes, and there you go. That is done. So am I a proponent for that? I think it's a very good negotiation strategy. I've been able to get a lot more things done with that, but it's just something that you would advise your client to determine whether or not that buyer wants to do that because they're in the driver's seat. Danielle, you had a hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you would type in on here and show us how you were saying earlier when if you're extending option, but they don't want to pay always, how you change, you lower your earnest money to.
Get with your manager, and I would put it right here. And I would say in paragraph 5, earnest money is being reduced from 5,000 to 4,900, and then I would put right here $100.
Okay.
So, Jack.
Like that, something like that.
Okay.
Warren.
So, I'm not finding it anymore, but I saw something that rather than additional option fee, there was a mention of an additional earnest money fee.
Yep. That is
So
in paragraph
why
5 at the top.
so why would you pay additional earnest money
So
rather
again,
than
and we covered that earlier. Additional earnest money could
it's-
simply be that maybe the buyer has $3,000 in their bank account, and they have agreed to $5,000, and they don't have an extra $2,000, and
I
they're
mean
pulling
that
money
wouldn't be
out of 401k, and it's going to take 10 more days. So they're saying they'll give you $3,000 now and $2,000 more in 10 days.
that has absolutely no correlation to the addition, because I noticed there wasn't it said option money, earnest money, and additional earnest money, but there wasn't a line for additional option money.
No, there's not. There
Yeah.
is, so the contract in paragraph 1 here has additional earnest money. The only additional option you would have is to extend an option on the amendment. And so on our amendment, the additional option is technically an extension, and that goes right here. Buyer has paid seller an additional option of $100, and that only is on an amendment to extend it for a certain amount of days. Belladonna.
And then, do
Yeah.
you find that I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Warren.
I was going to say, and then do you find that the larger or more expensive the property, the longer the option period that's requested, or it's
No,
generally pretty much standard?
it's pretty much the same. $2 million, $3 million properties, 7 to 10 days. I don't see a lot of 3 days. They're going to need to get an inspector, but it's going to take an inspector a half a day to inspect a home, or a full day. And so if you have a large tract of land that has, like I said, a pool and a septic system, multiple outbuildings, a well, all of a sudden you have all of these different inspections, and now you may have to send the water to TCEQ to get a water test for the lender, and there might be some things that you have to jump through that you typically don't have to deal with. And so if you got a traditional sticks and bricks $5 million home, the option B is going to be very similar in terms of time frame on a $200,000 home. But if the property has a lot of extra things to do inspections on, like well, septic, and all of that, then you're going to need more time. Yes.
Thank you.
Belladonna, you had your hand up, and then we're moving on.
Yes, sir. You said the original option extension, and you threw out really quickly, and I didn't really hear it. A formula for figuring it out.
So a rule of thumb is
Mhm.
earnest money is 1%,
Right.
and option is 10% of earnest. So $400,000 property, 1% is 4,000, 10% of 4,000 is 400. So earnest money is 1%, and option is 10% of earnest.
No. I meant where you said to extend. You said that
The
we
formula is
multiply it by
per diem.
per diem. Okay.
So just take the original amount of option, the $500, and how many days was the option? 10? Divide that and figure out what the per diem was of the original option.
Gotcha. Okay.
And use that exact same number is my recommendation, to make sure that you don't end up in trouble with this going to a court and then them saying, look, this isn't even a thing. These guys,
Right.
this is a symbolic amount. It's not a real option, and it be deemed non-enforceable, because that's happened. before in court. So we have
Yeah, I
case
could see
precedents
that.
for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so paragraph 5, we've gone through the whole thing. I think we're pretty good in understanding our earnest money, our timelines, how we apply the monies, what the time frame is. Now, paragraph E, there exists only one time in our 1 to 4 family contract. It only exists here. Time is of the essence for this paragraph, and strict compliance with the time performance is required. That doesn't exist in paragraph 9. It doesn't say time of the essence here anywhere. Closing is not a time of the essence paragraph. It's on or before and even after if you've got a situation where it's no fault of the buyer. Time of the essence only exists here in its delivery of the checks and delivery of notice to terminate a contract if they're in the option period. Okay, we're going to move on to paragraph 6, title policy and survey. We're going to take a break here in a couple minutes at 3 o'clock. So we got about 6 minutes. Seller shall furnish to buyer at either the seller or buyer's expense. It's fully negotiable who pays for the title policy. It's not supposed to be split. And you have a huge issue if you check off both boxes. I have seen 3 cases where both boxes were checked off, and I was in professional standards and I saw those 3 cases. So that's a story to tell just on its own. We know that the seller has to furnish the title policy, and they have to furnish it in the buyer's name at or the time of closing because it's still the seller's property. It's going to be issued by the title company. You'll notice that this says title company. And then up here, you notice that this says escrow agent. What is the difference between an escrow agent? Because we said an escrow agent's a firm, is that right? So this is an escrow agent firm and title company. Is this the same?
It typically is, but they're not. I mean, they put the same information in there, but they're 2 different things.
So escrow agent and title company is not the same thing. It's 2 different things. And as Cindy said, we may put key title or Independence Title or Austin Title in both of those fields. But in a lot of ways, that's what the title companies are asking you to put in there. Most of the time, you go to a title policy, you go to someone like Austin Title, and you're going to see a First American title policy. You're going to see a title insurer that's a national insurer. It's a little bit like going to Geico, and then you look and you see, oh, I'm actually being insured by Travelers, but Geico is the one I'm paying. It's no different than that. They're going to shop this across all different major carriers. And if you're getting a special warranty deed instead of a general warranty deed, they've probably shopped it 3 or 4 times to find the person who's going to give you the best policy at the best rate. So it is not a bad practice to put the title company in this field. It's what they want to see. Alisa.
No, it's me. Can I ask a question?
Mary Beth.
So is it bad or wrong to put, let's say Chicago title dash Round Rock, or should it always just be Chicago title and not list a location?
It has nothing to do with the Round Rock location. It has to do with their company. So yes, should just only say the title company. Yep. Okay, so seller shall furnish to buyer at someone's expense, one or the other, an owner policy of title insurance issued by, and we're going to just for fun put key title in here, in the amount of the sales price. It's not an option. It's promulgated into the contract. Dated at or after closing, so on the closing date or after, meaning that it's in the buyer's name, insuring the buyer against loss under the provisions of the title policy, subject to the promulgated exclusions. The promulgated exclusions. Oh dear. Promulgated, subject to the promulgated exclusions, including existing building and zoning ordinances and the following exceptions. Okay. Promulgated exclusions. Can anybody tell me what that means? Because these number 1 through 8 are promulgated exclusions. Adon.
Things that title will never cover.
Yes, exactly right. These are things that are promulgated exclusions, meaning that the Texas Department of Insurance, TDI, who mandates title policies, has in the Texas Code legislature that says these things are not covered as part of a title policy ever, ever, or ever. And so the buyer needs to understand that when they purchase a home and they get a policy of insurance through title, that there are 8 things that it will never cover. First of all, what is restrictive covenants common to the platted subdivision? What does that sound like to you?
HOA.
Uh-huh. You get in a fight with your HOA and they're going to take your house away from you, they're not going to pay. That makes sense? Title policy is covering you in the event of loss. Either someone suing you for ownership or a lien pops up somehow and they're going to cover that lien. So if the lien pops up, they're not going to cover an HOA lien that gets put on your property. They're not going to cover you for any of that stuff. So HOA. The standard printed exception as standby fees, taxes, and assessments. What is this?
Appraisal district.
You get appraisal district file a lien against you or sues you for back taxes or tries to take your home away because you didn't pay your taxes. They're not going to get involved in that. Policy doesn't cover that. Liens created by part of the financing described in paragraph 3.
Financing. Your mortgage.
Your
Assumption.
mortgage. Don't pay the mortgage.
Don't get
And
the
they
schedule.
file take away your home, they're not going to cover it. That's not something that they're going to cover. A utility easement created by the dedicated deed or plat of the subdivision in which the property is located. What is this?
Utility easements.
You got a PUE, public utility easement in the back of your lot that's 14 foot that only AT&T gets to, and you put a pool there and they come in and jackhammer out your pool so they can get to it, and then you refuse to let them on your property and you get in a fight and they file a $50,000 lien against you and sue you, and then you try to submit that claim to your title policy and they're going to say, no, thank you. We're not getting involved in that. Reservations or exceptions otherwise permitted by this contract or as may be approved by buyer in writing. Reservations. What is that one? Think
That's
paragraph.
Mineral rights.
Mineral rights.
Exactly right. Paragraph 2. And so if they get into a fight about mineral rights, we're not going to get involved in that. And then paragraph 6. The standard printed exception as to marital rights.
Divorce.
Divorce situation, and wife is taking the house. The husband submits a claim to the title policy. You didn't tell me that my wife could take the house and I lose it. So again, that's not something the title company is going to cover. What about this one? The standard printed exceptions as to waters, tidelands, beaches, streams, and related matters.
The beach changes, it washes your land away, you can't, or house away, you can't come back into.
So we've got riparian rights. You've got things like rescission and decision where the water level is going up and down. The water goes down, you've got more land. Water comes up, you got less land. And you maybe, as you have a printed exception, they're not going to cover any issues that you have regarding damage to your land, loss of land as it responds to water going up and down and the land getting smaller. You've lost land because the water went up. That's a loss. They're not going to cover you for that loss. And number 8, the stand. Someone had a question?
I'm sorry, the loss of land, like just using my house for example, I'm on Lake Travis. Believe that if it's a non-navigable waterway, that your property extends to like the middle of the waterway. So at least acreage wise, it's considered the same no matter what the water level is.
Yeah, so
You're not
appraisal.
really losing land. Your lot is still technically, you might have less usable land, but your acreage remains the same.
Yeah, we're not talking about the number of acres. We're talking about the land itself on the property has shrunk because they no longer have the ability to park their trailer in the backyard. And so if somebody, and by the way, the water goes down, does your property taxes go up or down?
Up.
They stay the same.
not in our experience. Property goes down, that does change, and property goes up, and vice versa. We've seen that. So as it comes to the property taxes and this one, all we're saying here is that the appraisal district is not going to get involved in your land and loss for water and all of that as to the shortages or as to the tidelands, beaches, streams, and related matters. But rescission in land, the beach, over the next 5 years has taken your backyard and now it's to your back fence because the sand has been eroded and all of those things. So anything to do with that stuff, the title policy is not going to get involved in.
Yes.
Number 8, the standard printed exception as to discrepancies, conflicts, shortages in area or boundary lines, encroachments, or protrusions. For this one, I'm going to take you to my slides so that I can explain it in a much, much better way right here. Okay, so the title policy protects defects, exceptions, and encumbrances as to title. This contract, I'm going to go back to the contract for a moment. Discrepancies, conflicts, and shortages in area. Do you see items I and II here underneath this? 8 says this is the law of the land, that it will not cover, the title policy will not cover a discrepancy, a conflict, or a shortage in area or boundary lines, encroachments or protrusions or overlapping improvements. If the buyer has a conflict on title, a discrepancy on the survey, if they have a shortages in area that they were told they were buying 0.3 acres and it turns out to be 0.25 acres, if there is an encroachment, whether they knew about it or not, or if there is a protrusion or overlapping improvements on a property, title company is not covering any of that. It is a promulgated exclusion. However, you can pay 5% of the title policy, 5% of the actual premium, which could be $50 or less. It's a small amount, 5% here, to do one thing, which is to amend number 8 and delete some of the words here. Number 8 talks about what you don't get. If you delete a word from what you don't get, what happens?
You get it.
You get it.
Coverage.
That's exactly right. So it's called deleting an exception, or a survey deletion is what the title company calls it. We're going to delete an exception, meaning that you get it covered. You have to pay for this deletion, and again, it's 5%, a very small number. So you've got 2 options on number 8. Don't do anything, and number 8 rides exactly as it is. Or we're going to amend it, and all that it's going to say is shortages in area. Shortages in area is what you don't get. They will never cover a loss of land because you thought you were getting more. Title company will never ever cover that, not shortages in area. So number 8 will read the standard printed exceptions as to shortages in area, and that's all it'll say. It's going to get rid of discrepancy, conflicts, boundary lines, encroachments, and protrusions, and overlapping improvements. So it'll say will be amended to read shortages in area, which means that's the only thing that you don't get is a loss of land at the expense of buyer or seller. And so they have to agree to pay it, which is a different set of checkboxes than who pays the original title policy. So this is something we have to explain to our client, Mr. and Mrs. Client. The title policy is going to protect you for maybe unknown liens that get put against the property, or if someone comes back later and sues you for sovereignty of the soil. The title commitment is going to go all the way back to the very beginning, 1776, for the original land grant, and they're going to push that forward, and they're going to be looking for a specific chain of title, custody of the property, from who sold it to who bought it, who sold it to who bought it, who sold it, and then who bought it, and is their names missing? Okay, great. Let's look at probate and let's see if there was a death in the family. It all has to tell a story. And the title examiner's job is to tell that story from the beginning to the end. And if there's a cloud on title, meaning that there's a little missing place, it's gone. There's a missing signature. Then they can't issue a general warranty deed anymore. They can't give you a general covering you against everything. They're going to give a special warranty deed, and it's going to have a little carve out that says, this one you're not covered, and this one in 1876, and this person we're not going to cover you because we don't see it, or that's a situation that could come back for you. So this what's called the abstract of title, which is this huge set of paperwork that the title examiner did for you. Then they're going to say, based on this research that we've done, we're going to issue a policy, and here's what the policy that we're granting. And so that policy has a fee. Someone's going to pay for the original policy, either seller or buyer. And if the buyer wants to increase their coverage by deleting some of the things that are promulgated exclusions, they can click buyer or ask the seller to pay for it. And again, it's a very small amount. I'm going to tell you one thing that before we go on break, where this sounds like a really great thing and it can come and bite you, which it came and bit me and I wasn't expecting it. And so learn from the wisdom. The title company is going to require a survey in order for this one to be valid. And sometimes they're not going to like the survey that you have. I had a cash deal. It was a very clean offer. There was no HOA, and we had a survey. And so they asked for the existing survey, additional survey coverage to be paid for by the buyer. So we had no issues with it, and the title company didn't accept the survey, which meant now we had to order a new survey, and we had a 5-day closing. We had already been under contract before. They had already pulled title. They had everything. It was cash. It was super clean. We didn't close. We had to wait, and it was about 3.5 weeks later that we finally got the survey back. And so this can throw a wrench into everything because they're going to require a survey. And maybe they accept the survey, maybe they don't. But in a situation like this, they did not because they were going to warrant that survey. In any event, these are things that the title company is not going to cover. So when we're advising our clients, we let them know, here are the things the title company doesn't cover. And if you would like to upgrade your coverage, you can by selecting this top box here. And if you find out later that, oh, that barn is on my property and I didn't know that, that's something the title policy will kick in and help with. Candy, I see your hand up.
I was just wondering why the title company wouldn't accept a survey.
Well, so if you have an old survey, then who knows what's happened to that property, and if they can't read it, and if they can't read what's going on, or they may know because they've had issues with other surveys in that neighborhood that utilities have changed, easebacks have changed, because they're going to pull on the part of the title commitment is schedules A, B, and C. A is all the parties. B is everything to do with the survey and the title commitment and easebacks and setbacks and all of the stuff that is to do with what's under the ground and around the ground is to improvements. And then Schedule C is liens and loans. They're going to pull the title commitment and they're going to look at the survey. And if that survey doesn't even come nowhere near matching their title, their schedules B, they're going to come back and say, we need someone else to go out and get a new survey because this isn't making sense.
Okay, so it was an old survey that y'all were using?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
An existing survey. I don't like to call them old. Elisa.
Can't that be avoided by the listing agent opening title as soon as they get the listing and then bringing over the survey in T47 for the title company to review? And the title company that I asked this question last time, what are the chances of you approving the survey and the lender not? And they said 99% of the times, if we approve it, the lender also approves it. So that's, in my opinion, that's one way of avoiding that situation.
So, Elisa, as much as I would like to say that that is a great practice, the reality of it is something very different. They don't know what the survey looks like until they pull Schedule B. And typically, they're not going to pull a title commitment until they have an offer. Now, they might pull liens, but that's completely different than actually going through and pulling Schedule B. But more than that, it's the title examiner who's taking out a magnifying glass and looking at that survey against paragraph B that's going to determine whether or not they're going to accept it, not your closer. Your closer is not going to look at the survey and say, oh yeah, I think we're going to accept it. They may look at it and say, well, you know, based on my experience, I think it's going to be okay. But it's their title examiner. And sometimes they are employees and sometimes they're third parties, and one that's ultimately going to determine whether or not they're going to accept it or not. So in this case, they already had it because I was already under contract before, and the first contract had already accepted my survey. So in this case, I had already done all of those things. And then they came back and they didn't accept it. Okay, it is lunchtime, not lunch, it's break time. I see lots of hands, but we're going to take a break. Michelle, I will answer your question as we're headed to break. Everyone else, it's 3:13. Come back at 3:23. Please add that to our chat, someone, so that I can keep track of it. Michelle, what was your question? Then Belladonna.
Yes, it's a very quick one. On A2, is there an advantage for the buyer versus the seller to pay?
No, it's the same regardless who pays for it. Typically, the attitude that comes from this is something like this. Look, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, look, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I'm willing to pay for your title policy, but if you want to upgrade it, you can pay for it for yourself. That's kind of what I see.
Makes sense. Okay, good.
Alisa, did you have your hand up?
I think Sheila,
Belladonna,
it was
you had
me.
your-
It was me. I heard what you said. I tried to write it down, but then when I was asked to explain it to someone else, I couldn't. So on the original option extension. So it's a original option divided by what again? The per diem amount of days? I want to be able to explain it as well if I have to. Because
Okay.
someone said that you could just, it's not even putting it in there, that it's something $10, and as long as it's recited something or another, I was like, what? Now you got me going crazy.
Call me after class, I'll help you.
Okay.
It has
I'm your
nothing to
mentor.
do with whether or not it was receipted, because if the buyer and seller agree to a number that is deemed to be nominal, then it won't be held up. Buyer and seller can agree to $1, but if
Okay.
they take that to
To
court,
court, yeah.
they won't hold up $1, and they won't ever have had an option to begin with, and that dollar could very well be $10. And so what we agree to is, Belladonna, you're really overthinking this.
I'm sorry.
How much was the original? Let's just use an example: a $400,000 property.
Okay.
Okay, how much did you charge? How much did you negotiate the option for that $400,000 property?
10%, $400.
Okay, how many days was the option?
10 days.
Okay, so how much does it cost per day?
$40.
Okay, so when you extend for $40.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I just couldn't explain it. Luis asked me to explain it, and I was like, option divided by per day, and I couldn't explain. Now I can. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my internet's been choppy, and I know she asked a question, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna ask what, because I got bits and pieces. But yeah, so just whatever option period you did, divide what your option money is, and that'll give you your dollar amount or the option fee extension. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, it is 3:25. We have a lot to go over. We are only on paragraph 6, but as I said, we'll spend a couple of hours on paragraph 5 and 6, and then we can speed through a lot of the rest of the contract. All right, so we have finished paragraph 6A, talking about the title commitment, what the exceptions are, meaning what the title company will not approve as pursuant to those exceptions, and then how to delete one of the exceptions, what's called the survey exception, the 5% fee to add it back as insurance for the buyer, which is great. Now we're going to move over to paragraph B, which is the commitment. The commitment is when they do the field work, and like I said, they go back to the sovereignty of the land, 1776. They look for the original land grant, and then they do all of this field work, and they put together from all of the documents that they've researched, and then they create a commitment. And the commitment is a promise. Here's what we're promising as part of our insurance package. Within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, The seller shall furnish to the buyer a commitment for title insurance and, at buyer's expense, legible copies of restrictive covenants as described, evidencing exceptions in the commitment, exception documents. This could be HOA, this could be deed, all those types of documents. Other than the standard printed exceptions, seller authorizes the seller shown on paragraph 21. Very important here. It says that they are going to send, the seller is going to send the commitment to the buyer on what the email address is on paragraph 21. And this commitment, by the way, is a very big deal because it's telling the buyer, oh, there's a tax lien. And in a cash transaction, if they send the commitment to the buyer saying that there's a tax lien, what happens if there's a tax lien on Schedule C and it's a cash transaction and the buyer moves forward with the purchase? What happens?
Do they have to cure it themselves?
They have bought themselves a tax lien. And it's a very dangerous proposition. And a lot of agents in the past, they were thinking, why would I want to put my client's email address in paragraph 21? They're going to email each other. Why am I going to put their phone number in there? They're going to call each other. So agents would put their own phone number and their own email address in paragraph 21 to try to circumvent each other from calling each other. And then the commitment would go to the agent as it's supposed to, as it says in paragraph 21. And well, bad things can happen because the transaction could be a situation in all of the thousands of transactions that one of the buyer never see the commitment and they never objected. They absorbed all of this liability and risk and no one was there to advise them. So it's very, very clear here that contractually, that within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, not the effective date of the contract, but when they get a copy of it, sometimes the title company finds out about a contract 4 or 5 days after the effective date because no one ever sent it to them. In any event, when they receive a copy of the contract, they have 20 days to get the commitment out. And the commitment is going to be emailed to the buyer as shown in paragraph 21. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered to the buyer within the time frame, it can automatically be extended up to 15 days or up to 3 days before closing, whichever is earlier. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered within the time required, buyer can bail, and the contract and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So it is very important that you guys stay on top of this because the title company is not going to call you and say, oh, Mr. or Mrs. Buyer Agent, want to let you know that we have failed to give you the commitment in a time and the buyer now has the right to terminate. This happens sometimes when the buyer can't get the commitment out in time. And what do you think the number one issue is that they can't get the commitment out in time?
HOA.
That's right. Because and why? What happened in the HOA situation that caused it to happen?
Well, they didn't get the HOA, the documents or the resale certificate or the transfer, anything from the HOA that you're supposed to have that they can put in their title commitment.
Yeah, but why not? Why did they not get it from the HOA? What typically happened?
They get it from the seller sometimes. As far as like,
Why did the HOA not give it to the title company?
They just don't. They take their sweet time about doing anything.
Because they never got paid.
Oh, yes,
Somebody
yes,
has to
yes.
pay, and then the agent
Yes.
don't. The client doesn't pay, and everyone's going to the client saying, "You need to pay this. You agreed to it in the third in the HOA addendum." And a day goes by, a week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, and if 2 weeks have gone by and they still haven't paid it, and they have 20 days, it could force a situation. So we need to make sure that if there's an HOA, that we're properly explaining the HOA to the seller and the buyer, which is why in a contract, I like the seller to pay the HOA fee. I like the seller to pay it because I know that they're going to pay it and they're not going to end up being late in paying it, causing the buyer to have an out on my commitment. And so for that reason is why I like to select the box that the seller will pay it. The seller will pay it and they're going to pay 50% of it. And then they get the credit back at closing. So who pays for it and how much they get a credit back is a different story. So seller will pay it and they're going to pay up to, $250. So they'll pay the whole thing and then they'll get a credit back at closing. What if it doesn't close? the seller's still going to sell it to somebody else. And so for that reason too, it just makes sense that now you got a buyer who's on the hook for something that they didn't finish, and it just turns out to be a problem. I think they should get rid of the buyer paying for it all. I think it should always be paid for by the seller and reimbursed by the buyer, but that's a different story. That's not what our contract says. Michelle.
Had an interesting situation in my own neighborhood. The transfer is actually $2,500. Would you still advise? I never seen it like that high amount.
Well, good news that the 88th Texas legislature put an end to that, and the transfer fee is now promulgated by the state of Texas. And so that's no longer a thing. And if they are charging it, they're in violation of Texas law. And so transfer fees are now promulgated. I think they are promulgated at 500. Cindy.
I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that only applies to SFR HOAs. The legislator did not get to cover condos. So if you're in a condo regime, whether it's a detached or 30-story hub, that HOA.texas.gov and all of those regulatory changes, the last time they touched it, it didn't address it. And I believe that's correct, Jack. Am I correct?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'll send Lori Levy an email because I don't know. I have not heard that. I thought it affected to everything residential. I know that it doesn't touch commercial, no question. But I don't know about that. So we'll have to find out if there is an exclusion for that. But Texas legislature has, I know for residential, at least, non fee simple residential, that it's promulgated now. And so, and they're still beating up the HOAs, making sure that they're not being overly restricted. Okay, so we talked about the commitment. That's the abstract. That's all of the documents that the HOA, that the title commitment has done in all their research. They take that abstract, they do research on it, and then they generate a commitment saying that if you buy a title policy, this is what we're going to commit to. They give it to the buyer. If they don't give it to the buyer within 20 days, the buyer has the ability to terminate the contract. But in any event, if they are late, it automatically extends up to 15 days. They have that. But buyer may terminate the contract and get the earnest money back, and they'll be refunded to the buyer. Okay. Paragraph C, survey. We've had some changes in this language a little bit. So we're having some changes coming in the T47. But in any event, the survey is pretty simple when we look at what this says. It says that either you're going to deal with an existing survey in paragraph 1, or paragraph 2, the buyer is going to buy a new survey, or paragraph 3, the seller is going to buy a survey. So very clear language, but paragraph 1 is a little bit tricky because there's a 3-parter. It's a little bit of a saga here. First, it says that the seller promises within a certain amount of days that they're going to give the survey and the T47 to the title company and the lender. They're going to give that to them in a certain amount of days. And if they don't, then automatically the buyer gets to order a new survey paid for by the seller because the seller didn't furnish it in time. But if the seller does give it to the title company and the lender in time, if they do furnish it in the time prescribed, and someone says, no, we're not going to accept it, then there's a checkbox of who is going to pay for it in time. So the seller will often have the attitude of this. Here's my survey. I'm going to give it to you. Now, if someone doesn't like it, you can go buy yourself a new one, but I'm giving you the one I have. Well, Mr. Seller, you said you'd give it to me in 2 days, and you gave it to me in 5 days, so I went ahead and ordered a new one because you broke your promise, okay? Or you did get it in 2 days, somebody else didn't like it, so now the buyer or seller, somebody, however they negotiated this, as you see it in the contract here, had to order a new one. So let's read the language and see what it says. Within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract, the seller shall furnish to the buyer and the title company seller's existing survey of the property and a residential real property affidavit or declaration promulgated by the Texas Department of Insurance. So the seller is going to give their existing survey to the buyer and the title company along with their T47. They're going to give that to them within a certain amount of days. If buyer shall obtain a new survey at seller's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing if the seller fails to furnish within the time prescribed both the existing survey and the affidavit or declaration. So here's that sentence. Basically, it said seller is going to give the survey and the affidavit to the title company and the buyer within X amount of days, and if they don't, the buyer gets to buy a new one. And the buyer gets to buy a new one, but they have to have ordered it no later than 3 days prior to closing. If they went all the way to the closing date and say, oh, we don't have a survey, they don't get to order a new one at the seller's expense anymore. There may very well be a lender involved here that's requiring a survey. So this can cause all kinds of issues with your transaction because you most likely are going to need, if you're getting a loan, a survey. So we're not wanting to mess with this. So as soon as early as possible, within 3 days after the effective date, seller, give us your survey if you haven't already. We're going to give it to the title company and we're going to give it to the lender, and we're going to make sure that everyone's happy with this. And if they're not, then we're going to talk about what happens now, which is this sentence. If the title company or the buyer's lender does not accept the existing survey or the affidavit or declaration, they don't like the T47 and they don't like the survey, buyer shall obtain a new survey at someone's expense. And you guys are going to negotiate that up front, no later than 3 days prior to closing. So again, very simple. You have an existing survey, seller give it to me within 3 days. If you fail to give it to me within 3 days, buyer gets to order a new one. If they do give it to you within 3 days and it's not accepted by the title company or the lender, you will have pre-negotiated who's going to pay for the new survey. Questions regarding 1, 2, or 3, because 2 is simply buyer agrees to pay for a new one, and 3 is seller agrees to pay for a new one. Talking about property plat mat survey. Questions? Pretty clear? Okay. This one's not going to be clear. Paragraph 60 is the paragraph that people struggle with the most. It may require you to go back and watch this again, and that's okay. And maybe you also take a moment because we may have this fade away, because maybe you come to Megan to take this every couple of times a year and it fades away and comes back because it's complicated. Objections. Remember, you know that entire commitment in the title policy? There's a lot of stuff in there. There is HOA stuff, there's deed restrictions stuff, there is survey stuff that talks about overlapping improvements. You find out on the survey, you get a new survey done, it comes back out, shows up on the title commitment. Title company says, we're not going to help you with this, and there's a barn over the property line. Buyer says, I don't want a Hatfield McCoy situation. I don't want their barn on my property and having all that issue. So I object to this. I'm not going to buy this property with a barn halfway on the line. Or you find out that there is an HOA and you find out the HOA is in litigation and they're suing each other into oblivion. And next month, there's going to be a $25,000 assessment that's going to get put against all the new owners. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't want to move into a neighborhood where the HOAs are shooting each other. No, right? So there's ways for the buyers to object to things that they learn from all the work that the title company did. And the buyer's going to need time to digest this and understand what it is they're looking at, because this is part of purchasing a home, is understanding what are my deed restrictions, what are my HOA restrictions, and what are all the defects on my property that I am buying from someone else. And I learned about that from the commitment. So buyer may object in writing to defects, exceptions, or encumbrances to title. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to tell you what those are. A defect is a publicly recorded lien or a mortgage or a judgment that the buyer says, no, I object. You guys need to fix this. I'm not moving forward. An exception is items on the title insurance, the policy that they won't cover, other than the promulgated things that we already knew about. Remember the 8 things that's not going to cover? spouse suing each other, HOA, appraisal district, water rescission, all of those things. There are other things that could come up in an exception. Find out that there are 10 years ago, the property sold and it lacked proper signatures, and you have your attorney look at it and say, this item here, you very well could buy this property, and although you'll be compensated, I suspect what's going to happen is someone's going to sue and someone pay out a claim or ask for the property back, and end up in this huge thing where you spend your time in court trying to defend yourself on the property. So maybe you don't want anything to do with that. Encumbrances. Encumbered means that it is heavily weighted by the stress of something, like a deed restriction. And these are things that take away from your rights. Deed restrictions, easements, encroachments, CC&Rs, these are things that take away from your right to enjoy the property because you have limited ownership. You have limited rights to use the property in all of the ways that you would normally be able to enjoy a property that didn't have CC&Rs. Maybe you can't have a flag in the front of your property that you like. Maybe you can't put your boat in front of your property. Maybe you can't park a car in front of your property for more than 24 hours because the CC&Rs, the covenants, conditions, and restrictions of the HOA have it. Maybe you're a plumber and you have a plumbing truck and they don't allow the plumbing truck to be parked overnight in the driveway, which again is a CC&R restriction that's promulgated language in Texas. So knowing what those encumbrances be, deed restriction, easement. Maybe they have a pet pig and it's their beautiful pot-bellied pig that's, that's in their family, and find out there's no swine on property. And that's a deed restriction that also exists. Maybe they want to have ducks and they don't care what anybody says, their pet duck is living on their property. And it also says no fowl on the property in a deed restriction, which is going to take an act of God to get that removed. So the reality is they've learned that and say, I don't want to live there because of that particular situation. Or prohibited uses. Again, same thing. I want to have a home office here. And nope, you can't have a home office. Oh, really? Okay, well, there's 5 acres in the area in the back. I want to have a farm where I have a community garden and I want people to come here and garden and I'm going to sell this stuff. No, you can't use it for income producing. Or I want to have an RV park or whatever. You find out that this use that you want for the property, whether it be retail or you gonna sell things out of your garage, having customers come into your office and the HOA is restricted. You want to use a property in a way that's restricted, and the buyer looks at that and says, oh, wait, I can't do that on my property. This isn't the property for me. I want to object. I want to back out of the contract because of these prohibited uses. But if the buyer does not object within the negotiated deadline, the buyer waives their right to object to all of these things and they now assume them all. And all of this stuff is located in the commitment. So if the buyer didn't get the commitment because it was emailed to the agent, the buyer never saw it and they're going to assume all of these things. So this stuff is important. So again, we have defects in the exceptions, the encumbrances on their survey as it relates to the commitment. So those are the definitions of all of those. And I'm going to dig a little bit deeper here in a moment. Danielle.
Yes. So since it says the buyer must object in writing, so I've never had a buyer object to anything. So do they just send an email to the seller and title, or is there a form?
Yes.
Okay.
They need to object in writing, and we're going to read about exactly how that objection needs to be happening because it says they must object as it states in paragraph 21. And so paragraph 21 talks about who they have to object to and how. So it's very clear of where. So that's a good question, and we're going to read that as it gets on. Okay, now there's a little hidden gem here that I need you guys to be aware of, which is this number of days. What gets put in this big field here? I see so many agents putting things like for residential use. I'm going to share our contract. What does it say at the top of this contract?
Residential contract.
So the entire contract was void in the first place. if someone can't live there. So putting for residential use in the commitment is not what we recommend. If you have an objection, put one there. If you have no objections, put no objections, period. It's very simple. But adding special language like in there is boilerplate language is not helpful. So
I don't know who started that in the Austin area. Somewhere that got trained and embedded, and it is the weirdest thing.
Well, it's time. Let's find who that person is.
Well,
It was the same
anyways.
thing.
Can we tar and feather
It was
them?
obviously a commercial realtor, commercial real estate agent.
Have Jack trained him.
We had the same thing in Dallas, and it started about 10 years ago. It's just
Okay, so either we have an objection. An objection could be, I know that I want to have an RV on the property. I want to have my tool truck parked in the driveway. I want to have a
Chickens.
home office. I want to have chickens. I want to have ducks. I want to have swine on the property. I want to have a zip line going across the lake. Whatever it is that you want to have a use here, and you put it here, and you find out that you can't have that use, then you get out of the contract. The seller has to agree to this too. So the seller could be looking at this and saying, I'm not willing to move forward in this contract because I don't believe that you can have an RVM property. And so I'm not going to even move forward with the contract. And the buyer says, well, fine, because if I can't have my RV, I'm not buying your property. So that is what this is designed for, a specific use that we don't know. A lot of agents get this wrong and they say, well, it's Thursday and they're in a multiple offer situation and I need to call the agent and find out whether or not this use is permitted. Put that use in here and get your offer in. And that is how you get your questions answered, because even if you ask the agent, they're likely to be wrong. We need to have it actually looked at. So in any event, that's what this paragraph is used for. Now, this date here is a very important date for us. I'm going to zoom in because I need you guys to read what it says. Buyer must object the earlier of I, the closing date, or II, this date. What happens if you leave this blank? What happens if you leave both these blank with what it just said?
You have till the closing.
You have to object for, I don't like a purple hose, all the way to the closing date, because an exception, encumbrance, or defect as disclosed on the survey, which is part of your commitment, which is your HOA documents, and the HOA doc says you can only have a green or a brown hose, which by the way, a lot of HOA docs actually says, and you have a bright orange hose, you're like, I like my bright orange hose and I want out. So on the closing date, I'm going to mention to them that I don't want only a bright orange hose, so I'm backing out and getting my earnest money back. This is the biggest wide open door you could leave to a contract, and a lot of buyer agents think, oh, they left this blank. That's good for the seller. But it's exactly the opposite. That's bad for the seller. So listing agents, ears up. If both of these are blank, you have a door. You've got an entire door that's open up all the way to the closing table that the buyer can get out and get their earnest money back. So be cognizant of that. This should have 6 days or less, even if the objection up here is blank, because it's not just or which prohibit the following use or activity. It's this entire sentence. Buyer may object in writing to defects, exceptions, or encumbrances to title disclosed on their survey, other than those long list of things that are promulgated exclusions that we talked about 1 through 7, disclosed on the commitment, other than items, those promulgated exclusions, or the following use. Okay, so if this is blank, that's okay, but it says buyer must object to all of these things, the earlier of the closing date or I, and if you leave this blank, it's the closing date. Days after buyer receives the commitment, exception documents, and the survey. Buyer's failure to object within the time allowed will constitute a waiver of buyer's right to object, except that the requirements in Schedule C of the commitment are not waived by buyer. Schedule C, loans, liens, all of that. So this talks about cure periods and what happens if they do object. In the cure period, they have an automatic 15 days. They can ask the seller cure it again. Seller's like, okay, well, we're going to go try and move that barn. And they get 15 days up. We need 15 more days because we couldn't move the barn. So the seller and the buyer can continue using these things. But what's interesting here is you might have 3 objections. and you have 3 15-day timelines going on at different times. So now you're gonna have to start documenting this because you want them to move the barn, and you've got an encroachment that now you're trying to go and have new deeds, new surveys done on both properties so they can get rid of this maybe overlapping improvement, all of this. So this is when you get attorney work. I've got a really great attorney that knows this stuff inside and out. I've worked with him probably 24 times or more in helping us with small issues like this, and they're easy to put to bed. It's just the communication of it is what makes it complicated, because oftentimes agents don't know how to explain this to their client, and we need to be, because if there is an issue or a defect on the commitment or an overlapping improvement or some what we consider called a defect, our clients need to be able to have someone that's going to help them cure that. So I would take a snapshot of this so you can understand the difference between a defect, an exception, and encumbrance, and what those mean, so that you can explain that better. That would be, and again, it's going to be shot out to you via email anyway.
Are you going to share your attorney's name as well?
I can share it.
Okay.
It's actually
And
in
then
the app already.
in that, okay. And then back to that blank that you said you don't ever want to see blank. What do you recommend gets put on that line? None noted at this time, or what?
Well, actually, we have that in your room system as a company default. So when you hit the apply button, no objections noted is what I usually recommend.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
So you
Okay.
one quick question. Sorry. So when title sends out so if a survey's not done yet, but the commitment comes out and you see something in there, you're like an easement that you're like, I don't really like that. But the survey,
Commitment can't come out until the survey's done. So they're frozen until the commitment's done.
okay, so then once the survey comes and then if the client sees it on the paper and they're like, yeah, I really don't like that, you can object at that point too.
That's what paragraph 60 is for,
Okay.
is that from they have 20 days from the time they get a copy of the contract to start pulling the commitment documents and looking at the recorded deeds, we're looking at the survey, looking at all of this stuff, and that's why it's so important. Then that's why survey is part of this paragraph for title policy and survey, because we need the survey. Either the title company needs to order one, or B, we need to get one back from the seller so that we can see what the survey is, because this document is how they're going to generate Schedule B of the title commitment, and they need all of this stuff. And we're talking about compressed timelines. Agents are trying to get people to close in 3 weeks. The title company's like, oh, we'll try, but we have 20 days to get you the commitment, and you're asking for a 15-day close, and we have 20 days to get to the commitment. So that's already kind of a head scratcher right there as it is. And so they will do their best. Great questions. Okay, now we're going to move on. The rest of the contract is pretty smooth. It gets a lot easier. But I can tell you that paragraphs 5, paragraph 6 are tough for agents. The earnest money termination, remembering the timelines, paragraph 6, understanding all of the promulgated exclusions and knowing how to explain those, and the additional insurance, and then the commitment, and then paragraph 6D. Most of the agents I know, they try to skip over paragraph 6D and they just move on to the next one because they're not going to even attempt it. And so I would just tell them this paragraph 6D, this has a lot to do with your HOA documents, has to do with the survey of the property, which is your property boundaries and lines and fence lines and all of this. And we're going to get a document back from the title company, which is going to tell us if there's some defects on the property. And if there are, we have the ability to object and ask the seller to cure. We'll cover that in the event that happens. That's my recommendation, how you approach that. All right, before I move on to title notices, anybody have any questions before we move on? Everyone feeling confident? Amir.
Yeah. I have two questions regarding the disclosure and survey. If the seller refused to provide this seller's disclosure or the survey, like how do we proceed to protect ourselves from lawsuit?
Okay, so remember, number 1 here is the seller giving you their survey, or the buyer simply buys their own, or the seller buys their own. So it's not a matter of never getting a survey. It's not a matter of refusing. It's Mr. and Mrs. Seller, do you have a survey? Well, I don't know if I have a survey. There's been times where I know that they were the first buyer and I called the DR Horton myself and said, can you guys go into your archives and get me a survey for this property? And they'll do that. I go through the MLS and look at all the prior old MLS listings looking for a survey and I find one. Or I call and I find out I call the listing agent. Hey, you were the listing agent of property 123 Main Street that closed back in 1998. I'm so glad you're still in business. What title company closed that? Because I'm trying to get a hold of a survey. Austin Title, great. Hi Cheryl, this is Jack Stapleton at Realty, Texas. I need your help. I need a survey from 1998 that you closed something. My God, Jack, why are you always bringing me these crazy things? I'm thank you for you, Cheryl. I'll send you some cookies. So we're going to try to help them with that, and I'm pretty successful in getting a copy of the survey. But I'm gonna ask the question: should we be doing that? Is that in the best interest of the buyer? And it's always been my recommendation that we always recommend, and I always recommend that my buyer buy a new survey. Always, 100% of the time. I
Yeah, but if the
always.
I'm sorry. Well, what if the buyer, okay, they say, okay, we're gonna take all the responsibility. We don't want survey. We don't want disclosure. We just want to buy the. What do we give them to sign? Do we give them any document to sign that they said this, or how do we
Well,
protect
if the
ourselves?
buyer's obtaining a loan, the lender's not going to approve them without a survey.
What if it's the cash? Like,
Then it's all totally up to them. Then you go to your sales manager saying they don't want a survey. So then we go to the title company and say, title company, are you going to be able to issue title policy without a survey? And then they may say no. And so then the title company can't issue a commitment and they don't close because they're refusing to issue a title policy.
and if that's the case on those two boxes, we check the first one where it says like the amend for shortages of area, those kind of things. Like we check the first
Yep.
box.
So if they want the additional coverage, then they'll check off this and they'll say that either buyer or seller is going to pay for the additional coverage.
Right.
But this is just additional coverage on the survey that they have. Or a new survey, by the way, because they can also have additional survey coverage on a new one, not just a used one. But down here, we're gonna I like asking the seller for their existing survey so that I have a copy of it, so that I can look for the seal for the surveyor. So that when I see the seal, I can go back out and I can find the survey company who has done it, and I can call them and ask them if they'll resurvey their property for a discounted fee for my client, which is a great resource because this is an insurance policy on the land. And if this document was made incorrectly, like they are all in the city of Dale, Texas, which is just south of Austin on the 130, they used the post office as the center point for surveying the entire town in the 60s. And the surveyor that did it did them all wrong. And so everyone's boundary line is through the middle of their house, and they didn't discover it until the 90s. And they're still battling with that today. And so if the surveyor is wrong, the E&O insurance of the surveyor is going to cover them. But these are also very often copyrighted material. And so a lot of surveyors will put a copyright mark somewhere on here. You know, it's tiny and there's a lot of dots on this thing. So you're going to have a hard time finding if it's there or not. If it's a copyrighted survey, the survey is a contract between the surveyor and the buyer of that survey. And so because that's a contract, they may not have the right to give this to a third party. And some of the surveyors say, no, the third party can't use my survey. It's copyrighted. They have to come back and pay me. So my recommendation is that you ask for it. If the surveyor is still alive, great, call them, ask them if they redo it. If not, give a survey to another surveyor and ask them to recertify it so that you have the policy that stands behind it with the E&O insurance policy. But it's also why I want to have this also the title company to also endorse my survey so that not only am I sitting on a title, an insurance, an E&O policy from the surveyor, but I also have my title commitment standing behind the survey, making sure that the survey wasn't wrong. Because how do you know that the survey is correct? And the answer is you don't. Is you're going on trust and faith that the surveyor did not make a mistake. Okay, moving on. Daniel.
Okay, sorry. One more time. Just so I guess it's just a thing we explain to the buyer. It's a risk. You could end up paying for a survey on a property you may actually not close on. but it's worth.
No, because that's not true. The invoice is going to get sent to title and they don't close on it, and the seller is going to get stuck with it.
Really? Even well, what if you buyer said they would get this new thing?
So it depends on where you are. I'll tell you this: if you're outside, I learned this, and I didn't know before because I didn't deal with a lot of this in California the same way as here. I closed a transaction. We closed a transaction in another part of the state, and we asked a title company to order a survey for us, and they thought that we were from Mars. What? What do you mean order the survey for it? It'd be very much it's the same if we asked them, can you please call Starbucks and order me a Frappuccino? Their mind was blown that we would even ask such a thing. And so there is a thing in the Austin marketplace where you can go to the title company and ask them to order a survey, and they will order it. They're going to order the surveyor, and the surveyor gets paid from an invoice at closing. So that invoice is going to make it to the title company, and it's going to be sitting there with the seller. So are you going to have a problem later if the buyer refuses to pay it? I think the title company is going to point all the arrows at the seller, because the seller is going to sell that property to someone and need that survey.
That is good to know, Jack. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, the fun continues. It's 4:01. We're going to push forward a little bit more because I need to get through some of these title notices. First, the abstract or the title policy. We have certain requirements under the law to make certain disclosures to our buyers and our sellers. We have to give them disclosures or we're in trouble by law. So they've added a lot of these disclosures in our contract so that we have a reminder and in the contract that it was ultimately disclosed to them. One of those things is that the abstract, that the buyer needs to have received an abstract or a policy, a title insurance. So broker advises the buyer to have an abstract of title covered by the property examined by an attorney, or buyer selection, or buyer get a title policy. Paragraph 2 is membership in an HOA. The property is or is not in an HOA. HOA has lots of stuff that could get you all wrapped up in a tizzy, but it either is or is not in an HOA. And then it goes on to say that the seller notifies buyer under 5-012 Texas Property Code that the purchaser of the property in the residential community identified in paragraph 2A, which is the property legal description, is in an HOA, and that you are obligated to pay a fee. And then in bold it says you're obligated to pay an assessment to the property owners association. The amount of the assessment is subject to change. Your failure to pay the assessment could result in enforcement of the association's lien on or foreclosure of the property. So that is something that the buyer needs to understand, that it's HOA, they got to pay their HOA dues or they could lose their home. The power to foreclose on a property is being contested hotly in Texas, but right now we're not going to share that with our client because the HOA still have the ability to do that. I will mention that we were working on a transaction in the last 2 weeks that two of our agents were co-listing together, and the property had a foreclosure date set from the HOA. And we were working with the seller on that property, and now we're working with our attorneys because that one didn't foreclose, but it looks like they used our listing agreement to keep it from foreclosing, and so we're dealing with the attorneys to get our commissions paid. But HOAs can foreclose. Okay. Property code entitles an owner to receive copies of any document or governs or establishes maintenance or operation of a subdivision. The buyer has rights by law to receive the entire 1,100 pages of their community documents and receive it if the buyer is concerned about these matters. The TREC promulgated addendum for property subject to a mandatory membership in a property owners association should be used. We all use the HOA addendum. It's required as part of your documents if the property is in an HOA. Does the HOA addendum have to be used? No. Is it a policy that we use it here? Yes, because it protects them knowing who's going to pay for the documents and more information about it. Okay, statutory tax districts, whether it's Chapter 49 of the Water Code or whether it's flood control, that if there is standby fees or if there's going to be a payment to one of these third-party companies, the buyer needs to understand that they have to pay their fees. And we're going to talk about the required notices at the end of this section. Tidewaters, what happens in annexation, property located in a service area that's utility service provider. Again, the water code, the buyer has the ability to object when they get the notice if they find out that they have a per diem fee that's being paid through the title policy. A PID, Public Improvement District, PID, PUD, MUD, SUD, some third party posted a bond, took that bond and made an improvement, and the homeowners have to pay off that improvement over time. The buyer buys this property and they're going to owe money on their property taxes to pay off their pro rata share. They have the ability to pay a check and pay it all up front, or they can pay it through their property taxes until their portion of it is paid off. Could be 15,000. It could be whatever it is. What we've learned is, especially in the PID, PUDs, and MUDs, when there is a payoff balance for a home, the payoff balance is usually 50%, meaning that you're paying 50% tax, 50% interest. And so if you've got a $15,000 indebtedness over the next 10 years on this property paid in your property taxes by $500 a year, typically you go and find out what the principal balance is and it's considerably less, and they can write a check for that. Okay. But in any event, the buyer needs to know exactly how much they owe as part of a MUD, a PUD, or a SID. And that's why we have the forms, because the law says if the buyer buys a property and there are fees required that the buyer sustain themselves by owning that property, it has to be disclosed. And that's what there's such a big deal about the MUD, PUDs, and SUDs. Such a big deal that there was a time where if it wasn't disclosed, they could unwind the sale. That has been changed since, but if you guys have questions regarding mud puds and suds, reach out to your sales manager and he will get you in touch with a title company who's been really good at helping us navigate the mud pud sud situation. Transfer fees. If the property is subject to a private transfer fee obligation and the property code, private transfer fee obligation may be governed by Chapter 5 of the Texas Property Code. Thankfully, we don't have real estate transfer tax, but there can be transfer fees. We did see some transfer fees throwing up all over the deeds, and that promulgated language has been removed. Who knows about propane gas system service areas? Okay, there are communities that has as a service, as part of your HOA, has a gigantic propane tank that's serviced by the entire community. And so it's not a propane tank on someone's land, it is a big propane tank on HOA land, and that everyone pays to maintain that HOA tank, and that they pay for the usage of their usage of it. And so if there is a propane gas system service area, then that will be disclosed. We're seeing a lot of them because, again, it's $1 million per square foot of pipe to be installed. So when you have places that are like up 130 in Chandler Creek or way up in Georgetown, and it's further away than Atmos and some of the gas carriers can reasonably afford to get pipes to, they're doing these propane gas system areas. Lisa, her neighborhood, Waters Oak, is one of those situations, one of those examples, way down 29, where it would have been too expensive to get Atmos gas there. And so just another disclosure. Okay. Notice of water level fluctuations. If the property adjoins an impoundment of water, including a reservoir or lake constructed and maintained under Chapter 11 Water Code that has a storage capacity of at least 5,000 acre-feet and impoundment normal operation levels, seller hereby notifies the buyer. The water level of the impoundment of water adjoining the property fluctuates. It goes up and down, and that can result in the entity lawfully exercising its rights to use the water stored in the impoundment or drought and flood conditions. Certificate of mold remediation. This is new. We've added that to our pair. This is brand new in our newest contract. This wasn't here before. If the buyer has concerns on mold, which is a very possible concern that they have, and the buyer has a mold remediation company come out and do mold testing, and they send it off to a lab, which they can get the results back in 2 days now. The lab has a higher than normal mold count. then a mold remediation might have to happen. The mold remediation certificate is now required contractually. Before it wasn't, and you were just asking for the document, but now it's here. If the property has been remediated for mold, seller must provide to the buyer each certificate of mold damage remediation issued under the Texas Occupations Code during the 5 years preceding the sale of the property. So if they sell it again, they're going to have to do it. I've had 2 properties, and Mary Beth, you had one too, that had mold. This wasn't in the contract when Mary Beth closed that property for mold. It has since been added to the contract. And so it's a very straightforward mold situation. Don't be as scared of it as it is, but you do need to have the right people dealing with it. They have to be mold remediation specialists. And Restoration America is a really good company to choose from in that regard. We're going to take a break. I'm going to answer Elisa's question and Michael's question while we are on break. It's 4:10. Let's come back at 4:20. Elisa, you're up.
Do they have to disclose it if it's a lease situation?
If there are any environmental hazards, it must be disclosed. If the environmental hazard has been cured, they do not need to tell the tenant. But if there is a current mold situation, it has to be disclosed. But if they've rectified or had previous water penetration on structure, we now have a requirement to tell the tenant that the property flooded. That is true. But the mold situation can come from situations where the property didn't flood, it had a leak, and that's a different situation at all. So you don't necessarily have to tell the tenant that there was a mold remediation done. That's not a requirement. But if it had flooded before, you do have to tell them. Michael. Yep.
And I was just, so giving the buyer funds in lieu of having that work done is not allowed anymore? Is that what that means?
All homes are sold as is. If a mold remediation happens, then the mold remediation certificates are required to be provided. And so, yes, a property can change hands. That's a tear down or even a new home. But if the seller elects to do the mold remediation and they have a certificate of mold remediation, it means here's a promise that we fixed it. Those promises that they fixed it has to make its way to the buyer contractually.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Danielle.
This is kind of going back to propane, and I'm more just curious, do you have a rule of thumb where if you're selling a property or buying a property and there's a individual propane tank, so sellers, sometimes can pay and have the whole thing filled up, can be expensive, and they don't always want to, they try to time their filling around their selling. So, but should it not get below a certain amount full? I mean, I know they kind of have their little gauge on them, but is it
Well,
okay as long as it has propane in it? Like,
well, I'm going to hit the remind button because I want to make sure that I'm going to answer your question, but I'm also going to do a blanket statement. A propane gas system service area is nothing to do with a propane tank on a property owner's property, nor does the property owner have access or the ability to service that tank or add to the tank.
right.
Okay, so propane gas services area is a whole different matter. Now, separate matter, because you said you wanted to go back, so I want to go back and make sure that we
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant more or less about propane in general.
100%. So you got a propane tank on someone's land and they want to service it and they're going to sell it or they're going to lease it and they don't want to sell their car with a full tank of gas.
Yeah.
So my recommendation would be to negotiate that as part of the contract. And just say, the propane tank's got 1,700 pounds of pressure, so we are going to ask for a buyer credit in the amount of $485.65 on a non-royalty addendum, which is perfectly legitimate.
Okay.
But I do know that the buyers typically have a service that comes out and checks those tanks, and those tanks come out on a regular basis, and they keep topping them off. And if they definitely don't want to run out of gas in their tank because they're gonna have to reset all their pilot lights.
Mhm.
Hey, so if you're on a lake, just out of curiosity, and they just and say we keep having droughts and there's no more water, are you still waterfront property?
Hold on. Actually, I just got a question from the group, so just I'm gonna put you on mute and I'll be right back. I just gotta check in with my programming team. Okay, so we have different kind, like you were mentioning before, we have different kind of lakefront properties. We have navigable lakes, non-navigable lakes. We've got properties that are on LCRA that are heavily managed. When it comes to a lake that dries up, like we saw back in 2008, 2009, when Lake Travis was a lake bed and everything, all the lakefront properties in Lago, were completely dry, and the docks were sitting on the ground, and the boats were just sitting there, and the property values tanked. And then all of a sudden in 2018, we had the biggest flood because the levee broke and everyone flooded, and it's back and forth. Water is a very complicated thing because we've got in Texas no way to maintain it at any constant level for most of our lakes. So can you call it a lake? I think that you're not going to have an issue advertising a lakefront property when there's no water in it and have a DTPA claim, Deceptive Trade Practices Act claim, calling it lakefront. But you're obviously going to have to use your words carefully in things about how they can enjoy that lake and what their views are. So could you call it a lake view? Well, Warren, I don't know. If the water's gone, is it a lake view? You just might have a problem there. You
Yeah, it
have a
used to
lake
be.
bed view.
Warren, are you talking about Lake Travis?
Yeah,
Yeah, that the water's, I mean, it's below what it should be.
I know. My dock hasn't been in the water for 3 years.
Okay,
Well,
so you're out in, what is it? What area is over there?
Sandy Creek.
Sandy Creek, okay. Yeah, I think for a lot of
Yeah,
people, everyone's up in uproars. They're saying we're paying you a fee, to have the boats here. There's no water there. We can't really use it. And yeah, I've got a couple of friends that like to go out to the lake out there, but yeah, it's bad. You can see where the cement was laid out for when they were building the dam. Literally,
yep.
the concrete areas there right off as you're coming into to Lake Travis area, which is crazy. I've
Yeah,
never.
I think it's as bad as it was in 2008, if not
Yeah.
worse.
Well, I think it's probably going to keep getting worse because I think that's
Yeah,
also that water supplies
too many
couplet.
straws.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they're
too
draining.
many straws. Yeah, it's a mess. Hey, Jack, are you still there? I have a complete tangent question that doesn't quite pertain to what we're talking about, but it might. I don't think he's still there.
Hey, Andrew, can you hear me? I'm trying to order the Getting to Yes book, but there's a newer edition to, I forgot where the email, oh, there's the email. What edition, what edition? Okie dokie. Oh. All right. Is it the new edition?
I have the 38 printing of it.
Okay.
So I do believe that it is. It says, yeah, it doesn't have a date on it that I can see.
I don't have a date either that I see.
I got, it was like $18.
Yeah. This one was like 15 something, but there's a hardcover and then it says new edition.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I didn't know. All right.
Yeah.
And
No,
it's the one with that's black, white, and red, right?
yes. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
Yes. In fact, it starts, yeah, there you go. It starts like next week. So I would recommend read the first 3 chapters. Deandra had sent over a deal that you can get on audio and listen to it fast if you like. But I think I'm going to read mine. I think I'm going to read mine just so I
I'm a
can
pretty
understand
fast reader. Okay, thanks.
and take some notes. Yeah. Okay.
Cool, thanks.
You got it. Just think happy hour. Just think happy hour. Happy hour. Happy hour.
When is that? When is happy hour?
After we graduate.
Oh yeah. Over at the Alcove.
That's right. Think positively. Think positive.
Yeah. Well, you'll probably be having mocktails.
No, man. I'll have tea and soda.
Oh, I know you say you probably maybe have a Corona or a
I
Dos
didn't know. No, tea and soda.
Okay, tea and soda. An extra shot.
Yeah, with an extra shot of soda.
Yeah. Yeah, the owners there, they own a lot of those places there. They own the Rock Shots Bar, Alcove, and then they also own the Flats.
Yeah.
And she is part of the City of Round Rock Council.
All right. Yes.
And I believe they've got the last few liquor license you can have in Round Rock downtown.
I think me and Ken saw her. Yeah. She was
Michelle?
at the very left. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I could have sworn Jack had said earlier before he mentioned where the happy hour is going to be. He said Round Rock downtown Pine House, but I know that the only Pine House is going to be right here off of Old Settlers and 35.
Yeah, there's no Pine House.
Yeah, so I was probably thinking maybe what is it? The not the tavern, across from there's like an Irish pub. I thought that's probably the one he was talking about, but I saw that it was the Alcove.
Other friends that own bars down there too. Actually, David Solis with DR Ford. His wife owned the Backyard
Okay.
and piano
Piano bar. Yeah, it's crazy because when you look at Round Rock downtown compared to Georgetown Square, two totally different vibes, different type of people, different breeds.
They don't have a cool city building like they do in Georgetown. So
Yeah, no, Georgetown. Well, the nice thing about Georgetown Square is you can walk around with a drink, whether it's iced tea, whether it's a soda or a beer.
true.
Or even ice cream.
Yes, even better, but not. But in the summer, yes. Although you can walk around with warm Round Rock donuts right now.
So
I just had one in the break room.
is it true that they use sweet potato for their coloring and to sweeten them? I mean, that's what I
Oh
heard.
yeah, that's why they have the yellow glaze.
I've never
Yeah.
heard that.
Yellowish.
Huh.
I mean, I
Okay.
could.
Not real
No,
sugar.
it's egg yolks. It's egg yolks.
Okay, so they don't use sweet
Hey,
potato.
Lisa.
I've never heard that.
No, they don't. It's the eggs that they use.
The eggs, yeah. It's a very specific egg yolk.
Is it
Okay.
important in France?
Welcome back from break, everyone. I love listening to all your fun banter during break. We have 40 minutes, and so in the effort of getting at it, you here on time, we're going to push forward. We are going into the very last paragraph, paragraph 12 of paragraph 6.12, which is the required notices that is required for the seller to give the buyer. We have a new paragraph here where anything to do with your pit, pud, mud, and sud, anything to the improvement district should be listed here as part of a notice. I think that this would have been great on paragraph 22, but they put it here. In any event, this is where it goes. I suspect that you'll see this moving its way to paragraph 22 in the future. For several different reasons. We have a section for notices, but they wanted to keep it nice and tidy with title stuff, and so I get that. But there's timely requirement that the seller must let the buyer know if there's any indebtedness, if there's any requirement for a buyer to continue paying on PUDs, MUDs, and SUDs, all of those things. So that is the disclosure. And if disclosure is not made, the buyer has the right to terminate the contract and get their earnest money back. Property condition. This is a big one. We're going to spend a bit of time on this. Not as much as we did as the other ones, but enough because we've got some interesting things in here about lender required repairs and completion repairs and treatments, and even things that are new, which is the requirement to provide paid receipts showing that the work has been completed, which is new, something that we have in 2024. So how we craft language in our amendments might change a bit because of this new language in the contract. So property condition, access, inspections, and utilities. Seller shall permit the buyer and the buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times. So the buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times. So Michael Avila.
Can you scroll to the contract to the paragraph, please?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep, no problem. So property condition, access, inspection, and utilities. Seller shall permit the buyer and the buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times. Buyer may have the property inspected by inspectors selected by buyer and licensed by TREC, or otherwise permitted by law to make inspections. Any hydrostatic testing must be done separately, authorized by the seller in writing, and seller at seller's expense shall immediately cause existing utilities to be turned on and shall be kept on during the duration, the time the contract is in effect. So let's talk about the first one. A buyer can do inspections inside or outside the option period. They can do inspections anytime they want that's considered quote unquote reasonable. So reasonable time of day. Is 9 o'clock at night reasonable? No. Is 7 o'clock in the morning reasonable? Likely it's not. So a reasonable time during the day for them to do an inspection, and they have the right, regardless if they're in the inspection or not, in the option period or not, to do an inspection. They have the right to learn all that they want about a property. Some listing agents think that you're outside your option, so you can't do inspections anymore. That's not what the contract says. They have the right to do the inspections. They have little, likely they have little that they can do about it if they find a defect. But there are some defects that could rise to the level of causing a lender problem. But the buyer has the right to do all these inspections. If uh, but they don't get to have Uncle Bubba come out and do the inspection. Oh, my uncle is a handyman and I want to have him do my home inspection. License truck inspectors in Texas are licensed, so it would need to be done by somebody who is licensed by truck or otherwise permitted to make inspections. And so if Bubba is a code enforcement officer for a city, maybe that would rise to the level of being someone who is otherwise by law permitted to do inspections. But for the most part, it's going to be an licensed inspector. If the licensed inspector, they are fingerprinted and they're licensed by the same entity we are, and they go through the same fingerprint process we do, which is why the board will give them an e-key and they can open the door like we can, which is why we don't have to go to the inspection and the inspector can be there and the buyer can be with the inspector and we don't have to be there because the inspector is legally entitled to do the inspection and walk the property with the buyer. But the inspector has to babysit that buyer. And inspectors are inspecting properties on the roof and all over the place. And so, again, I think it's smart for a real estate agent to recommend to the buyer that they show up to the inspection in the last 15 minutes or the last 30 minutes. So we ask the inspector, what time would be a good time for the buyer and I to show up? Well, I'm going to start at 2, so come up about 4:45. Great. We show up at 4:45, and then the inspector is going to show us in person the things that they found, and then so we can hear it, I can see it in person. Then they're going to provide a copy of the report, and most of the reports have photos of them, of the issues that they found, and a summary page, and we can then begin using that inspection report as the basis of how we're going to approach our next steps. I don't believe that a buyer should be negotiating from an amendment all the time. I think if the inspector thinks there's something wrong with the HVAC, then an HVAC professional should go out and look at it to determine what's going on. An inspector doesn't have knowledge in every area. They're not experts in everything. In fact, they're not allowed, according to their license, they have general information in all areas and no specific information in any, which means they're not a crafted, skilled pro in that field. They're not a roofer, they're not an electrician, they're not a framer, they're not any of these things. So they're able to go and sniff out things that they think that might be an issue, write it up, and when they write it up, the spirit of that write-up is that the buyer or someone concerned about that is going to have a third party who is a professional in that field go and investigate that matter. So they're not supposed to say that there is emphatically something right or wrong. They're supposed to say, this doesn't look right to me. You need to have someone look at it. That way, the buyer doesn't have to have an inspector that or and a plumber, an electrician, an HVAC person, and garage door opener company, and all of these different inspectors crawling around the house like ants, inspecting every little thing and having 50 different inspections, thereby paying for 50 different inspections. They can pay one person to go out and give them an idea of what additional inspections that they may need. And if it's a major issue, like a pool or a pool pump or water heater or one of the major mechanicals, you should have a pro in that field go and take a look at it and give you their estimate of what they think it would cost to fix that or to replace it or to remedy it, so that if you're going to ask the seller, that you are negotiating from strength, not from an amendment where you're going into it completely blind. Some inspectors will give you a matrix of what they think that it would cost to replace certain things. Again, I don't think that's their job. I think they're getting really into the weeds of what they do. I think they should give you a report and let you have a professional out to look at those specific items. But suffice it to say, when it comes time for your inspection, contractually, the seller is supposed to have the utilities turned on and remain on for the duration of the contract. So it's not a good idea for a seller not to have the water turned on in the first place. It's not good for the property or the pipes. It needs to have constant pressure. So having the gas turned on, having the water turned on, these are all things that's helpful for us for the inspector to inspect the property, because they're not going to be able to inspect the major mechanicals if they're gas appliances and the gas has been turned off. They're going to need the gas to be turned back on. if it's a foreclosure, you're probably not going to be using this contract. And so I have had situations where I represented a buyer and there was no gas meter. Anybody have that situation? A true foreclosure and the gas meter is missing and they're buying it as is, and the buyer wants to know if all the utilities work. I had a buyer actually have to contact Atmos and pay $700 to get the gas meter turned back on, gas meter back installed. It had nothing to do with the back gas expenses because that had already been dealt with in the foreclosure. It had no meter. The meter itself was missing, and there was an empty pipe that was sticking out there, which is a dangerous thing. Not that it's going to blow up, but that material is going to get stuck down that pipe and then clog up the appliances when it gets turned back on. So in any event, now our contract, if we're using this one, that the seller has to have utilities turned on. I'm going to throw out there that I'm fully cognizant of the fact that sellers don't always behave and you get to a property and the utilities are turned off. Well, Jack, what do we do in that scenario? I mean, is your buyer going to sue the seller because the gas was turned off and take them all the way to court? Likely no, and that's what their remedies are. So, how do we negotiate something like this? For those of you who are in my RE&E class, you remember the very foundations of negotiation is being mean and beating them up with boxing gloves until they bleed. Is that what the class was about? Elisa says no. It's kill them with kindness and try to find common ground and try to work to a solution for a win-win for your client. So how do we do that when the utilities are turned off? Well, if they really want to get the utilities turned on, it's thank gosh that they're willing to turn the utilities back on and they're not going to stonewall and say, if you want to inspect it, you can turn it on yourself, because that would really be a problem. Thank gosh I got them to agree to turn the utilities back on. That's a win for us. Now we need to extend option. I have to pay to extend. It's their fault. I understand. Yes, you do have to extend in order to pay. And if you want to enforce the contract again against them later and try to get that money back, that's okay. We can certainly do that. Or one trick would be to reduce the earnest money and offset the option and then credit the option back. That is perfectly okay to do in that regard, and it's a way to deal with that scenario without actually having tendering funds. And so far, we are hearing excellent feedback from that practice. So again, reasonable hours for inspections, licensed inspectors, and seller needs to have utilities turned on. And if utilities aren't turned on, you're going to have to negotiate that and get it fixed, despite what the contract says. Paragraph B talks about seller's disclosure, and this is a really big one because this one could really land you in a bad place if you're the listing agent. Our practice here is actually a Realty Texas policy. We have a policy in place on paragraph B if you represent the seller. So ears up for Realty Texas policy. Realty Texas policy says that you must, as an agent, make best effort to ensure that when you have a receipted contract, that B1 is selected, meaning buyer has received the notice. Oftentimes, the seller is not the one, or the listing agent is not the one that drafts the contract, right? Who drafts the contract usually?
Buyer's agent.
Buyer agent. And maybe the buyer agent looked and couldn't find. Maybe they don't have access to your MLS. Maybe they couldn't find a copy of the seller's disclosure and they just couldn't find it. And so they send you a copy of this. And it says, buyer has not received the notice. Within X amount of days after the effective date of this contract, seller shall deliver the notice to the buyer. If buyer does not receive the notice, buyer may terminate this contract at any time prior to closing, and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. But if seller does deliver the notice, buyer can terminate this contract for any reason within 7 days after the buyer receives the notice or prior to closing, whichever occurs first. So this is a horrible paragraph to have turned on when you're the listing agent, because they get 7 free days from the moment that they collect the seller's disclosure. And if that's the effective date, they have 7 days after the effective date because you check that box off. That is a counter if I've ever seen one. This is worthy and rises to the level of a rejection of an offer, substituting with a new one. But again, it's not our choice. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, they checked off this box. That's going to give them 7 free days to get out of the contract. My recommendation is we counter this item, check off paragraph B1 here, put the seller's disclosure along with the T47 in the survey, and send it over to them as a counter so that they don't have 7 free days to get out of this contract. Cindy.
Yeah, so I'll just FYI for the newer agents that have never done a listing or you haven't done a listing here in Texas. What trips up a lot of listing agents and buyers agents is you work with sellers that say, I don't need to provide a seller's disclosure. And then instead of asking why, you just run with it.
So as Cynthia is saying, there are certain statutorily required in the property code 5-008 requirement for certain sellers to provide a seller's disclosure. And if there is an investment property, some agents who come here think, oh, well, my investor lives in California. They've never seen this property before. Therefore, a seller's disclosure is not required. And that is, in fact, wrong. A seller's disclosure is required on a 1 to 4 family home. There are some exclusions. If it's a brand new home, never before lived in, not needed. If it's in probate or the jurisdiction of a court, not needed. If it's for a foreclosure sale, not needed. But if it is between arm's length, an LLC or an individual, guess what? It will be required whether or not the seller has ever stepped foot into that property or not. And I highly recommend that Seller Shield be used. You can find the link to Seller Shield on your Realty Texas dashboard. There are some really big advantages for using Seller Shield, one of which is the full waiver of your deductible in the event that the property a suit comes later for a material condition in the property that was undisclosed. When you log into your dashboard, you will see right here Seller Shield. You click the Seller Shield, it will take you, you simply log in using your email address and walk all the way through to the login. But the good thing about it is that you invite your seller to the property. So you type in the property address, you type in your seller's name and the email address of the seller, you click accept, and it sends an email to the seller. And then the seller has a series of videos that they're going to watch. First, it's going to give them the Texas Realtors version of the seller's disclosure, and it's going to give them a video to watch for each item. So if they have a question about what a sump pump is, what a French drain is, or whether some of the questions on that form they don't understand, it'll explain it to them. And these are attorneys explaining it to them. And if they want, they can upgrade for a very small fee. I don't know what it is, but it's less than $200, I believe. The seller can prepay up to, I think it's like $25,000 or $30,000 worth of attorney fees if it does turn out to be a suit regarding condition later. But whether or not the seller pays or not, just by using the service in the first place, it waives the deductible for the E&O policy, which is good news, but it also gives you a nice typed out printed version. And they have a very easy way to amend it as the seller finds out about things about the property or the condition changes. The seller has a very easy way for themselves to go and update the seller's disclosure and bring it back to you. We can't touch pen to paper on a seller's disclosure. Not allowed, period. So they have to go to that service. They fill it out themselves. If we find out about a material change in condition of the property and they have to disclose it, we should tell them, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I need you to go back into Seller Shield and they need you to update that because that's going to be something that we're going to have to share with the other side. Danielle.
Yeah, so I guess because I've been getting homeowners insurance quotes lately, but you mentioned it's a waiver of our deductible. What is our deductible if God forbid we ever have to do it?
The E&O insurance deductible, I believe, is $2,500. Lisa will get with Miguel on that. So far, knock on wood, we have never had an insurance claim paid off. And so we've been able to keep ourselves out of trouble 100% of the time. So the fact that I don't know that answer is a good thing. All right, so seller's disclosure notice pursuant, but I do know that we have both cyber policy and the E&O policy. And your E&O policy is the highest E&O policy you can get. And the company that gives it to us, Barney with Assured Partners, is the gold standard in E&O policies across the state. So they are the best of the best. So we are heavily insured and we're well insured. So again, seller disclosure, we recommend you use Seller Shield to protect yourself and the seller. And we have a requirement that if you're the listing agent, that you heavily advise the seller to counter if they have a situation where they're about to sign a contract and agree to it and turn an offer into a contract where paragraph B2 is turned on, giving that buyer that 7 days out. That's just not a good place to start off. Paragraph C reminds you that if you have a home built before 78, that you're going to use the lead-based paint addendum, and then acceptive property condition. Paragraph D falls into the next page, and this is a very big one. This is our as-is provision. All homes in Texas are sold as is, and sellers are not required to do anything. Can they be heavily compelled to do something? And is it sometimes very smart for them to assist the buyer? Yes, it is. But can they be forced to? The answer is no. Homes are sold as is, meaning the present condition of the property with any and all defects and without warranty, except the title policy warranty. And the warranties that whatever are granted in this contract, like the seller's disclosure. Buyer's agreement to accept the property as is under paragraph 71 and 2, which is these two paragraphs right here, does not preclude the buyer from inspecting the property and from negotiating repairs and treatments in a subsequent amendment or from terminating this contract during the option period, if any. So it's saying, look, the buyer agrees that the seller doesn't have to do anything. That doesn't mean that the buyer can't inspect the property, ask the seller for a credit or to do repairs or terminate and bail. They just can't force the seller to do anything. And that's not the case for all states. There are forced things that the buyer will force the seller to do in certain states. That's not the case here. So we have two options. Either the buyer is going to accept the property as is, meaning that currently at the time they viewed the property, there's nothing that they know that they need the buyer to fix. But they have negotiated everything that they can see with the naked eye under the purchase price, paragraph 3C, sales price. So that's why if there is a sight unseen offer, technically that is a material fact that the seller needs to know, that this buyer has not seen the property, because how they're going to interact with an as-is provision is going to be very different than a buyer who's actually seen it. So we have a sight unseen addendum here that we use in the event that we have a buyer who's never seen the property. And remember, if you have a virtual showing from a buyer out of state, you still need a buyer rep agreement to video the property. So when it comes down to the condition of the property, if the buyer knows something that they immediately want fixed from the seller, this is where they would add that. And it could be, and let's talk about what these things could be in paragraph 7B2, 7D2, that buyer accepts the property as is, provided that the seller at the seller expense complete the following specific repairs and treatments. What can we put in there? Professionally clean the house. Seller to pay to have the septic tank emptied the day of an inspection so the buyer can have the tank inspected. If it's a septic tank, you really want the seller to pay to empty the tank so that the inspector can see the bottom of it. Would it be fair? Would it be fair for the buyer to pay to empty the seller's tank in order to see the bottom of it? So these are negotiation tactic things. So professionally clean the home. You want them to replace something, replace a stove. These are things that you know about that you're going to ask for at the time of the offer. And then you're going to later do the inspection. During the inspections, you find out that there is something material that you want to either have them pay closing costs or you want them to make a specific repair or reduce the sales price. All of those things are available to you, and negotiate that later. But this is, you know it because you were walking the property and said, yeah, I'll give them $350, but I want them to professionally clean the home, service the HVAC, and I want them to clear all the debris out of the backyard. We're going to put all of those here because it says repairs and treatments. And so these are things that we're going to do. These are things that we're not going to put in paragraph 11 special provision. We're going to put them here where they belong. Do not insert general phrases such as subject to inspection. It's just specifically tasks that you're going to ask them to do that's very clean. Paragraph E talks about lender required repairs or treatments. How would a lender find out about a repair?
An amendment. Appraisal.
An amendment or an appraisal where they see it. Should a copy of the inspection report be sent to the lender?
No.
No is the right answer. And so that's the one way we don't want the lender to find out about the lender required repairs, because the inspection report is simply one thing and one thing only. It is an opinion of an appraiser, not a professional in that field, which could inflame a situation. So if there is a material problem and it shows up on the inspection report, or sorry, rather it shows up on the appraisal, because again, lender required repairs, they're going to find out about it on the appraisal, or they're looking at an amendment where repairs were requested. Unless otherwise agreed upon in writing, neither party is obligated to pay for lender required repairs. You could have something that shows up on the addendum. They've already agreed to who's going to pay for it because it's on an addendum. But if it's on the appraisal, maybe the appraiser wrote on significant granular loss on the shingles. And you're like, great, lender's going to require a shingle replacement now because they put that on there. Because any notes, what they call field notes, any field notes on an appraisal will have to be cured. You don't get to you don't get to argue with the appraiser, and the lender is not going to have it. A field note on an appraisal is a matter of fact in their opinion, and whatever it is has to be dealt with and cured before they're going to allow you to fund. So now you're in a situation where the lender is requiring a repair. Now, who's going to pay for it? Is it the seller and buyer going to split it? Is the buyer going to pay the whole thing? Is the seller going to pay the whole thing? Is the seller going to fix it and the buyer increase the sales price? Is the seller going to fix it and not do anything with the sales price? Or is the seller going to give the buyer a credit and hold back an invoice, a paid invoice at the title company, and fix it after closing, and the lender allow that, which is a holdback, which is pretty common. So those are the different options you could address a lender required repair. But if it's a lender required repair and they found out about it, neither party is obligated to pay for the lender required repair, which includes treatments for WDI, wood destroying insects. If the parties do not agree to pay for the lender required repairs or the treatments, the contract will terminate and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. If the cost of the lender required repairs are exorbitant, more than 5% of the sales price, and even shingles would be hard to be 5% of the sales price. If it's that out of control, then the buyer automatically has an out with the earnest money back. If the buyer, and 5% is a lot, by the way. Remember, that's the almost the entire commission amount that the seller's paying. So we're dealing with a very large amount. William Diaz.
Hey Jack, can you go over the holdback again option when the title company holds that certain portion amount, I guess, from maybe a contractor invoice?
Yeah. So maybe they have a certain thing that they need to have fixed, and it's going to take 3 weeks, and the buyer wants to close, and they don't want to hold up 3 weeks. They can go, the lender can agree for the seller to credit or the buyer to bring money to the table and to get an invoice from a third party professional. That invoice be sent to the title company and it be funded at closing. And so the invoice with the scope of work has been paid for. And then after closing, it's already been paid for, and now the work gets done because they held back that money and they allowed it to be closed outside of escrow, or what they call escrowing it. Very common, but lender has to be on board with it, and most of the time they are. It's very common.
And is there a certain length requirement that the work has to be done and approved by after closing?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never had a situation where they came back and asked that question. I do know that I've had multiple situations where it was escrowed and the invoice was paid, and then the buyer had a paid invoice from a third party trade who's going to go and fix it, and they're supposed to fix it. So that's a good question for a lender. I would ask Michelle Lyconen that question because she would know the answer to that inside and out.
Thank you.
And if anybody else has the answer to that question, chime in. Okay, so lender required repairs. Again, if the lender found out about an issue on an appraisal that was shingles related or something like this, and it exceeded 5% of the sales price, then the buyer has the right to terminate. So thing is that is the seller going to really refuse? Because the listing agent's going to be saying, you want to sell this home, right? Because if this buyer bails, then now we have a disclosure event that we have to disclose this material defect to everyone. And now we're going to have an even harder time selling it for this price. And you're going to end up paying for this and the huge can of worms that you open up, and all the related issues end up becoming an issue. So the best thing for all the parties to do is to agree to fix it. But if they agree not to fix it and the seller goes back on market, then the seller is going to have to figure out how he's going to get his property in a marketable condition to sell it again, in the event that they don't agree to that. Now, completion of repair. So you put together an amendment, did the inspection, said that the HVAC was not working as intended, the water heater was not. You contacted a plumber and HVAC professional. They came out. They give an invoice and a recommendation of a work order of what's gonna cost. Now we have that information. We submit that along with an amendment to the seller. We check off box 8, which is if you agree to these things, we're going to maybe terminate the rest of our option time because we really just want to get this done and you to agree to this. They sign it. Now we have an amendment where the seller has agreed to make certain repairs prior to closing. The completion repairs are right here. So what happens if the seller didn't do it? Or what happens if the seller doesn't do the repair and the buyer doesn't feel like they did it at the level that it should have been done? That's where you got to learn about how to handle that situation. Because what does the contract require of the parties? Unless otherwise agreed in writing, seller shall complete all agreed upon repairs and treatments prior to the closing date and obtain any required permits. The repairs and treatments must be performed by persons who are licensed to provide such repairs or treatments, or if no license is required by law, are commercially engaged in the trade of providing such repairs and treatments. So, if your seller is a do-it-yourselfer that works at Dell and likes to do things himself, can he swap out the water heater himself? No, because he is not commercially engaged in doing that. It doesn't say the seller can do this. So the seller has to understand and read this paragraph because the seller's like, no, I can do that. I'll just do it myself. Mr. Seller, let's read this because contractually it says that you're going to get someone who is engaged in the profession that does this as a professional. And then it goes on to say seller shall. These are things that is required. So my recommendation here is if you're dealing with repairs and the seller is going to agree to repairs, you have your seller read paragraph 8 so they understand what it is that they're agreeing to before they agree to it. Provide buyer with copies of documentation from the repair person showing the scope of work and the payment for the work completed. And at seller's expense, arrange for the transfer of any transferable warranties with respect to the repairs and treatments to buyer's closing. So if it's foundation repair, they got to pay for the warranty, the transferable warranty. If seller fails to complete any agreed repairs and treatments prior to the closing table, everything is pushed out and delayed. Buyer may exercise remedies under paragraph 15 or extend the closing date up to 5 days if necessary, or for the seller to complete the repairs and treatments. You get to the closing table and they didn't finish it. The contract automatically extends for 5 days in order to give the seller more time. The buyer can call default, but an amendment is not necessarily required because you have an automatic extension here of 5 days. Oh my gosh, no one amended the close date and the close date wasn't pushed out. So now where everyone's in default, I guess the contract is over because they didn't agree to the extension. These are the types of things that we save deals for agents because sometimes we have agents who get to the closing table and they didn't get the repairs done. The buyer's refusing and they get past the close date and now they're stuck and the seller's not closing. And now they get after the close date thinking the contract's now dead. Our contract paragraph 9 has no time in the essence because it is honor before accept all of these other things that can come into play, like a buyer who was not able to get certain documents from from the IRS in time, or the lender has a delay, no fault due to the buyer, or the seller didn't finish the repairs because their trade person hasn't shown up for the last 3 days, and the seller's like, get over here and do it, but they're just not showing up. So the contract automatically extends in that scenario. Is it good to push the closing date out? Yes, it is. It is to show willingness of the parties that they're all working together. But you did not go into default automatically, and the contract is not dead. It's not terminated. So just understand that. Environmental matters. Buyers advised that the presence of wetlands, toxic substances, asbestos, waste materials, hazardous materials, presence of endangered species, or its habitat may affect buyers' intended use of the property. If the buyer is concerned about these matters, there's an addendum. Remember I said there's a lot of disclosures here? This is one of those disclosures. One of the last paragraphs we're going to have substantive dialogue is this one, the residential service contract under paragraph 7H. This says that the buyer and seller may negotiate an amount that the seller may be willing to reimburse the buyer for home warranty. But it doesn't say that the seller is going to buy a home warranty for the buyer. It says the buyer is going to buy a home warranty before closing. And if they do buy a home warranty before closing, then the seller will reimburse them up to this amount that's put in here. So it meant that the buyer would have had to have purchased a home warranty before closing. And if they never did, then no reimbursement, and they didn't take the seller up for this, and the seller retains that money. Buyer may purchase a residential service contract from a provider or administrator licensed by Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. If the cost of the residential service contract in an amount not exceeding maybe $575, buyer should review any residential service contracts for the scope of coverage, exclusions, and limitations, and bold language. The purchase of a residential contract is optional. Similar coverage may be purchased from various companies. So it just says, if the buyer buys one, the seller will reimburse them. But if they don't, guess what? There is no reimbursement. If you are the parent or the child, or non-arm's length, or if you own the entity that is the party on paragraph 1, you should disclose that you are not arm's length to the transaction, because you are a party that owns 10% or more of a trust, or you are an owner of, or you're a family member of the buyer or seller. That means that you're no longer acting as real estate professional, you're acting as mama bear or papa bear, or protecting your own castle that is your company because it's yours, and so you're going to react maybe differently in those scenarios. When we are non-arm's length of a transaction, we have a obligation to disclose that to the third parties, and if you don't, your license is on the line. It is required. So it says that if an agent is a party to a transaction or acting on behalf of a spouse, parent, child, business entity in which the broker or sales agent owns more than 10%, or a trust for which the broker or sales agent acts as a trustee, or which the broker or sales agent or the broker or sales agent's spouse, parent, child is a beneficiary of. So just know that if you have any non-arm's length relationship with the parties, you must make that disclosure in paragraph B, broker fees. All the obligations of the parties for payment of broker fees are contained in separate written agreements. Now, it's true because broker fees are in separate agreements, because the buyer agreed to be paid in the buyer rep agreement, and the buyer brokerage agreed to get paid through the buyer rep agreement, and the listing broker agreed to get paid through the listing brokerage. Now, how the funnel of that money gets changed is what we're going to talk about as we get into paragraph 12. And we're going to be about 12 more minutes for those of you to know. We had extra questions today. Paragraph 9, closing. This is not a time of the essence paragraph. The seller is going to execute and deliver a general warranty deed, conveying title to the property to the buyer, and showing no additional exceptions to those permitted in paragraph 6. This says a general warranty deed. So if there is a special warranty deed, the buyer got out in the contract on paragraph 6D, but they may not have objected to that in time. Paragraph 2, buyer shall pay the sales price in good funds acceptable to the escrow agent. 3, seller and buyer shall execute and deliver all the notices and statements and certificates, affidavits, releases, loan documents. Everyone agrees to sign the documents of the title company. 4, there will be no liens, assessments, or security interests against the property which will not be satisfied out of the sales proceeds unless securing the payment of any loans assumed by buyer, and assumed buyers will not be in default, meaning the buyer is agreed to assume maybe a shingle, a water softener lease or something like this. But all the loans will be paid off in full and the liens released unless the buyer has agreed to move forward under a circumstance where that wasn't the case. Private transfer fees with the water companies, Texas Property Code will be of the obligation of the seller. Transfer fees will be paid for the seller and paid for before closing or at closing. And the closing date of the sale will be on or before this date or within 7 days after the objections made in paragraph 6D or whichever date is later. If either party fails to close on the sale of the closing date, the non-defaulting party may exercise paragraph 15. And so you could have a situation where you don't make the closing date and not be in default. We've had it happen so many times. Moving to paragraph 10, possession. We got a paragraph A and a B here. Paragraph A, it says that possession is going to either happen on closing or according to a temporary residential lease. If it's regarding a temporary residential lease, it has to be attached to the contract. Consult your insurance agent prior to the change of ownership and possession because insurance coverage can be limited or terminated. If the property is vacant during the time the property is for sale, the insurance company can drop the seller. And if the seller leases out the property and has a tenant in place, they also could drop insurance. And if the buyer moves in, we have to make sure that they do have property insurance. And if the seller sells the property and stays in there after closing, they need to call their insurance company and ask their insurance company to turn their homeowner policy into a tenant policy because can they guarantee that the new owner is going to get insurance on the property? They cannot. So that means we need to make sure that we recommend if there's going to be a seller leaseback that the seller get a policy. Okay, smart devices on possession. This one is pretty simple. If you convey a television or an Alexa or something like this, you need to set it back to factory settings. Ring doorbell, the seller needs to eject that app and log out from it and delete it so that the buyer then can repair it to their phones and take possession of everything, and the seller should no longer have access to anything. Very important that you guys remember that if a seller has a non-realty addendum for a television, that it get reset because it very well could be that the new kids who buy that home are clicking purchase, purchase, purchase on all of the Disney Plus movies and all of that, and it be charging someone else. So that would be on us to recommend that they hit the TV back to factory settings because in all the craziness of moving, that's one thing that they're probably going to forget. Special provisions, I like to call this the illegal practice of law. There's not a lot of ways that we can use this anymore, but a few ways that you could use it. Maybe there are so many parties that you can't fit them in paragraph 1. You got a mobile home on property and it has a plate number that or a certificate number. You have a legal description that's really long, or you have a factual statement that you need to add to the contract. So there's been many ways that we have used this before, but it's not to make an agreement of the parties so the parties agree to something. This should not be an agreement. It should be a note. And so special provisions should be a note. Paragraph 12 is a big one for us. That's changed a lot. And we're going to sum this up that says very simply that the seller has agreed to pay a sum on behalf of the buyer. And that sum now can be a combination of closing costs for the buyer's settlement expenses, and also, on top of that, a sum that pays some or all of the buyer agent's brokerage. Those can be put in here. If an agreement between brokers was signed, then likely the 3%, let's say that you are a buyer agent, you got a 3% buyer representation agreement signed with your buyer. We are only one firm here, so we can talk about these percentages and it not be antitrust. We have a 3% buyer rep agreement signed with our buyer. We reach out to the listing agent. Are you offering cooperative compensation? They say, yes, we are. Great. You send over your agreement between brokers and they sign the agreement between brokers. Now you have an agreement for them to pay you 3%. Your fee has now been established and you'll be paid from the listing agent. you don't need, it would not be appropriate to use this anymore. Separately, you find out you're not paying cooperative compensation. I see. Is your seller, have you been authorized by your seller to disclose whether or not they're willing to pay any of the buyer fees, any concessions? No? Okay. Now it's just a matter of negotiation. So you submit an offer, check off the box, and say whether or not they're going to pay your commission or closing costs. So this one says that the seller shall pay the following expenses, seller expenses, and one of them says brokerage fees that the seller has agreed to pay. So in the contract, the seller, as part of the contract now, is agreeing to pay the fees that they have in their listing agreement, just like the buyer has agreed to pay for their fees in the buyer rep agreement. So if the buyer and seller don't pay their commissions, they're in breach of contract, which is wonderful because we've never had that before. That's despite of whether or not they are actually being paid closing costs or not, because this says that whatever closing costs you guys have, you're going to pay them all. That's irrespective of whether or not the seller is paying some of the buyer's closing costs. So in our contract now, our commissions are required to be paid. Yay, that's a win for us. Under paragraph B, it says that the following amounts to be applied to brokerage fees that buyer has agreed to pay, and it can be a dollar amount or a percent. So if you don't have an agreement between brokers signed, or maybe you have a 3.5%, maybe you say you have a 3% commission signed with the buyer, and you find out that the seller is willing to do an agreement between brokers, a listing agent of 2%. So now you have an agreement between brokers of 2%, but you have one more percent, and you tell the buyer, look, you're going to be responsible for that other percent. And the buyer says, well, can we make the seller pay for it here? Absolutely. So you check off this box and put 1% in here and negotiate it. Seller's been on the market for 45 days. They want to get the home sold, and now they agree to this. Now you're being compensated 2% between agreement between brokers, and the seller is going to reimburse the buyer for the extra 1% through the contract. So both of their bases are covered. So this field here is for commissions, and then it goes on to say, and an amount not to exceed X amount to be applied for the buyer expenses. So how we use paragraph 12 for buyer closing costs has not changed. We've just added a field that says that there's an earmarked amount for commissions as part of the buyer closing costs that we can add here. A lot of brokerages are going away from agreement commissions between brokers or compensation between brokers are going away from it altogether, and they're dealing with commissions only here, which is, in my opinion, not a bad way to handle it. But I like that we have both options right now, because having both options means that we can advertise on our website and in conversations and on flyers at the property that we're offering cooperative compensation. In my belief, that helps relieve the stress of the buyer and it brings in more buyers. And so while we have that opportunity, we're going to continue doing that, at least here. If any expense exceeds an amount expressly stated in the contract for such expense to be paid by a party, that party may terminate this contract unless the other party agrees to pay such expense. So if it turns out that home warranty or title policy or something is considerably more, they can pay it or terminate. But in terms of commissions, they already agreed to it in their respective agreements. Prorations, and we got 4 more minutes and we're done. Prorations, the parties will agree to settle their property taxes and HOAs all the way to the date of closing. So for a buyer, if they're closing in August, the seller is going to give them a credit from January 1st all the way to July 31st, or all the way to August 3rd if they're closing on August 4th. And the seller is going to give that to the buyer as a credit. The buyer may have a lender that takes that money and puts it in an escrow account, or if the buyer's paying cash, it's just a credit that they need to hold on to, because next year they're going to be responsible for paying the entire year. So that credit that they're getting is not extra money. They need to put that away because they're going to be responsible for paying the entire year. Seller doesn't pay for part of a year and buyer pay for part of a year. The owner of the property always pays for the entire year. And if they bought the property, they may have gotten a credit, meaning that the seller wrote the buyer a check and said, here it is, go have fun paying your property taxes. But the person responsible for paying the property taxes ultimately will be the new owner of the property. Casualty loss, what happens if there is a significant event that changes or destroys the property while it's under contract? You'll notice that there is no percent here. It doesn't say 3%, 5%. It just says if any part of the property is damaged or destroyed by fire or other casualty after the effective date of the contract, seller shall restore it to its previous condition as soon as reasonably possible, but in any event before the closing date. And if the seller fails to fix it by the closing date, the buyer can terminate, or they can have a 15-day extension, or the buyer can accept the property in its present condition, as it says down here, with an assignment of insurance proceeds, if permitted. So they can negotiate it, but the buyer has the ability to get out if there's a material change in the property based on some type of casualty loss. Default, if buyer fails to close on the contract, then they are in breach. If buyer fails to comply with the contract, buyer will be in default and seller may enforce specific performance, seek other relief as may be provided by law or both, or terminate the contract and receive the earnest money back as liquidated damages, thereby releasing both parties from the contract. And then it goes on to say the exact same thing again, but in this time using the word seller instead of buyer. They both have the same rights. The non-defaulting party can call default if they so choose, and either they're going to work together to cure it. If they don't cure it, they're going to call default, and now they have remedies. They can either keep the earnest money as liquidated damages, or they cannot. And if they do receive the earnest money, it releases both parties from the contract and any issues moving forward, so they're fully released. So if you release the earnest money back to the buyer, that is a good place for a buyer to be, because you know that they're protected from being sued for performance or any issues later. Mediation. This paragraph does not preclude a party from seeking equitable relief from a court competent jurisdiction. They agree here that they're encouraging them to go through a alternative dispute resolution procedure such as mediation, but it's not required. They're just encouraging it. And so a lot of times they skip this step completely and go directly to demand letters and directly to lawsuits. And so I've only seen mediation happen twice. All the other times we've been able to cure the situation, whatever default is or whatever the breach is, through the court of letters going back and forth with the attorneys without even a lawsuit filed. This is the kicker, and this is the important one. A buyer, a seller, a listing broker, or other broker or escrow agent who prevails in any legal proceedings related to this contract is entitled to recover reasonable attorney fees and all costs of such proceedings. So this is the part that we want to highlight for our clients when they find themselves wanting to sue for performance. Escrow. There's only one paragraph I'm going to read on escrow, which is notices. Escrow agent notices will be effective when sent in compliance with paragraph 21. Notice of objection to the demand will be deemed effective upon receipt of escrow agent. Your title policy and all the notices between your closer and the title policy and the clients also have to be shared with whatever it says in paragraph 21. Representations, meaning that if the seller lied, they're going to be in huge liability. If the buyer lied, it says all covenants, representations, and warranty in the contract survive closing. So if the seller made a promise, if they made a statement that it survives closing and continues on afterwards, if any representation of the seller of the contract is untrue on the closing date, seller will be in default. Unless expressly prohibited by a written agreement, seller may continue to show the property and receive and negotiate and accept backup offers while it's under contract. Federal requirements. Does anybody remember what this used to be called 2 months ago?
Federal tax requirements.
Exactly right, Jessica. And so this is if the seller is a foreign person, the title company, when they close, which means the title at closing, if the seller doesn't have a tax ID, it gets complicated because the title company is going to be forced to reach into the transaction and pull an amount out to give to the IRS what they think that might be tax, because they're going to be taxed on the sale of their home. Whereas most owner occupants and homeowners don't. For primary residents, they don't have to pay tax. They don't have capital gains on their homes, but they do if it's an income property, and they do if they don't have a tax ID. FERPTA is a third-party company that will help you determine how much. FERPTA Solutions will help determine how much to withhold, because it says here, if the seller is a foreign person as defined by the IRS, or if the seller fails to deliver their certificate of non-foreign status, which is something that they get signed on every transaction, unless the seller's foreign, then the buyer shall withhold from the sales proceeds an amount sufficient to comply with the applicable tax law, and then they will deliver that to the IRS together with the appropriate tax forms. That's putting a lot on the buyer. So if we have a situation like that, we get with FERPTA Solutions, a title company will add them, a third party will figure out what they think the tax liability is, and then they withhold that from the proceeds, and they send it to the IRS. And next year, if it wasn't enough, the new owner, the buyer, is going to be responsible for paying the difference. So FERPTA Solutions is usually going to overestimate to make sure that there's no liability moving forward. Paragraph 20.
I had that 2 times. It was 15%.
It could be
Yeah.
anywhere from 15% to 25% based on what they think the tax rate's going to be for the buyer. And so I do remember Miguel was helping you with that one. That happens often, doesn't it? More often than you'd think, especially in areas where we have a lot of tech companies where people are being moved in from other countries for work. Dell, Samsung, like that. All right, so we've got just these last 2 paragraphs and we're done. Notices. Make sure you put your client's information under notices, not yours. Period. And everything has to be notified, emailed to the parties, and that's it. Agents and parties are to be included on all emails going back and forth, and then you're protected. Agreement of parties. All of your addenda that's attached to the contract should be checked off here, unless it's a PID or a PUD, then it needs to go under paragraph I guess it's 18 escrow, because that's where that is for the PUDs. And so actually it's not, it's under earnest money and title policy and survey. It's under title policy and survey. So it's under 8E. It's going to be checked off on paragraph 8 in order for you to put all the names in the PUDs and the SUDs. That new paragraph that they just added in this last legislative session. And here are all of the other addendas, whether it's the lead-based paint addendum, whether it's the on-site sewer addendum, fixtures for residential leases, addendum for reservation for oil and gas, all of the addenda, including your third-party financing, your seller financing, your HOA addendum. If you have an addendum, it should be checked off here. And if it's not a line item here, you're going to add it, because this makes it part of the contract. If either the parties has an attorney, we'll fill it out here. Make sure that the last person to touch the contract fills in the effective date, and voila, we're done. All of these paragraphs here are automatically filled out by our system, but fill all of this out. I recommend that the buyer agent fill all of this stuff out, which is why it's such a blessing that our system auto-populates this. One last thing, this last section here is if the seller is paying, if the seller is paying the listing broker and the listing broker has agreed to pay the other broker a fee, we're going to put this here. This is between the agreement between brokers that tells the title company how to prepare this disclosure. So that is it. I know we were 20 minutes over. I apologize for that. I know we had a lot of questions, and today was a long day, and it's a long day for me too. We go through the entire contract and we dig deep. We ask all the questions. We could probably spend, I think Miguel said it, he said, you probably could be teaching this class for 18 hours and still not need enough time to get through the contract. We have a weekly contracts training that we're doing. We're going to go through each paragraph once a week and spend a good hour on each paragraph. And so please come to our contracts training that we have on Mondays. Lisa, I'm going to turn it back over to you because I know that everybody is waiting to hear from you specifically for one reason, and it is right here.
And then I need to know, I'm just gonna go and see you. I need to know if you are going to person tomorrow, other than now only one person, which is Belladonna. So
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit. Lisa wants to know if you're going to be doing your UVP online tomorrow instead of in person. Please let her know.
What's UVP?
Warren, class is dismissed, so if anybody is here for our normally scheduled mega, please stick around. If you were here just for the contract class, class is dismissed. The rest of mega is going to be talking about mega stuff. Warren, it's a unique value proposition as part of this month-long master salesperson training class that we are in. So thank you
Alrighty.
everyone who showed up to take our contracts class, and now we are back to mega. Thank you, Warren.
Alrighty. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I did
All
have
right.
one question for you.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Warren. So for all of you, just know that I guess we only have one person. Belladonna, is there anybody else that's going to be doing it? No? Okay. All right. Back to you, Lisa, but talk louder because we're having a hard time hearing you.
I don't know why. Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes,
We
Okay.
can
ma'am.
hear you.
All right. So
And
I
Warren,
need-
I'll come to you.
oh,
Okay.
oh, gotcha. Okay. So with that being said, I also need to know how many people, there was an email that came out that Deandra sent out for all of you. Please RSVP for the happy hour, because we also need to have an idea who is going to be online for the graduation or is going to be in person at the happy hour. Okay, that's when we're actually giving out the certificates and announcing the valedictorian. All right, so super, super important.
Should we raise our hands now?
So Lisa, I will be
Or
on
just make
Zoom
sure
for both.
I don't tell me now because I'm not going to remember. You guys need to Teams me individually. That would be great. So I can do a roll call. If you are a past mega graduate, same thing. The email came to you. Please RSVP for Friday. Tomorrow is your presentation for your UVPs. So I'm available well, actually I have orientation in the morning from 9 till about 10:45, but then I'm free just before the presentation. So if you need me for anything, catch me probably today or early tomorrow. All right, so do y'all want to know where we are on the points so far? Or do you want to wait till tomorrow?
Wait till tomorrow. But we can wait till tomorrow. That way that gives you a little bit more time so you're not trying to do everything at one time.
Yeah, I know. I usually don't put the points, but what I am going to tell you is that pretty much everybody still has, that's in the class, that's been at every class, is going to pretty much, yeah, everyone who's been at every class for the most part is graduating. It looks like. So that's a good thing. There are a few of you that miss more than one class, so that's okay. You still can come in, do your UVP, and then in June, you'll just make up the classes that you missed, and all these points will count towards that, and then you'll get your graduation certificate. Does that make sense?
And that applies to any missing, like you can still graduate and get the MSc in June, right?
You can.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just looking at where you are, Belladonna. I mean,
And Lisa, question for those that are going to continue on June.
Mhm.
You only have to take the classes that you missed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But you still have to have the points. So I don't know where you are on points, Felix, but I'll Teams you separately. So there's things that you can do to get your points up. Like,
Okay.
I don't
So
know
Lisa, I have a question.
or anything
So
yet.
if I want credit hours, do I have to take the whole mega all over again if I didn't do it this time?
What do you, oh, you
Like
talking
the credit hours?
for the credit? Yes. That's why we made that pretty clear in the beginning.
Yeah,
that-
I was just wondering.
I mean,
Okay.
you still pay for some of them, like you can still pay for to this week because we haven't recorded this week. And I don't know if we recorded last week. I'll have to ask Lauren if she's there yet, because then that would be 6 classes that you could get credit for because you've been in every single one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you can let me know offline on that. We
Thank
have
you.
a time limit to get it in. That's why it's not our, unfortunately, that's not our rule. That's Trek's rule. Any other questions?
For Friday, since class is done at 5 and the event starts at 5:30, is it okay if like we're a little bit late to that if we go? Just because
Yes. Yeah.
it's okay.
We need to dock 1,000 points for Alexa if she's late.
No.
No.
Ouch,
Lisa
painful.
would never.
I hope they're kinder to you when they score you tomorrow.
I know.
Yeah, Ken, and we'll give you 1,000 points if you wear a tuxedo with a black bow tie.
Can it be just this t-shirt with the black bow tie?
Tempt Ken. Or we're cutting
You
everybody
guys
off.
for your UVP should be wearing dress to impress like you do for your open houses. Staff will not be. I will be wearing my suit at your graduation, but tomorrow I will be online for the people who are doing their online presentation, and I will facilitate that portion of it. And then I'm going to sit in the back of the class and I'm going to enjoy watching all your UVPs along with the rest of the staff. So I will be there with bells on, literally a bell.
So
All super excited to cheer you guys on. And remember, this is a way to celebrate you guys, not to objectify you. So be excited about this.
now we're to be there tomorrow at mini mega time, correct?
Correct. Be early. Don't show up at 12:05 because we need to get started right away. There's people that have taken time out of their day and had to make arrangements for babysitters and jobs and all kinds of things. So
Well, we're
we're
going to start promptly at noon, but we hopefully as you get here to like 11:45.
yeah, because we need you all to be here present for the entire time in the presentations because your votes are really important to your classmates. So we want to make sure that everybody has the same fair amount of votes, if that makes sense too.
And Andrew, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how many points for a buyer's rep again?
500.
Okay, I think me and Ken are almost tie on those.
He just turned in a bunch, so.
And a listing and
Andrew.
a listing agreement is also 500 or 1,000.
They're those are all one line item.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen so that you can see our point system. Voila. So listing, buyer rep agreement, or signed lease is 2,000 points.
No, 500 each.
I'm sorry, 500 each for a total of 2,000 points because he said he had 4. But anyway, receipted sales contract during Mega, that's 1,000.
Yes.
Super excited. All right, I know today was a lot. You guys got questions for me?
I had one more question. Yeah. So I thought I heard, might have been Lisa. I'm not sure. It's been a long week. I thought I heard that whomever was going to be doing their UVP via Zoom or online or whatever you want to call it, it's Zoom, would be going first.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm excited.
The reason for that is because Jack has to be in his office and then he wants to come out and be everyone else in person after. So he wants to make sure he runs all of that so we can all see you. He's the techie guy, so we don't want to
awesome
mess that up somehow. So make sure that you're in a well-lit area, not like we talked about before.
Not with the background like this.
background and
Gotcha.
have to be able to hear you. So make sure there's, you know, you don't have traffic noise in the background or barking dogs or screaming children or like today, alarms going off. So hopefully that all works out well.
Right. I guess I'm gonna test on my lavalier mic beforehand, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
how to-
remember you can go into the morning huddle
and test it out. I did this morning.
yeah, anytime today or tomorrow morning after
The
we
morning huddle.
and just check out the lighting and what it looks like because you can see yourself on the screens.
Right. Exactly. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome. That's all I have. I'm excited for tomorrow and Friday. So don't forget to RSVP to that message that Deandra just sent out. That will be very helpful.
I don't know if it's just me, but every time I click on it, it just takes me to
just go to your
Can you do it on the calendar of events on the .me? Can you do it there? You can you said that.
Okay.
I think it was Lauren. I think it was your daughter that sent it out, not Deandra.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
Just
but
Google.
well,
her.
actually, Deandra just sent it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I clicked on it and it went through.
Oh,
so
yep, you're right. She did just send it. Okay.
I think right now we've got a total of 16 people now.
Good. All right, that's all I have. I'm going to check your exams. So tomorrow, I need to have all your points in by the end of day. What did I tell you? Before class on, well, no, wait, what's tomorrow? Thursday. Yeah, I have to have it by the end of day tomorrow, all your points. I can't keep going with the points at the very last minute. It's not possible.
By the end of tomorrow, I thought it was by 10 tomorrow morning.
10 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday morning. That's
okay.
tomorrow.
10 a.m. Thursday tomorrow morning. Okay, good. Thank you.
So that gives you all of the rest of this afternoon and evening to finish up. And make sure your quizzes are done because that's my next stop right now. All right, good job, y'all.
Thanks, Jack. Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Thank you, Jack. See you tomorrow.
See you all tomorrow.
Is everyone gone?
Hi, Elisa. No, not everyone.
Oh, okay. I got a call, so I had to walk away. But anyway, okay. Thank you so much for the class. It was wonderful. I really love this stuff.
I always like having you in class. It's always fun.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will see you tomorrow.
Have a good evening. Bye. There was just a general question that we came up.
Did you have a question for
Yeah.
me, Elisa?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I turned this off. I was talking to Michelle Iconin.
Oh, no
I asked
problem.
her about the lender repairs and anyway,
Oh,
I
nice.
explained we were in class.
I like it.
She didn't answer yet. I'm bringing one of the top teams from Keller Williams over tomorrow to meet with Ken at 3:00.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yep. And then I'm hopefully, I don't know if they'll they said they would come another day is one of the brokers I had at Berkshire Hathaway that texted me at 11 o'clock the other night and said, "Oh, we miss you so much." I'm like, "Really? I haven't heard from you in 3 years." Anyway, he's like, "I'm starting my own brokerage and I'd love you to come over." And I said, "Absolutely not. I am so happy where I am, but you need to come over and see what my broker is doing at Realty Texas. You would not believe it. And I would love to show it off to you and share what's going on over here." So they said, "Oh yeah, okay. We would like to do that." So
I am super excited about that. Thank you, Elisa, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow.
yeah, thank you. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.